A particularly cruel secret art. Anyone struck by it would, without realizing, have their internal organs gradually eaten away by a parasite gut leeches planted within them beforehand. Crucially, there was no way to trace the source. Once the organs had been devoured, the leeches would explode and die along with the victim, leaving no evidence behind whatsoever. Watching the water dragon pierce through Miao Yi's body, Feng Yueling's breath caught. This beast husband of hers was truly ruthless. Clearly, he had never forgotten Miao Yi's original provocation toward him. Absolutely venomous. With her, he was a well-behaved little sweetheart, with others, he was a black-hearted shark. One that eats people, too. And yet why did she actually kind of admire that? Second senior brother. Dong Nuan was in tears. Arthur Shixiang, please, show mercy. My second senior brother has lost. Little junior sister, don't beg him. I haven't lost. Miao Yi was too arrogant. Because of his arrogance and because his cultivation was already lower than Arthur Shi was beaten around mercilessly the moment the match began. Now, he even needed Dong Nuan's plea to get a chance to breathe. The watching disciples of 10,000 Sword Peak all glared, eyes nearly splitting with rage. The other Peak disciples watching from the side also frowned deeply. None of them had expected that the disciples of the Alchemy Peak would all be so deeply hidden in skill. It seemed they'd have to go all out in the later matches. Many disciples secretly sighed. The Alchemy Peak disciples, on the other hand, felt utterly vindicated. Arthur Shixiang, don't be polite with him, beat him until he admits defeat. That's right. Arthur was of the same mind. He unleashed another big move. Azure Vine soul-binding art. When they saw Miao Yi's body pierced through by countless vines, his figure frozen in midair, the crowd collectively gasped. One vine in particular was violently tearing at Miao Yi's very soul. They could clearly see the intense pain he was in. His soul was about to be ripped right out of his flesh. The sight was terrifying beyond words. So powerful. As expected of the Merman Prince Arthur, gifted with both water and with spiritual roots. It seemed everyone had underestimated the true strength of Feng Yueling's several husbands, mostly because, ever since the emperor's daughter had arrived, they had been constantly battered and left with injuries, unable to fight back against a so-called waste. Naturally, this had led everyone to form the wrong impression. That they were weak. Enough. Zongrong shamelessly intervened. Humph. He shot Luochen a dark look. Luochen said nothing. Second senior brother. Are you all right? Dong Nuan was badly shaken. First senior brother, what's wrong with second senior brother? Yan Feng's face was icy. He glanced at Arthur. Though we're all of the same sect, Arthur Daoyou, your strike was far too ruthless. This was likely the first time Yan Feng had ever addressed a junior from another peak as Daoyou, fellow cultivator, proof of how truly angry he was. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Having had his soul forcibly ripped from his body, Miao Yi was in no condition to answer. He had long since fallen unconscious. This battle had left him grievously injured. This round, Alchemy Peak disciple Arthur is the victor. Daoyi announced the result. He also shot Arthur another look. Who would have thought this merman could be so merciless? Good. Good, good. Good, good, good. Alchemy Peak disciples jumped up and cheered, while the 10,000 Sword Peak disciples seethed in fury. Elder Dao Qing frowned deeply. Next match. Daoyi began operating the screen. And Alchemy Peak disciple Nangong Jing vs. 10,000 Sword Peak disciple Qixia. The moment these two names appeared, not only was Dao Qing angry, even Zongrong was furious. What was going on? Was this deliberate? They'd agreed on friendly matches, yet somehow the matchups kept pitting Alchemy Peak against 10,000 Sword Peak. If Dao Qing didn't know his eldest disciple Daoyi's character inside and out, even he would have started to suspect some kind of manipulation. Daoyi himself was a bit embarrassed. Luochen sighed. But compared to their worries, the disciples of both peaks were growing more excited. Today, they would beat their rivals until their parents wouldn't recognize them for all the oppression they'd suffered before. Humph. The 10,000 Sword Peak disciples, for their part, were convinced this match was in the bag. Their third senior brother was like a ghostly king of hell. Let these flashy peacocks of Alchemy Peak get a taste of the devil's embrace. Third senior brother, kill him. Yeah, third senior brother, finish him. Don't hold back. Chija sneered. Naturally. He would make these clowns reap what they'd sown. Dong Yuan glanced at the red-robed Nangong Jing, then at the sinister-looking Chija. Lowering her eyes to Miao Yi's battered form, she swallowed back the words she'd been about to say, asking Chija to go easy. After all, they liked hanging around that ugly freak Feng Yueling. Seeing Chija step onto the stage, she turned her face away, saying nothing. Up above, Feng Yueling, too, watched Nangong Jing, who had returned without her noticing, face off against the insidious Chija. Her brows furrowed tightly. Though the slimy man was only at late Foundation establishment, he could control all manner of dark forces, absorbing every evil thought to strengthen himself. Nangong Jing, even with his cultivation dropped, was still at early golden core. But he was overly meticulous and deeply suspicious by nature. There was no guarantee Chija wouldn't detect and exploit some trace of evil intent to completely suppress him. And, worse, her fourth senior brother didn't seem to have the talisman she'd given him, one specifically designed to counter Chija's curses. How was this going to work? Your Highness, no need to worry. Arthur, who had just returned, quickly spoke when he saw her solemn face. He had originally wanted to ask for a reward. After all, when eldest senior brother had won, she had given him a kiss. He still remembered. But Arthur was a man who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Seeing her grim expression, he didn't mention it. Yes, Your Highness' fourth senior brother is golden core stage. How could he possibly fear a mere late-stage Foundation establishment Chija Wen Wuheng joined in? Chen Zai said nothing. Underestimating an opponent was the greatest taboo in battle. So he only said, Your Highness, let's watch first. Feng Yueling pressed her lips together. They didn't know just how dangerous this slimy man was. Why did it have to be Nangong Jing against Chija? As it turned out, her worry was not unfounded. While Nangong Jing was still introducing himself, Chija immediately launched a curse. Thousand Wounds Curse. In an instant, a black rune shot straight toward Nangong Jing's face. Feng Yueling's fingers clenched tight. Nangong Jing shouted, Fire escape. He had been careless. Thinking his powerful foxfire could simply burn the black curse to ash. After all, his flames were hundreds of times stronger than ordinary fire. But he didn't realize that was exactly what his opponent wanted. The rune feared no fire. That ball of black curse power pretended to be burned away, seeming to vanish completely. Once Nangong Jing assumed it was nothing, the scattered black symbols instantly transformed into countless glowing characters wreathed in dark energy. And pierced straight through the blazing sea of flames into his body. Take root and sprout. Before Nangong Jing could even react, Chija once again cast a spell, deliberately tearing away his upper garment, instantly exposing Nangong Jing's once fair chest now covered with horrifying, gaping wounds. Ah! Many female cultivators were so frightened they couldn't bear to look. Sure enough, fourth senior brother hadn't brought the counter-curse talisman she had given him. Good. Good, good, good. Third senior brother, kill him. Your Highness. When Wuheng was sweating in anxiety, why hadn't fourth senior brother carried the special anti-curse talisman the Empress had given him beforehand? Even Arthur's gaze turned dark. Chen Zai looked at Feng Yueling again, so the Empress had foreseen this, which was why she had ordered them to carry the counter-curse talisman. Jin Xiaoyan looked even more shaken with fear. Luckily, her opponent wasn't Chija. This was just too terrifying. Normally, using such an evil curse would cause the caster to suffer a terrible backlash from its immense dark power, but because Chija had a special mutated dark spiritual root, no matter what kind of dark arts he used, he would never suffer backlash. That was what made him so terrifying. Seeing Nangong Jing's pupils shrink in rage because of the gaping wounds on his chest, Feng Yueling's heart leapt into her throat. She immediately sent him a voice transmission, Fourth senior brother, do not use illusion arts. But Nangong Jing didn't believe her. The more Feng Yueling told him not to use his illusion arts, the more determined he was to use his most prized skill. When Feng Yueling saw the smile curling at Chija's lips, her heart sank hard. Nangong Jing walking into the trap was undoubtedly courting death. Chija could manipulate all dark powers once inside his illusion. he could more easily pry into Namgongjing's darkest thoughts, and fourth senior brother would be tormented miserably. Feng Yueling sighed helplessly. Your Highness, why are you sighing? Qixia is already inside fourth senior brother's illusion. Just now was only because fourth senior brother got careless. Soon Qixia will be the one panicking. When Wu Hing clenched his fists, defending Namgongjing. Right, first senior brother? Zhenzhe didn't answer him, because his opinion matched Feng Yueling's. This fight would be bitter for fourth junior brother. Arthur sneered inwardly. That arrogant fox always thought the Empress's kindness was meant to harm him. She had given him 2 chances, and both times he didn't trust her. If he got played to death, he deserved it. Office? On the stage. Suddenly, Qixia leaned in close to Namgongjing. In a sickly, twisted manner, he actually licked Namgongjing's horrifying chest. Namgongjing's body went rigid, but he couldn't move a muscle. This action made the audience's scalps tingle. Elder Daoqing's old face darkened as he looked at Zongrong. What kind of twisted fetish does your disciple have? Zongrong only felt satisfied. Who cared what fetish he had, as long as he won? Lei Yuan and Baichuan exchanged glances. Luochen pursed her lips, clearly worried as well. Slap. Slap. After licking him, Qixia immediately turned hostile and slapped him twice. The disciples of the refining peak clenched their fists, shouting, Fourth senior brother, get up. Get up, fourth senior brother. Why isn't he reacting? Fourth senior brother's fallen into his trick. One disciple caught on. He must have tried to use his illusion on the opponent, only to get controlled instead. Second senior brother, well done. Keep going. That's right, second senior brother didn't give him a chance to breathe. Use all your trump cards on him. Yeah. Seeing the sickly man's eyes light up with excitement from the cheers of the myriad Sword Peak disciples, while Namgongjing stood there as if under a binding spell, unable to retaliate, Feng Yueling's brows furrowed. Qian Yu, let me see what's going on. Yes, host. The next instant, Feng Yueling was inside Namgongjing's illusion. This was supposed to be his territory. The familiar foxfire like molten lava was too hot to approach, yet Qixia had locked him inside a cage, and in his original fox form at that. Before her eyes, Qixia was whipping him. Beast, scream for me. Namgongjing, caged in iron, bared his fangs with a feral glare. But his beast body was tightly bound by countless black runes. Even so, he still instinctively tried to attack the man in front of him, but before he could touch him, the cage's sealing spell forcefully bounced him back. He crashed heavily to the ground. Looking closer, the iron cage even carried the power of lightning. And his chest was empty. His heart had been dug out. The hollow cavity burned with black flames, constantly corroding his flesh. His tail count was 8. This was an illusion both lucid and diluted. Lucid in that Namgongjing knew he had only 8 tails left, diluted in that if his heart were truly gone, how could he still be alive? Because of the Thousand Swords curse, the pain in his chest made him believe his heart had been taken, and the one who took it wasn't Qixia. It was her, Feng Yueling. When Qixia's face turned into hers, Feng Yueling couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Fourth senior brother, you're such an idiot. The red fox let out a primal animal snarl, clearly provoked. If you can hear me, that means you haven't rejected my entry into your illusion. You're the master of this realm, yet you let your prey turn the tables on you. If that's not stupid, what is? And you even mistake that disgusting thing for me. Open your fox eyes and see clearly that's not me. Fourth senior brother. Fourth senior brother. You can still hear fifth senior brother's voice? Namgongjing, if you dare lose this tournament, don't blame me for declaring war on the nine-tailed spirit fox clan. The moment Feng Yueling said this, the illusion froze in place. Good. As expected, his clan was his lifeline. Even if his hatred toward her had allowed Qixia to seize control, so what? As long as he still had something he cared about, he would know how to save himself. As the high priest of the Fox clan, if he couldn't even manage that, then what was the point of being high priest at all? When Feng Yueling's consciousness returned, Arthur immediately wrapped an arm around her waist, full of concern. Your Highness, that fox isn't worth you going to such lengths. He knew? Host, the merman can sense certain things from the pheromones on your body. It's not strange. Feng Yueling understood. Flame Sun explosive break. In the blink of an eye. Just as Qizha was about to humiliate Nangong Jing by forcing him to reveal his beast form for public amusement and completely shatter his dignity, and Dao Yi was preparing to declare Qizha the winner, the supposedly immobilized Nangong Jing suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. Qizha was completely off guard. After all, in his mind, the beast before him had already been caged in the illusion, unable to escape. And that was exactly why. When the scorching magma-like flames roared like a desperate beast, piercing the skies before turning back to strike him, instantly impaling his whole body. Qizha was still frozen in shock. Coughing blood, his expression was filled with utter disbelief. Third senior brother. Dongguan shouted loudly. It was useless. Qizha was indeed powerful. But his spell techniques were better suited for long-range attacks or sneaky moves from the shadows than close combat. The only reason he managed to land a direct hit on Nangong Jing in the first half was, in the end, because Nangong Jing had underestimated him. After all, Qizha was only at the foundation establishment stage, while Nangong Jing was at the golden core stage. Later, in the illusion realm, Qizha managed to turn the tables only because Nangong Jing, though appearing indifferent, actually had a darker side and fears, which Qizha exploited. Now, though Nangong Jing had come to his senses, winning was still no easy feat. He had been struck by Qizha's 1,000 sores and 100 holes curse. This round of the competition, Refining Pale Peak's disciple Nangong Jing wins. Oh. Good, good, good. When Dao Yi announced Nangong Jing as the winner, the Refining Pale Peak disciples all cheered excitedly. Absolutely glorious. The Sword Peak disciples had been completely crushed by Refining Pale Peak's inner sect disciples this time. 3 consecutive wins. How could they not be proud? Luochen personally stepped onto the stage. Xiao Jing, let your teacher see that curse on your body. Nangong Jing quickly put his clothes back on and respectfully said, Thank you for your concern, master, but your disciple is fine. Let me see. Inexplicably, Nangong Jing glanced in Feng Yueling's direction. Unfortunately, Feng Yueling was also looking at him. Xiao Jing. No need, master. Luo Chen, a little angry, directly took him away from the square. Next round. Refining Pale Peak disciple Wen Wuhing vs 1000 Talisman Peak disciple Dao Shang. Your Highness, it's my turn. Feng Yueling grabbed him. 5th senior brother, do you listen to me? Wuhan Golf Course Wuhing listens to your Highness. Feng Yueling smiled. Good. The talismans I placed with you in this match, use them freely. Even if you use them all up, it's fine. Understand? Ah? Wen Wuhing froze for a moment. After realizing, he grinned foolishly. Okay, your Highness. Wuhing will definitely win. Then do exactly as I say. As she finished speaking, she kissed him. Wen Wuhing's cat ears twitched shyly. Ding. Target character Wen Wuhing's favorability plus 20. Current favorability progress, like 30%. I will, your Highness. Your Highness, what about Arthur? As soon as Wen Wuhing went down to the stage, Arthur pulled her into his arms again. Then pointed to his lips. Beside them, Chenze had already lost patience with him. He used a gilded phantom technique to pull Feng Yueling over. Your Highness, Chenze thinks it's more important right now to watch 5th junior brother's match. Chenze's face was calm, but his hand on her waist was stiff. Clearly, he was worried she would reject him on the spot. Or even push him away. He looked domineering. But even his breathing carried a cautious undertone. Arthur, watching as the woman in his arms was snatched away. His eyes darkened. Senior brother, what are you doing? Don't forget. You cultivate the emotionless path. He sent a voice transmission to Chenze. Chenze pressed his lips together. So what? Your Highness isn't just your Highness. Humph. Arthur sneered. Let's hope when your golden core shatters from feelings, you won't come crying that you regret it. My business is none of your concern. You. While Feng Yueling blinked at Chenze's cold, handsome face. The two men had already exchanged several verbal blows in secret. Senior brother, are you jealous? She asked. Ding. Target character Chenzai's favorability plus 10. Current favorability progress, neutral 80%. Please maintain. Feng Yueling curled her lips. Senior brother, do you know? I really like. Then she kissed that cold face. Chenzai's icy blue pupils widened sharply. The subtle emotions he had long kept buried felt as though they were about to sprout. Ding. Target character Chenzai's favorability plus 20. Current favorability progress, affection 0%. Excellent work, host, please keep it up. Ding. Target character's favorability has risen to affection. Task rewards issued, 10,000-year purple gold Moro spirit fruit times 1, premium fire element technique times 1, obedience pills times 3. Automatically stored in host's inventory, please check yourself. Usage of 10,000-year purple gold Moro spirit fruit, eat directly. Can help metal element spiritual roots break through from golden core perfection to nascent soul stage. Usage of obedience pill, swallow. The one who takes it will see the giver as their master, obeying any command. Duration, 1 day. When she saw the fire element technique, Feng Yueling smiled knowingly. But upon seeing the obedience pills, she grinned even wider. This is good, this is very good. Who should I use it on? She smiled mischievously. Your Highness. Arthur suppressed his desire, his sapphire eyes glimmering with pitiful watery light, so beautiful it could kill. Feng Yueling swallowed. Please, don't do that. Don't keep seducing her. She couldn't take it. 3 angle. Humph. Chenzai noticed that Feng Yueling didn't reject his touch, even saying she liked it. He felt an unexplainable joy. A special kind of obsession. The kind of obsession with having her eyes on him alone. He shielded her as they turned to watch the match on stage, leaving Arthur with only a cold expression. Black killing intent swirled faintly around Arthur. Damn white tiger. Feng Yueling had just thought about glancing at her second senior brother. But Chenzai's tall figure blocked her view. Find better to focus on fifth senior brother's fight. The reason she told Wen Wuheng to use talismans was because he had no spiritual root. But his speed was extremely fast. Dao Shang was the only person in the entire Qingyun sect without a spiritual root yet still accepted by Dao Qing as an inner sect disciple. And in the original plot, he was the most powerful body cultivator. Even without a spiritual root, his future fame would rival that of Dao Yi, the talisman master. Fortunately, Wen Wuheng was unlike Nangong Jing. He listened well to Feng Yueling's instructions. After the two exchanged greetings, when his opponent immediately attacked with a whirlwind kick, Wen Wuheng instantly threw out an immobilization talisman. Shameless! What the heck? Just now, senior brother Dao Yi went on stage without using talisman schwatz with this earthroot cultivator? Can't you use your own strength? Exactly. Our third senior brother doesn't even have a spiritual root and still fights so honorably. You have a spiritual root and are even a late-stage foundation establishment earth element cultivator. What's your excuse? The 1,000 talisman peak disciples were furious. Using their senior brother's talismans against their own third senior brother, what a disgrace. Senior brother, why did you even give him a stack of talismans? Now look, he's using them against our third senior brother. You happy now? Dao Yi. Even Feng Yueling hadn't expected that among Dao Yi's fangirls, there would be a few toxic solos who would attack even their own senior brother for this. Han. Hilarious. Wen Wuheng was all the more steadfast. No matter how fiercely the 1,000 talismans peak disciples cursed from the sidelines, his face didn't turn red, nor did his heart skip a beat. When he saw Dao Shang charging toward him again, he immediately flung out a wind-summoning talisman, blowing the man away so hard that... Damn it, that pisses me off. I'm gonna explode. Hell, can you at least have some shame? Some of the 1,000 talismans peak disciples were so enraged they literally jumped up to curse. The alchemy peak disciples on this side were not to be outdone. What kind of manners do you people from 1,000 talismans peak have? Getting so worked up over a talisman? Yeah. Glass hearts, huh? One touch and you shatter? Does the tournament have any explicit rule against using talismans? No, right? You talisman scribblers, this is called outsmarting your opponent, okay? You call this outsmarting? You alchemy people really have no shame. Ugh, my temper. 1000 Talisman's peak disciple couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing alchemy peak acting so shameless, he rolled up his sleeves and started brawling with the disciple next to him. The sight nearly made Elder Dao Qing's hair fall out. He was truly distressed. If you've got the guts, have your third senior brother use talismans too. We've got no objections. Hearing that, Dao Shang, famed for his speed, almost lost his composure. Especially since the brat across from him was fighting dirty. Seeing him attack again, the kid just kept hurling talisman after talisman without mercy, clearly intending to grind him down in a war of attrition. Dao Shang was so furious he went all in. He unleashed his ultimate move, the spiral style. In an instant, he transformed into an invisible tornado, the fierce wind charging straight toward Wen Wuheng. Feng Yueling grabbed Qinzai's hand, his gaze flickering. With a loud boom, Wen Wuheng used his strongest defense, an immense, sturdy earthen wall shot up from the ground. But his opponent's strength was formidable, and seeing Dao Shang about to tear through his best defense, Wen Wuheng didn't hesitate to fling out an explosive talisman. Chow! Dao Shang was desperate now. Even if he got blown to bits by a golden core level explosive talisman and ended up covered in soot, he was still determined to grab Wen Wuheng and beat him to a pulp. That gave Wen Wuheng a fright. He mercilessly slapped out 5 explosive talismans in a row. Boom! 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 The stage was filled with flying dust. Dao Shang could bear it no longer. Predator's 10 strikes activate. From within the dense smoke, Dao Shang's hair stood on end in rage, his body exuding a murderous aura so thick it almost materialized, fierce wind swirling around him. His black eyes turned blood red. It was over. Fifth senior brother had really made him mad this time. But just as Dao Shang, with absolute strength, was about to turn Wen Wuheng into a meat patty, Dao Yi activated the path of purgatory. A Shura wreathed in black flames appeared and grabbed the berserk Dao Shang. He had actually activated path of purgatory at a time like this. Feng Yueling was shocked. And not just her. All her beast husbands, and everyone else present, were equally stunned. Qinzai's breathing hitched for a moment. Even male lead Yan Feng couldn't hide his surprise. Who would have thought that Dao Yi, normally as showy as a peacock, possessed such terrifying strength? Dao Qing stood up from his seat. His beady little eyes were full of delight. Good, good, good. The brat had even kept it from him. Female lead Dong Yuan was full of admiration. Senior brother Dao Yi was actually this strong. Arthur's body tensed. That flashy peacock was not to be underestimated. Wen Wuheng was dumbfounded. He hadn't, 0-0, even admitted defeat yet, and probably wouldn't have. Why was Dao Yi interfering? The other peak masters all looked gratified. Not bad, the younger generation is truly promising, said Bai Chuan. Indeed, senior brother, your disciple is still the most outstanding, Lei Yuan said without batting an eye. Dao Qing stroked his beard, grinning from ear to ear, the earlier gloom gone. Of course. Zongrong said nothing. His own beloved disciple Yan Feng was also hiding deep strength, just didn't want to show off in front of these people. Third junior brother, you've already lost. Dao Shang was incredulous. You stepped outside the red ring. At that, Wen Wuheng and Dao Shang both looked toward the ring's boundary fence, and sure enough, at some point, Dao Shang had been blasted out by one of Wen Wuheng's explosive talismans. He was livid. This time, he was truly mentally shattered. You just wait. Sure thing. You. Your Majesty, I won. Wen Wuheng cried. Feng Yueling smiled and nodded. This round, Alchemy Peak Disciple Wen Wuheng wins. Yes. Good, good, good. The Alchemy Peak Disciples all cheered. The 1000 Talismans Peak Disciples collectively flipped the bird. Shameless. Disgraceful. Next round, Alchemy Peak Disciple Jun Xiaoyan vs 1000 Talismans Peak Disciple Dao Mo. When Dao Yi announced the next 2 contestants, and the screen displayed the same, everyone was stunned. Well, what do you know, this year's tournament really was bizarre. It was a total grudge match now. Feng Yueling immediately turned to Jun Xiaoyan. Senior sister, we've already won several matches in a row. You don't have to feel pressured. Jin Xiaoyan smiled and responded. She knew. She had only entered the tournament because Feng Yueling was competing. There was no way she'd risk her life over a mere win or loss. 1000 Talismans Peak Disciple Dao Mo. Alchemy Peak Disciple Jin Xiaoyan. Dao Mo Top Grade with Spiritual Root, Peak Foundation Establishment. True to his name, the genius youth could make any image he drew come to life and attack his opponent. Jin Xiaoyan, an alchemy prodigy, also a peak foundation establishment. But her expertise lay solely in pill refinement. Truthfully, aside from Feng Yueling and her beast husbands, every other alchemy peak inner disciple specialized only in alchemy. This was why, despite being full members, they never participated in big matches like this, and were always beaten down by disciples from other peaks. They spent all their energy on studying alchemy. Their combat power was not impressive. Other peaks relied on their pills to skyrocket their fighting ability, but in the end, they mocked these top-tier healers. Weak as hell. Infuriating, isn't it? Still, Dao Mo was a man with some same-sect courtesy didn't use his strongest moves on Jin Xiaoyan. The two of them just sparred lightly. Up to this point, this was the first match where both sides truly stopped at just enough. Elder Dao Qing praised them wholeheartedly. He even suggested all subsequent contestants should follow this example. The other peak disciples? No way. What, so all those beatings their 10,000 swords peak took earlier were for nothing? Does that mean they're just good at taking hits? The 10,000 swords peak disciples were fuming. This matter could not be let go. This round, 1000 Talismans Peak Disciple Dao Mo wins. Yay! Awesome! The 1000 Talismans Peak Disciples were full of fighting spirit. Next round. Beast Taming Peak Disciple Li Xiaocheng vs Treasure Peak Disciple Jiangning. 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 Senior brother. Senior brother. Senior brother. The Beast Taming Peak and Treasure Peak disciples were all fired up. Even before the two on stage had made a move, the spectators were already chanting slogans. Sixth junior sister, I've let you down. Jin Xiaoyan came down from the stage looking crestfallen and walked over to stand beside Feng Yueling. Not at all. It's just a match. Winning or losing isn't important. What matters is taking part, right? Feng Yueling said seriously. Jin Xiaoyan suddenly smiled. Exactly. You really get me, sixth junior sister. Feng Yueling grinned. Of course. We're close, aren't we? Naturally, I understand you. She had known her senior sister was a broad-minded person and wouldn't brood over it, and indeed, that was the case. Even though she had destroyed Hong Yuan for Jin Xiaoyan's own good, the latter hadn't blamed her for doing it without her knowledge. Instead, she'd spoken up for her. Because of that, Feng Yueling was genuinely moved. Senior sister, I'll get you a refining furnace of Thusanno, 10,000 times better than Hong Yuan. Feng Yueling had already decided to get her hands on the Heaven-tier furnace in the Nine Wastelands secret realm and give it to Jin Xiaoyan. At the mention of Hong Yuan, Jin Xiaoyan sighed involuntarily. No need. I'm rather sentimental. Even though Hong Yuan's foundation was damaged, Elder Lei Yuan says it's not impossible to repair it, so you don't need to worry about it. I don't blame you. Feng Yueling frowned. It could be repaired? She glanced at Lei Yuan. So that meant Hong Yuan was currently at Treasure Peak? If so, then since her illusionary immortal bell and heaven-sundering red umbrella also needed repairs, why not? A sly glint flashed in her eyes. If that troublesome thing wanted Lei Yuan to fix it. Heh. She hadn't agreed to that. Your Highness. Over on the side, when Wu Hing hesitated for quite a while before finally shuffling over in small, embarrassed steps. Seeing his bashful expression, Feng Yueling naturally knew what he meant. She felt a bit awkward after all. Jin Xiaoyan was still standing right there. Feng Yueling coughed softly into her hand and lowered her voice. Fifth senior brother, I still have something to discuss with senior sister. Why don't you go wait for me over there? Pleased with this answer, when Wu Hing happily went to wait on the side. Then Arthur came over. Without hesitation, he slipped an arm around Feng Yueling's waist. Greetings, senior sister. Jun Xiaoyan, dot. Cough, cough, hello, junior brother Arthur. Len Wuhing, dot. Could second senior brother be any more shameless? Did he think the Empress belonged to him alone? But since the Empress had just agreed to something for him, Wen Wuhing couldn't make a scene and instead sulked in a corner, grinding his teeth. The white-robed, ethereal Chenzhe stiffened slightly, his eyes flickering with suppressed emotion. He was still holding himself back. Upon seeing Arthur's actions, he didn't lash out. Arthur shot him a provocative look. What? Aren't you going to fight me for the Empress? Chenzhe's fingertips turned faintly white. He didn't answer, just turned and left this battlefield of love. Watching him go, Arthur's expression was smug. That's more like it. What could a big cat cultivating the emotionless Tao possibly use to fight him for the Empress? His life? Arthur's lips curved into a wicked smile just in time for Feng Yueling to catch him in the act. His smile froze for a second, then he instantly switched to playing innocent. Your Highness, it was senior brother who left on his own. It's not Arthur's fault. Feng Yueling, underscore? Do I look like I believe you? Just then. The arm Arthur had around her waist was suddenly hit by a bone-piercing chill. Before he could react, his whole hand had frozen into solid ice. He turned his head and saw Mo Xian, who had somehow returned without his notice. Mo Xian stood with arms folded, exuding a murderous aura, looking down at him with contempt. You stinking snake. You dead salted fish. Try acting up again and see what happens. You're asking for it. Arthur tried to melt the ice with water, but it didn't work. Looking at his frozen hand, he angrily leapt forward. Instantly, giant trees shot out of the ground, their lush branches twisting into countless vine whips that lashed toward Mo Xian. Mo Xian casually waved his hand, and the sky rained countless thick ice arrows, pinning the writhing vines firmly to the ground. Arthur sneered. Silver torrent surge. A tsunami-like torrent of boiling water blasted upward from his palm and then crashed toward Mo Xian with incredible force. Absolute ice seal. Second senior brother. Third senior brother. Seeing them start fighting without a word, Wen Wuhing looked flustered. Sixth junior sister, aren't you going to do something? The left side had already turned into an ice mountain. If someone didn't know better, they might think they'd wandered into the wrong arena. Compared to the official duel in the central square, the left side really looked more like the main event. Jun Xiaoyan also spoke up awkwardly. Feng Yueling, dot. How was she supposed to intervene? She snuck a glance over. Mo Xian, at the early nascent soul stage, was suppressing Arthur completely, though the latter would probably survive. Besides, with Arthur's scheming nature, he was hard to kill. Second senior brother, don't hold back against him. While Mo Xian and Arthur's battle had attracted a number of spectators, Lei Jiukui, being Jiang Ming's junior sister, was naturally focused on the official match on stage. Feng Yueling followed her gaze to the duel already underway. Beast taming peaks Li Xiaochang possessed triple spiritual roots of water, wood, and earth. Though his talent and cultivation weren't top tier, he had already contracted a level 5 spirit Biasta swallowing sky Suna when he was only at the early foundation stage. At the moment, however, the Swanee clearly wasn't very cooperative, probably not yet fully tamed. Calling it out so rashly now made him look tense and awkward. When he commanded it in battle, his smile carried a hint of ingratiation that made onlookers' scalps tingle, but it also showed that he did indeed have a beast-taming gift. In this world, spirit beasts are ranked from level 1 to level 10. Levels 14, just beginning to develop intelligence, unable to speak, with cultivation equal to human foundation stage. Levels 57, begin forming a beast core in their dantian, equivalent to human golden core stage. Levels 89, equivalent to human nascent soul stage. Level 10, equivalent to late-stage deity transformation cultivators. However, even at level 10, a spirit beast cannot take human form. This is the fundamental difference between spirit beasts and the great beast clans. Swallowing Sky Swanee, give me some face today. It's the grand tournament. As long as you help me defeat my opponent, I'll do whatever you say from now on. Feng Yueling could actually hear the conversation between Li Xiaochang and the Swanee. She figured it was probably because she had already learned beginner beast taming techniques. Little brother, you go. Got it, boss. Feng Yueling, dot. Your Highness, what's wrong? Nothing. She looked again at Jiang Ning on the stage. His specialty was perfectly replicating his opponent's moves, so this match would definitely be a hard-fought battle it wouldn't end quickly. She thought for a moment. Fifth senior brother, you stay here and watch the match for now. When it's my turn, use a sound transmission talisman to let me know. Does the princess have something to do? What about second and third senior brothers? Wen Wuheng looked worried. Feng Yueling glanced toward Arthur and Mo Xian, only to see that Arthur was already trapped in a huge ice cage by Mo Xian. Just as she was frowning, Arthur dissolved into flowing water. Feng Yueling smiled. Her second senior brother was truly a hidden expert. They'll be fine. Don't worry. She still needed to repair her Shantian red umbrella and phantom immortal bell. And she had to find an opportunity to give that 10,000-year-old purple gold Malua spirit fruit to Chenzai so he could break through from late golden core to nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Then, princess. When Wuheng looked left and right, and when Feng Yueling wasn't paying attention, he quickly stole a kiss from her. Feng Yueling, Princess, please go. Wuheng will wait here for you. His cheeks were red all the way to his neck, and he didn't even dare to look at her. Feng Yueling hooked her lips into a smile. She wrapped her arms around Wen Wuheng's neck, tiptoed, and deepened the kiss. Their lips glistened. Wen Wuheng quickly turned from passive to active, kissing her until her body went soft, her breathing became rapid, and she nearly collapsed entirely into his arms. Watching from the side, Jun Xiaoyan's face burned as if it would catch fire. Omega? Such a lecher. She swallowed nervously for no reason. Why did it suddenly feel hot? Feng Yueling, By the time she realized that her eldest senior sister hadn't left yet, it was already too late. She'd forgotten she was still there. How embarrassing. Omega. Feng Yueling hurriedly ran away. Wen Wuheng was still immersed in the kiss just now, unable to extricate himself. When he came back to his senses and saw the princesses flustered, fleeing back, he smiled like a lovesick fool. Princess, the princess is so cute. Ding. Detected target Wen Wuheng's affection plus 20. Current affection progress, like 50%. Host, you're amazing. Feng Yueling took the opportunity to walk to Shanbao Peak's master, Lei Yuan. Uncle Lei Yuan. Oh, it's little Yuling. Does little Yuling have some business with me? Before Lei Yuan could even ask, Dao Qing, the sect leader sitting in the middle, hurriedly spoke up. That old man really knew how to make himself approachable. Feng Yueling smiled and greeted him. Greetings, sect leader. Seeing Bai Chuan also looking her way, she quickly added, Greetings, Uncle Bai Chuan. Good, good. Bai Chuan chuckled warmly. Zhong Rong wanted to look over, but worried Feng Yueling might ignore him, so when she didn't greet him, he pretended not to see her. Perfect. Feng Yueling didn't have to greet him at all. Sect leader, I have business with Uncle Lei Yuan. Please, continue watching the match. Seeing her so polite, Dao Qing nodded repeatedly. Good girl. What is it, little Yuling? Lei Yuan's face grew serious when he heard she was looking for him specifically. Feng Yueling smiled sweetly, then took out her Shantian red umbrella and phantom immortal bell. Here, could Uncle Lei Yuan please take a look? Can they still be repaired? Lei Yuan reached out and took them, looking a bit strained. These two heaven-grade treasures were just like the cauldron furnace that June girl brought earlier, both damaged at the core by heavenly lightning. This girl really had a knack for wrecking treasures. She'd ruined each one beyond recognition. Still, they could be fully repaired. They can be repaired. Is Yuling in a hurry? Feng Yueling asked in return, does Uncle Lei Yuan have a lot of other artifacts to repair right now? Not really, but your master specifically asked me to make sure your eldest senior sister's red abyss is fixed first. I'm working on that cauldron furnace now. Feng Yueling grinned. Can I take a look? Lei Yuan nodded. Of course, but the red abyss is still on my peak, not with me. I see. Then I'll leave these two treasures with Uncle Lei Yuan for now, and in a few days I'll come to Shanbao Peak to pick them up. Oh, and Uncle Lei Yuan, how many spirit stones will the repairs cost? No need, no need. Lei Yuan quickly waved his hand. That won't do. then, I'll pay when I pick them up. Please take care of the Shantian red umbrella and phantom immortal bell for me. You child. So courteous. Lei Yuan chuckled. After settling the repair issue, Feng Yueling saw that the next round wouldn't start soon, so she summoned the Thunder God Sword and flew toward her eldest senior brother's cave residence. Before long. Eldest senior brother? Feng Yueling called once outside Qinzai's cave. No response. Eldest senior brother, are you not here? Still no response. Qianyu, is Qinzai not in his cave? He's here, host. Then why isn't he answering me? He's meditating. Host, you should go in. Meditating? Then I'll come back another time. No, host, go in. Feng Yueling, Qianyu, are you trying to trick me again? How could I? Trust me, host, go in. Feng Yueling ground her teeth. Is he in heat? Host, how did you know? Feng Yueling, Well, not exactly in heat's deliberately suppressing his inner desires. Right now, he's enduring the torment. Feng Yueling, And how exactly was that any different from being in heat? Forget it. He was a target she would have to win over sooner or later. Why not go in now? She hadn't petted the big white tiger yet. She wondered how it would feel. And if she could ride him, it'd be even cooler. Oh. Thinking this, she stepped into Qinzai's cave. At first sight, her heart skipped a beat. Qinzai was sitting cross-legged on an ice lotus, his upper body bare. His silver-white hair was loosely tied with a simple ornament, with 2 strands falling casually over his shoulders, part immortal, part seductive. His eyes were closed at the moment. His fine brows were slightly furrowed. A thin layer of frost had formed over him. His skin was as white as porcelain. His lips were soft pink. Because he was meditating atop the ice lotus, a keep-out chill radiated from him, yet steam rose from his toned chest. Ice and fire in one body. Whatever he was thinking of. A faint blush crept up his face, while 2 drops of cold sweat slid from his brow, tracing down the ridges of his abs to disappear below. It was enough to make one blush and heartbeat quicken. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Feng Yueling blinked. Pfft. A mouthful of dark blood spilled from Qinzai's lips. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong? She hurried forward to check his condition. But he caught her hand, his ice blue eyes hiding something about to break free, his voice hoarse and low, Princess. Feng Yueling froze. It's me, eldest senior brother. Then she saw that impossibly handsome face draw closer and closer, until finally, a pair of soft lips pressed directly against hers. MMPH. One of his hands held the back of her head firmly. The other arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Before she even knew what was happening, Qinzai had already kissed her into a dazed, breathless state. Your Highness, Qinzai. His longing gaze made Feng Yueling's heart race in panic. She was panting softly. Senior brother. May I, Your Highness? He was so gentle, those ice blue eyes seemingly able to bewitch the soul. Feng Yueling couldn't help but swallow. Senior brother, can I ride you? Qinzai's body jolted violently. The ice blue pupils gradually deepened, faintly carrying excitement. Beast form? Feng Yueling's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded wildly. Senior brother, I've wanted to ride you for so long. Hurry and transform if you carry me out, it'll be the coolest thing ever. She wasn't sure if she saw it wrong, but in the cold eyes of Qinzai, she caught a fleeting look of indulgent fondness. As long as Your Highness likes it. Ding. Target character Qinzai's affection plus 20. Current affection progress, 20%. Host, please keep it up. Then she witnessed the scene of a living man transforming into a giant white tiger. Feng Yueling eagerly climbed on. She buried her face deep into the silvery white fur, each strand soft and lustrous, while her hands mischievously roamed all over Qinzai's body. She gave him a firm ruffle. Only when she noticed Qinzai's body stiffen slightly did Feng Yueling smile innocently. Here, senior brother, this is for you. A 10,000-year purple gold Mayua spirit fruit that can help you break through from golden core great perfection to nascent soul early stage. How's that? happy? I came here especially to give it to you. Your Highness. His ice blue eyes trembled faintly. Ding. Target character Chenze's affection plus 30. Current affection progress, 50%. Host, please keep it up. Hearing Chenyua's broadcast, Feng Yueling grinned and rued Chenze several more times. Who knows when she'll get another chance to ruffle him like this again. After all, her cold and restrained senior brother was a very reserved man. She had to seize the opportunity. But then. Your Highness, hold on tight, we're going out. Feng Yueling, Senior brother, what did you say? Didn't your Highness want to ride Chenze for a spin outside? Feng Yueling, Omega? Really, senior brother? Senior brother was seriously spoiling her. Of course. As long as your Highness likes it, Chenze is willing. Feng Yueling. So happy. Finally, she could ride her beloved big white tiger out in style. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, / Ready? Senior brother, I really love you. Chenze chuckled lightly. Your Highness, the word love shouldn't be said so lightly, or Chenze will take it seriously. His ice blue eyes flashed with something. Something hard to read. Feng Yueling wrapped her arms around his neck and spoke seriously. Senior brother, you're handsome, noble, my senior brother, and my nominal husband. What's wrong with me loving you? I do love you, senior brother, you'll see in time. She kept chattering. Ding. Target character Chenze's affection plus 20. Current affection progress, 70%. Host, you're amazing. Keep going. Feng Yueling grinned. She gave all her good things to these few men. Wasn't that proof enough she cared about them? With time, they'd see her sincerity. Chenze seemed a little helpless. Where does your Highness want to go? Senior brother, put the spirit fruit away first. Chenze answered softly, Then the 10,000-year purple gold Maluo spirit fruit went into his storage pouch. However, Chenze didn't plan to eat it now, wanted to accompany the princess into the 9 Wastelands secret realm. If he consumed it now and advanced to nascent soul, he wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm. Feng Yueling didn't know this. She even told him that when he ate the fruit, he must let her know so she could help block his tribulation lightning. At that, Chenze suddenly turned back into human form. With a twist of his body, he wrapped an arm around her waist. Their posture was rather intimate. Your Highness, why would you want to block tribulation lightning for Chenze? Feng Yueling, Of course it was to absorb more lightning energy and boost her own cultivation. But out loud, she said, naturally, because I don't want to see senior brother get hurt. Ding. Target character Chenze's affection plus 20. Current affection progress, 90%. Host, please keep it up. Feng Yueling's lips curved in a smile. Last time you blocked Daoya's tribulation lightning, was it also because you didn't want him to be hurt? She caught a faint, dangerous note in Chenze's words. Feng Yueling's face turned serious. Of course not. How could he compare to you, senior brother? You're my husband. Blocking your tribulation lightning is because I care, because I love. Her lips were suddenly sealed. Your Highness, if you're lying to Chenze, then please lie to the end. For some reason, Feng Yueling's heart gave a painful throb. She clawed at him in protest. Looking up, she met those deep, affectionate eyes. Senior brother, why would I lie to you? With that, she straddled him directly. I really like you. Then she pushed him down onto the ice lotus, her hands rather domineeringly trying to intertwine fingers with his. But due to their height difference, it ended up as an awkward, twisted pose. Chenze let out a muffled laugh. The vibration made Feng Yueling's cheeks flush. Why you, what are you laughing at? Embarrassed, she asked. Your Highness, my dear princess, please never abandon Chenze, all right? It was as if he had gathered great courage, pulling her tightly into his arms. He buried his head deep in her neck. Feng Yueling was squeezed so tightly by his broad frame that she could barely breathe. When they looked at each other again, he kissed her fiercely. He held her head firmly, letting her receive this long-hidden affection in the most comfortable posture, until her gaze grew hazy. Just as they were both lost in the moment, he bit his tongue hard, suppressing that restless desire. Then he quickly dressed Feng Yueling back into the clothes he'd somehow removed, before lowering his voice, "Get on, Your Highness." He had already transformed into a majestic, awe-inspiring white tiger. Feng Yueling pouted. Seriously, who teases someone to the point of itching all over and then just stops? Who would understand? Annoyed, she kicked the ground and said petulantly, "I don't care, senior brother, you have to take me for 2 laps before we come back." Chenze muffled another laugh. The princess was so cute, why hadn't he noticed before that she could be this adorable? Ding. Target character Chenze's affection +20. Current affection progress, like 10%. Ding. Target character has advanced to like. Mission reward issued, 3 times invisibility talismans, deity transformation level or higher, 1 times Kunlun fan, magic artifact, 1 times blazing 7-leaf red lotus. Flame 7-leaf red lotus usage, consume directly. Note, just 1 petal of the flame 7-leaf red lotus can help a cultivator at foundation establishment peak advance to nascent soul stage. Feng Yueling. Looking at the items in her backpack, she was truly overjoyed this time. Eldest senior brother, let's go out. Alright. And so, this scene appeared at the alchemy peak. Feng Yueling rode in broad daylight on a majestic, awe-inspiring white tiger, swaggering straight into the grand tournament grounds. The sight made all the female cultivators blush and their hearts race, some were so distracted they couldn't even focus on the matches on stage. Heavens! Am I hallucinating? The aloof eldest senior brother actually let Feng Yueling ride on him? And in his beast form? I'm not seeing things, right? Senior brother Chenze actually let her ride him. That's senior brother Chenze? No way. Ah, I want a beast husband too. Several female cultivators covered their faces in envy, swaying side to side. Dongyuan bit her lip hard. Why? Why would senior brother Chen, such a cold and aloof person, willingly let her ride him? And in front of so many people. Feng Yueling didn't deserve it at all. Senior brother Chenze must have been threatened. Arthur and Mo Xian, who were locked in an intense fight, also noticed Feng Yueling. There was no helping it, their reputation was already well known, and now she was blatantly showing off, riding Chenze into the tournament grounds. It was almost impossible not to notice her. Wen Wuheng's body tensed. Eldest senior brother actually went this far? Is he also competing with me for the princess? Mo Xian and Arthur's expressions both turned dark. They exchanged a glance. Without a word, they both stopped fighting. At that moment, Nangong Jing, who had been taken away earlier by Luo Chen, returned and also saw the scene. His Adam's apple bobbed. There were things he wanted to say to Feng Yueling. But in Feng Yueling's eyes, there was only Chenze. Right now she was happily clinging to Chenze, looking completely dependent. Eldest senior brother, let's go somewhere else and look around. Alright. Princess. Nangong Jing followed after them. Behind them, Luo Chen's gaze darkened. He watched Feng Yueling's back as she rode the white tiger away. Yan Feng's expression was odd. Only Jin Xiaoyan and Lei Jiukui looked both excited and envious. Princess, please wait a moment. Feng Yueling turned her head and saw Nangong Jing looking defeated. Princess, I'm sorry. Feng Yueling really wanted to pull out some sunflower seeds to munch on while letting him spill everything. Unfortunately, the system shop hadn't automatically opened yet, so she had no seeds to snack on. She just smacked her lips. Go on, tell me what exactly are you sorry for? Nangong Jing pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Feng Yueling gave an almost imperceptible sigh. Fourth senior brother, even now you still don't trust me. How about this, will dissolve our engagement, and I'll also lift the master-servant contract between us. Come here. Nangong Jing's steps felt weighed down like lead. Princess, that's not what I meant. Princess, you and fourth junior brother should have a proper talk. I'll go back to my cave and wait for you. Chenze knew that with Nangong Jing's personality, it was hard for him to apologize outright. So he took the initiative to leave. Feng Yueling thought for a moment. Eldest senior brother, will it still be possible in the future? She looked up at him expectantly. Omega? Chinza shifted back into human form and reached out to pat her head. As long as the princess wishes, anytime. Feng Yueling. From now on, she could summon Chinza whenever she wanted. Nothing was cooler than going out riding a majestic white tiger. Feng Yueling didn't hold back. She planted a quick smooch on Chinza's tempting lips, instantly making his gaze turn deep and dark. She thought that if it weren't for Gouging being present, Chinza, normally so proper, would have thoroughly bullied her, just like earlier in the cave, kissing her until her lips were swollen before letting her go. Feng Yueling was about to say something more when Gouging directly led her away. They arrived at his cave. Gouging was the first to break the silence. He immediately knelt before Feng Yueling. Princess, I'm sorry, it was my arrogance. I failed to honor my trust in you. Please punish me. Feng Yueling nodded. You are indeed arrogant and ungrateful. I told you to carry the rebound talisman I gave you, but you didn't. I told you not to use illusions, but you still did. So, if you treat me like this, you must also really want to dissolve our engagement, right? I agree, Gouging. Gouging's fingers clenched tightly. Princess, Feng Yueling pressed a finger to the center of his brows. Gouging froze. Feng Yueling began searching in her mind for the method to dissolve the master-servant contract. Closing her eyes, then suddenly opening them moments later, master-servant contract, dissolve. Immediately, a mark unique to the bond between the two flashed briefly at both their brows, then quickly dissipated into the air. Qianyue was silent for a long moment. Host, what are you planning? Princess, Gouging felt the suppressive force in his body vanish. But instead of relief, he felt no joy at all. On the contrary, his heart felt empty. What was happening? This was what he had always wanted. So why, now that he had gotten it, did he feel so flustered? This is upper realm fine nectar that can remove the 1,000-wound curse from your body. And this petal of the flame 7-leaf red lotus can help you advance to early nascent soul when you reach golden core peak. Since we were engaged, this is the most I can do to help you. Fourth senior brother, you are free. From today on, we have nothing more to do with each other. Feng Yueling poured half a bottle of the fine nectar into another empty bottle and handed it to him, along with one petal of the fire attribute flame 7-leaf red lotus. Then she turned to leave. Princess, I cannot dissolve our engagement. Feng Yueling sighed. Alright, when you do want to dissolve it, just come find me. Looking at his increasingly pale face, Feng Yueling didn't linger. She left. Ding. Target character Gouging's favorability plus 50. Current favorability progress, dislike 89%. Ding. Target character has successfully advanced to dislike stage. Task reward issued, Nether Ice Ganoderma 3. Nether Ice Ganoderma usage, consume directly to greatly enhance ice attribute cultivation. Ding. Target character has advanced 1 level in all stats. Automatically unlocking the spatial mall for host. Note, all goods in the spatial mall must be exchanged with points. Feng Yueling rubbed her hands together. Perfect. The mall was finally open to her. She immediately opened the spatial mall interface. Seeing the dazzling array of goods, not only everything needed for cultivation in this world, but also all kinds of items from her original modern world, just as she had hoped. The corners of Feng Yueling's mouth curled up to her ears. First things first, she instantly converted 1 million points into cash, then exchanged them for some daily use beauty products to enhance her looks. She was going to be beautiful. She was going to be so beautiful. Oh. Just imagining herself later showing up with an impossibly gorgeous face. From now on, she could use her beauty to her heart's content. Feng Yueling was delighted beyond words. Host, why waste money on this? As long as you successfully capture one target character, you can immediately regain your peerless beauty. You won't need to touch up your face. This face of yours is already a natural beauty that could topple cities, and in this world, it will remain forever youthful. Feng Yueling came to a small creek. She began tidying herself up. Qianyue, you don't understand. Everyone loves beauty. She had been walking around every day with this ugly face while teasing her several beast husbands, and she felt guilty about it. The key point was she couldn't stand it herself. Before she had unlocked the space shop, it was one thing. But now that it was open, there was no way she'd let herself stay ugly any longer. Hadn't she barely looked in a mirror after the first time she saw her reflection? She was a die-hard face connoisseur. Then why not just complete the task as soon as possible? Qianyue suggests you go back to find Qinzhe now and finish what you left undone before. Feng Yueling. She deliberately avoided the topic. Talking about it stung her pride a little. At the critical moment, Qinzhe had fizzled out. Sigh. She just didn't have it. Why does the host want to dissolve the master-servant contract with Nangongjing? To win him over more easily, Feng Yueling said bluntly. Nangongjing was far too suspicious. If she didn't make him completely believe her, then even if she broke off the marriage alliance with the Fox clan, it wouldn't matter. Nangongjing would never believe she was kind-hearted enough to give him things for no reason. He would be certain she had an ulterior motive. Not only would he not be grateful, but he would guard against anything she gave him, just like with that talisman that countered curses. He hadn't dared risk putting it on because he didn't trust her. But once she removed the master-servant contract between them, he would no longer be restricted, and naturally wouldn't keep thinking she was plotting something against him. Qianyue, get me a mirror. Looking at her reflection in the water, Feng Yueling thought it must be the lake's surface playing tricks on her eyes. After covering up the black mark on her face, it suddenly looked strangely familiar. Her heart skipped a beat. Aside from the pair of black eyes tinged with deep blue, that fair, oval face was exactly the same as her own in the real world. A delicate nose, slightly upturned lips, deep blue-tinted eyes with a hint of mixed heritage, a curvaceous figure set off by her long, waist-length black hair. She was breathtaking. How could this be? Qianyue, why does this face look just like mine? Is that so, host? Must be a coincidence. Is it? Qianyue's mechanical voice was clearly a little unnatural. Forget it. Maybe it really was just a coincidence. Feng Yueling was not one to dwell on things she didn't like to overthink. Once she was dressed and ready, she still hadn't received Wen Wuheng's 1,000-mile transmission talisman. Seeing the sky gradually darken, she decided to consolidate her current cultivation and take a look at that fire element technique. She was a woman of action. At once, she plucked a petal from the blazing 7-leaf red lotus and put it in her mouth. It tasted pretty good, slightly sweet, and after she swallowed it, her fire spiritual root visibly became more active. Her spiritual power surged as well. Feng Yueling was overjoyed. She immediately sat down and entered meditation. After the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, Feng Yueling's eyes snapped open. Success! She had reached mid-stage foundation establishment. If only every cultivation session could be this fast. Why not eat another petal? Temptation 1. She ate a second petal and closed her eyes again. This time, in just half a stick of incense, she broke through mid-stage foundation establishment. Straight to late-stage foundation establishment. Her excitement grew. Holding her breath, she ate a third petal. However, after cultivating all the way until dawn, there was no further breakthrough. She opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Sure enough, haste makes waste. Looking at the 3 petals that remained, she put the blazing 7-leaf red lotus back into her bag before picking up the fire element technique to study. One glance, and her eyes lit up again. Why had she never seen either Dao Yi or Nangongjing, both fire users, use these moves? Did they not know them? Or were they incapable of performing them? She would try. Reading as she went, she quickly adjusted the fire element's spiritual power in her body and began attacking the lake surface. She trained for an entire day, yet Wen Wuheng never called her. Closing the book, Feng Yueling exchanged for some talisman paper and special cinnabar from the space shop. Then she took out her talisman arts manual and her Mountain River talisman pen, reading as she imitated the methods inside. It turned out that talismans weren't something you could just casually draw. They had to be completed in a single stroke. Any break in the lines or missing parts would ruin it. She ruined several sheets in a row before, just as her patience was about to run out, she made a casual stroke and produced a talisman glowing with golden runes. Success! Overjoyed, she realized so that's how it worked. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new skill. You are now a junior talisman practitioner. Task reward granted, 1 treasure chest. Please check it yourself. Before she could celebrate, the scene before her shifted wildly. She realized she had drawn a teleportation talisman. Where was it taking her? As uncertainty gnawed at her, the teleportation finished and the final image fixed into place was the snowy peak of a mountain. She fell with a plop into a lake. The water was icy cold, biting to the bone. Her teeth began chattering uncontrollably. All around her was a world of snow. But something beneath her felt soft and warm. It was as if she were sitting on something. Qianyue, where is this? Snow Dominion Peak. Snow Dominion Peak? Yes, host. Huh? What's this? A dragon tail? Realizing she had fallen into the lake and landed squarely on a silver-white, dragon-scaled tail, Feng Yueling froze. Sigma. This. Following the tail upward. She saw a cold, stunning face. The man had the same silver-white hair as Qinzhe, so beautiful it was criminal. It cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall, every strand sleek and lustrous. When he lifted his gaze, deep green eyes cold as moonlight met hers. Just one casual glance was enough to make a person fall into a 1,000-year frozen abyss, and yet one couldn't help but be captivated by such perfect cold beauty. This man before her was like a god, noble and untouchable. Even his figure was flawless, broad shoulders, narrow waist, perfect proportions. The slightly open robe exposed a chest so pale it seemed to glow. Feng Yueling felt her cheeks grow hot. Damn it! What was she thinking? At that moment, the man was holding a jade-boned gouging. In front of him was a tea table, making him look like an immortal from a painting, frozen in time. The other party's self-restraint was truly exceptional. At this moment, she was still sitting on his tail. He still kept an impassive expression. Without realizing it, she had been secretly staring at him for quite a while. Feng Yueling quickly slid down from his dragon tail. Whether out of panic or embarrassment, she accidentally touched somewhere she really shouldn't have. That dragon tail gave a small tremor. Ripples instantly spread across the lake's surface. The scene made Feng Yueling instinctively hold her breath, afraid that a single careless movement would ruin this picture-perfect moment. But just then, a familiar cramp struck her lower abdomen, accompanied by a sudden warm, wet sensation as something gushed rapidly out of her body. Feng Yueling's face instantly went deathly pale. Her body lost all strength. The metallic tang of blood quickly spread around her. Her mind froze for an instant. What's going on, Qianyue? Host, you've got your period. Feng Yueling. Are you kidding me? She was a cultivator now, why would she still have periods? Yes, host. The owner of the dragon tail seemed to notice the girl's strange condition. He had intended to flick her away with an unceremonious sweep of his tail, but in the end, he froze completely because of her abnormal state. You? Their posture was far too ambiguous. Feng Yueling. So humiliating, why did her period have to come now? She was still sitting on his dragon tail. Heavens above! What sin had she committed to deserve this? The man before her was none other than the saint ancestor master of Qingyun sect, the aloof, untouchable white dragon that not even the heroine Dong Yuan could seduce. And she had somehow ended up riding him. Just thinking about how the blood from under her skirt was freely soaking into his silver-scaled dragon tail made her want to die on the spot. How socially fatal could this get? Oh. Whether from emotional collapse or sheer embarrassment, the flow only increased enough to visibly stain half the lake's surface. You? He, for once, hesitated over his words. Feng Yueling. In heat? Feng Yueling. No, she was not. She could cry from frustration. It wasn't being in heat, it was her period. The saint ancestor's true form was a white dragon, so in essence, he was no different from Emo Xian and the others. However, because the dragon clan had protected the human race for 1,000 years, they differed somewhat from other great demon clans. In the eyes of many demon clans, a female's period was much like an estrus cycle, so misunderstanding was inevitable among demon and beast tribes. A female's period was the mating season. And female human cultivators, in essence, were still females to them. Just as Feng Yueling was about to faint from embarrassment, her body suddenly felt lighter. A snow-white, fluffy blanket wrapped tightly around her. She found herself in a cold, lonely embrace. Feng Yueling. Looking up at the Saint Ancestor White Dragon, whose presence was like a celestial being descending to the mortal world, her eyes flickered. She debated whether she should pretend not to know him. Realistically speaking, she shouldn't know him. In the original story, this Saint Ancestor Master was mentioned only briefly, a few strokes describing him as pure-hearted, aloof, abstinent, and breathtakingly handsome. More beautiful than most women. The kind of man whose beauty would be unforgettable after a single glance. Coupled with his untainted, icy demeanor, he was the very definition of irresistible. He was the unattainable white moonlight hidden deep in the heroine Dong Wan's heart, irreplaceable. His strength was formidable enough to rival her cheap father. And yet, here this aloof, ethereal master was holding her? While she was still dazed, the Saint Ancestor Master carried her to his Yushua peak. He set her down on the bed, then left. Feng Yueling looked around. The cave residence wasn't much different from Wen Wuheng's and the others: a jade bed, a stone table, a few stone stools, otherwise completely bare. Definitely the standard setup. She also noticed that her clothes had somehow been dried by the Saint Ancestor. She was debating whether to quietly slip away when the handsome master returned, now carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. "Drink this. You'll feel better," he said. Feng Yueling. After a moment, she awkwardly said, earlier I didn't mean to." Feng Yueling. Looking at the blackish soup in front of her, she politely refused. "No need, thank you." Feng Yueling might be a sucker for a pretty face, but she wasn't foolish enough to drink something from a stranger. Han, straight face. As much as he struck her right in the heart, her life was still more precious. Especially since she had just offended him. The book had barely mentioned him. Best to be cautious. "Your vigilance is impressive. But if I truly intended to harm you, how much chance do you think you'd have of escaping from me?" Feng Yueling. "It's not poisoned, hostage ginger and brown sugar. Feng Yueling. So this immaculate master actually knew about such things? He just read about it in a book. Feng Yueling. Fine, so she'd been overly suspicious. Still. Just as she reached out to take it. "Do you have a master?" She had only taken 2 sips, about to answer. "Drink this bowl of apprenticeship tea, and from now on, you'll be my one and only disciple." PFF. That was it? She hadn't agreed yet. And yet, the moment his words fell, Feng Yueling distinctly felt something like a mark flash across her forehead before vanishing. She was furious. In this world, there were 2 types of contracts that gave one party absolute control over the other. One was the master-servant contract she had with her beast husbands, allowing her to summon Shinzei and the others at will. The other was the master-disciple contract. Once she acknowledged someone as her master, she could never defy them. Unacceptable. If anything, he should be acknowledging her as master. And now she'd somehow ended up becoming his disciple over a bowl of ginger brown sugar. Even Luochen was only their nominal master. Her anger made the blood flow even faster. Her body felt utterly drained. Truly infuriating. Beauty was indeed a dangerous distraction. She had been careless, totally tricked by the Saint Ancestor. Feng Yueling was livid. "Host, no need to be angry, only took you in at your royal father's request. He's extremely skilled. Becoming his disciple isn't a loss for you. Even so, Feng Yueling was still fuming. "As your master, I won't use the master-disciple bond to make you do anything you don't wish to do. Don't overthink it." Feng Yueling. Humph. She turned her face away, refusing to look at him. "You rest first. I'll make you a simple version of a menstrual cloth." Feng Yueling. Did this man know what he was saying? "Host, he really knows how to make them." Feng Yueling. He just read a book about it. Feng Yueling. And he's planning to make you several different versions. Feng Yueling. Alright, enough. Stop tormenting her. But wait, how did he recognize her? She looked nothing like before now, not just her figure, but even the distinctive dark birthmark on her face had been covered up with makeup. Naturally, because you're the most special one, host. Feng Yueling. Alright, fine. If you don't know, you don't know. Even Qianyue's mechanical voice sounded awkward. Host, you'll be satisfied with this master. Before long. The Saint Ancestor Master came over holding a simple version of a sanitary pad, and in his other hand, a modern-style warm compress made from an herbal mugwort pouch. He walked over, fresh and radiant. Use this to warm yourself, it won't hurt as much. He placed the mugwort pouch on her lower abdomen and even reached out as if to massage her. Feng Yueling's whole body froze. She instinctively tried to move away. But the movement only made the smell of blood stronger. When she saw the blood beneath her, she felt mortified beyond belief. Seeing her resist, he didn't insist on massaging her belly. Instead, he handed her a sanitary pad made from real silk. Here, use this first. If it's not comfortable, I can improve it. Feng Yueling. Improve it? Sigma. Oh heavens. He actually made it. And it even looked professional. She had no idea where he'd gotten the cotton filling, but judging by how soft it looked, it probably wouldn't be too bad to use. Master, did you sew this yourself? When she looked up, the Saint Ancestor Master had already vanished. Taking advantage of the moment, she hurried to change. Just in that short span, she felt practically naked and had been caught like that by her never-before-seen master. Han, straight face. And he hadn't even blushed, calmly making her a modern warm compress and a sanitary pad. If she didn't know this handsome master was devoid of romantic feelings and incapable of loving anyone, she might have really thought he was interested in her. Most likely, he was taking special care of her because her cheap old father had asked him to. Actually, she'd wanted to just buy pads from the system store, convenient and hygienic, but in the end, she chose to use the simple version her handsome master had made. A master this thoughtful was rare. On their first meeting, she'd already embarrassed herself so badly. And not only had he been unbothered, he'd even been considerate. Naturally, Feng Yueling wouldn't hurt his feelings. Just as she'd finished changing clothes, he appeared again. Eat something first. Feng Yueling. Looking at the steaming bowl of vegetable and pork noodle soup before her, she went momentarily dazed. You don't like it? No, thank you, master. Eat up, then. Feng Yueling followed him over to the stone table in small, careful steps. Her mind still hadn't caught up. It felt strangely like coming home. Only when the fragrance before her made her swallow did she slowly pick up her chopsticks, lift a few strands of noodles, and see how springy they were, the broth rich and savory. She put them into her mouth, slurped, and was moved. It was the taste of home. The noodles were indeed chewy, and the broth fresh. But how had he made them? Had her cool, aloof master actually hand-pulled these noodles himself? The image was almost unreal. Yet these noodles were clearly freshly pulled. She forced down the odd feeling. Could this really be the handiwork of a man who seemed untouched by worldly concerns? When she turned her head, she saw her handsome master tidying her clothes and the blanket that had blood on it. He'd even laid several new layers of blankets on the stone bed and placed a pillow there. Then he picked up the clothes she'd changed out off by the look of it, not just to put them aside. Cough, cough, cough. She never imagined he'd handle her just-changed clothes and the blood-stained blanket. Startled, she choked on her soup and quickly said, Master, why you can put that down. I'll wash it for you. Feng Yueling. Why did that sound so natural coming from him? She couldn't even tell anymore who was the disciple and who was the master. Oh. She did still have some shame. And no need. That had blood on it, and more importantly, they were intimate garments. How could she let a master she'd just met wash them for her? She was his disciple now. Absolutely not. But it's fine. He left no room for argument. Feng Yueling. She didn't know what to do. The Saint Ancestor smoothly guided the stunned Feng Yueling back into the chair. The entire sequence was seamless. Feng Yueling. Looking at the noodle soup in front of her, the freshly made bed, the sanitary pad she was wearing, and the undergarments her master was about to wash for her. Hi. Omega? She suddenly felt her face heat up. And she found herself marveling. This wasn't the cold, aloof Master Qinglai. This was clearly a husband. In the modern world, he'd be top-tier diamond bachelor material. You couldn't find one like him even if you searched with a lantern. She had no idea such perfect men even existed. Cultured and capable, presentable in public, skilled in the kitchen. Could play the zither, cook, wash clothes, and even make sanitary pads like a clever little wife. Strong and accomplished. Pure in conduct. And he treated her, his disciple, quite well. He noticed everything. This master seemed not bad at all. Does my cooking suit your taste? Feng Yueling nodded obediently. It's delicious. MHM. If it's not enough, just tell me. It's enough. Here, put this here. He took the mugwort pouch from the stone bed and placed it back on her lower abdomen. And as he did, he gently rubbed her stomach. Feng Yueling. Back in her seat, she didn't dare move a muscle. Good grief, didn't this handsome master know about the propriety between men and women? His cool, clean scent lingered in her nose, making her breathing tighten. Was he seducing her? How could he be this considerate? A domineering air, yet laced with a warmth and tenderness impossible to resist. Damn it! How could she have thoughts like that about a pure, untouchable master? He was taking meticulous care of her, and she was thinking about pulling him down from his pedestal. Sinful, sinful, she hurriedly slurped her noodles, trying to distract herself. Fortunately, besides the noodles being delicious, the mugwort pouch was just the right warmth, with a light herbal scent that chased away much of the metallic tang in the air. Exhausted from a sleepless night and worn out by her period, Feng Yueling found her eyelids growing heavy under the comfort of her master's gentle touch. Feng Yueling collapsed directly into the Holy Ancestor Master's arms. Although the embrace was cool, since this was the master her cheap old dad had found for her and because the Holy Ancestor Master gave her a trustworthy feeling, it inexplicably made her feel at ease. She found a comfortable position and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Feng Yueling slept very soundly. When she woke again, it was already the next night. Her clothes were already stained with blood. By her side was a brand new set of clean clothes and several sanitary pads, which made her inexplicably embarrassed. In the cave dwelling there was also a steaming wooden bath barrel. This master, could he be any more thoughtful? She really did want to take a bath. She felt sticky and uncomfortable. Sure, she could just use a dust cleansing technique to tidy herself up, but it could never compare to the comfort of soaking in a nice bath. She glanced around. Master? Walking toward the mouth of the cave dwelling. Feng Yueling froze again. Behind the mountain was a vast stretch of white snow, yet before the mountain was a lush bamboo grove, and in one corner of the empty courtyard there was a small bamboo house that should be the kitchen? Right? Master, are you here? She called again. No one answered. So, Feng Yueling very matter-of-factly took off her clothes, ready to bathe. As luck would have it, just as she had washed her long black hair, stripped off her clothes, and was about to clean her body, the Holy Ancestor Master returned. The two locked eyes. Feng Yueling. The Holy Ancestor Master turned his head away. Disciple, next time you bathe, remember to set up a barrier. Feng Yueling. Master, could you temporarily look away? What do you want to eat tonight? Feng Yueling. Is now really the right time to discuss this? Her figure was top-notch, fair and tender skin, curves where they should be, and not a trace of excess flesh where it shouldn't be. Granted, the other party had no romantic feelings, so even if he saw her naked, he wouldn't think anything improper. But she would. After all, if a girl gets seen, someone has to take responsibility. Humph. Still, on the surface, Feng Yueling forced herself to appear calm. She pulled her clothes up to cover her spring scenery and said, Master, can you make braised pork? Yes. And maybe stir-fry a small dish? All right. Could I get a soup too? Fine. Then he walked over. You master. Feng Yueling stammered. When she saw his slender, jointed fingers reaching toward her, she instinctively held her breath and closed her eyes, and then her long black hair was let down by the Holy Ancestor Master. Feeling him use a dry towel to rub her hair, Feng Yueling instantly felt so awkward she could die. Hee hee. Just laugh it off. Thank you, Master. The Holy Ancestor Master glanced at her. Do I make you uncomfortable? He asked. Feng Yueling quickly replied, no. That's enough. Feng Yueling reached up and felt her hair, only to realize it was already dry. Thank you, Master. Watching the beautiful Master's back as he left, she let out a small breath, quickly tied her hair up with the heavenly silkworm red ribbon, then briskly washed her body. Soon after, she put on the fresh new clothes. Her belly still ached faintly, but it was bearable. Also, curiosity was gnawing at her. Feng Yueling soon headed to the small kitchen. Seeing the white-robed, snow-like, coldly handsome master flipping a wok spatula over the stove, Feng Yueling's lips curled upward without realizing it. When he glanced back, their eyes met. She awkwardly turned her head away. Whether it was because Snowy Peak was covered in ice year-round or for some other reason, the temperature here was far colder than other peaks, and at night it was as bright as day. Go sit outside, it's almost done. Feng Yueling. Okay. She obediently went to sit at the stone table in front of the cave dwelling. The Holy Ancestor Master served her 4 dishes and 1 soup, a plate of braised pork, a plate of greens, and aloof soup. Just from the colors, she could tell it would taste good. Feng Yueling asked curiously, Master, these greens, where did you get them? She had only asked casually. But unexpectedly, he had really stir-fried a vegetable dish for her. I grew them. Feng Yueling. Where? She hadn't seen any place here where vegetables could grow. I'll take you to see after you finish eating. You're not eating, Master? I'll wash your dirty clothes first. You eat. Feng Yueling. She grabbed his sleeve. Both of them froze. Feng Yueling didn't let go. Your stomach hurts again? Feng Yueling. Not really. But before she could answer, a warm palm was already pressed against her lower abdomen, and he skillfully began to massage it. Feng Yueling's breath quickened. Master. Wouldn't a mugwort compress be better? He asked. Looking at that utterly ascetic face, Feng Yueling pinched her own palm and muttered softly, it feels more comfortable when Master rubs it. She instantly regretted it. Why did she say that? So embarrassing. Why did she always get flustered in front of her beautiful master? Feng Yueling tugged at her own hair. A cascade of black silk spilled down instantly. Let me help you. Feng Yueling. Her master knew how to tie hair too. Was there any skill her master didn't have? Watching the gentle as jade master carefully help her arrange her hair, Feng Yueling couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and then couldn't resist asking, Master, are you like this with all female cultivators? Her voice was inexplicably muffled. The Holy Ancestor's hand paused slightly over her hair. He seemed to think seriously about what exactly his little disciple meant, then said slowly, I'm only like this with you. Hearing this, Feng Yueling's lips unconsciously curled upward. Still, she pressed on, was that the first time you made sanitary pads? Yes. Her smile deepened. What about tying hair? The first time as well. And rubbing bellies? The Holy Ancestor glanced at her. Snowy Peak has only had me for years. What do you think? He tied part of her hair with the heavenly silkworm red ribbon, letting the rest cascade down. A waterfall of black hair, with only the red ribbon for adornment. Paired with her elegant, plain dress, Feng Yueling's entire temperament instantly turned cold and refined. When she looked back, she was so beautiful it made one's heart skip a beat. The Holy Ancestor Master's dark green eyes flickered slightly. But Feng Yueling pretended not to understand his earlier rhetorical question. Who knows? Anyway, Master, when are we going to start cultivating? After all, she hadn't taken him as her master for nothing. Since she had, and especially since he had taken the initiative to counter-trick her, she naturally had to learn some real skills. ChatGPT to NOI. Show me the lightning techniques you know. Feng Yueling instantly perked up. Let's eat first. Master, we can eat together, and then you can teach me? Seeing her little disciple looking so expectant, the Holy Ancestor who never dined with anyone hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still nodded in agreement. A short while later. Master, hurry up and come over. The holy ancestor, who was about to wash Feng Yueling's change of clothes, glanced at the garments in his hands. Master, didn't you promise me? Fine, I'll teach you. He put the clothes back. When he came over, Feng Yueling immediately demonstrated one by one the lightning techniques she knew in front of him. Seeing his gaze turn deep, Feng Yueling asked uncertainly. Master, did I do it wrong? Your moves are flashy, but the actual damage is less than 10%. Feng Yueling. In short, he was saying she had all form and no real power? Feng Yueling refused to accept that. Master, do you want to try it yourself? She raised an eyebrow. A fleeting trace of tender affection flashed in his cold, stern brows. He didn't dodge or avoid it. Was as if he welcomed her newly learned lightning technique, 10,000-volt shock. She grabbed his hand and released her power. In an instant, an immensely powerful surge of lightning spread from her palm through his whole body, sparks crackling all over him. But instead of the scene she imagined, her master turned into a charred piece of coal, simply absorbed all her lightning. It was like setting off a dead firecracker. Feng Yueling finally realized her holy ancestor master was also of the lightning spiritual root. Since that was the case, she wouldn't just play small games with him anymore. Thunder God. The thunder god appeared. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The blade, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, was wrapped in countless strands of purple lightning, gleaming vividly right before the holy ancestor's eyes. The entrance was extremely flashy. Feng Yueling raised her brows. The thunder god is with you? Feng Yueling. Oops. She had forgotten before being refined into a sword, the thunder god had been prepared by this cold aloof flower before her as a gift to the female Li Dongwan, to be her life-bound weapon. Feng Yueling quickly sheathed the thunder god again. Defensively, she said, Master, the thunder god is mine. It's yours. You are my only disciple. Naturally, everything that belongs to me also belongs to you. Feng Yueling. Well, he said it himself. Master, say that again. What? Feng Yueling took out a memory stone and lightly cleared her throat. Everything that belongs to you belongs to me. The corners of his beautiful lips curved ever so slightly, showing emotion for the first time, instead of the usual cold indifference. Little girl, you have quite the schemes. You are my only disciple. Naturally, everything that belongs to me also belongs to you. Who am I? The holy ancestor master seemed to sigh helplessly. But still, he answered, saying exactly what she wanted to hear. My disciple, the human emperor's princess, Feng Yueling. Feng Yueling grinned. And she replied in turn. And you are this princess's only master, the holy ancestor by long. Master, from now on, you can call me by my name Yueling. Heh. His chuckle was hidden inside a cool gentleness. Looking at the white-robed, jade-crowned, tall, and graceful holy ancestor before her, Feng Yueling froze for a moment. He was truly beautiful. She turned her face away, not looking at him. Kicked the ground lightly. Master, can you tell me why you said that just now? Even though her master was beautiful, the way he had dismissed her ultimate technique still rubbed her the wrong way. The most important core of lightning arts is controlling it. Feng Yueling blinked. Controlling what? Lightning. As the word fell, Feng Yueling saw her master flicker out of sight and back again, now holding a strand of purple heavenly lightning in his hand. She was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, he had caught a strand of purple heavenly lightning with his bare hands. Oh, come on. She knew this man was powerful, but she hadn't expected this level of skill. She looked up at the starry night sky. No thunder, no rain. No one undergoing tribulation. No one using a lightning-attracting talisman. Where on earth had he just caught a purple heavenly lightning from? Feng Yueling frowned. Strange, isn't it? She nodded. Your disciple truly doesn't know. Please enlighten me, master. Ordinary cultivators really can't sense the existence of lightning, unless they're undergoing tribulation or being struck. But you, being of the lightning spiritual root, even without thunder cloudsia, should still be able to sense its existence. Feng Yueling. She seriously suspected her gentle master was secretly mocking her. But she had no proof. This purple heavenly lightning is your meeting gift from me. With that, the holy ancestor placed the purple lightning in her hands. And sure enough, this thing also practiced social hierarchy. In his hands, it had been as docile as a little purple quail, like a natural work of art, motionless. But in hers, it instantly began crackling with sparks, fiery and fierce. Feng Yueling smacked it twice. What the hell? You want to be a snack for my thunder god? The thunder god immediately popped out, grinning wickedly at it. The purple heavenly lightning instantly tucked its tail between its legs. It wilted. Feng Yueling smiled happily. So timid and cowardly, huh? Then I'll call you Era. The purple lightning was smart. It shook its head frantically, then floated into the air and turned into a little purple cloud. Unexpectedly, it even had eyes and a mouth. Feng Yueling was utterly smitten. So cute. The little purple cloud floated back and forth in front of her. You're so cute, I'll call you Ziyun. Ziyun was very satisfied, nodding eagerly. Master, I like it very much. Feng Yueling smiled sweetly. The holy ancestor's eyes darkened slightly. His voice was still calm and waveless. From now on, you'll stay here. When you manage to catch a heavenly lightning, the restriction here will be lifted. Then he left. Restriction? Feng Yueling raised an eyebrow. Probably he was just worried she wouldn't work hard. Totally unnecessary. She looked at Ziyun. Catch a heavenly lightning? If her master could do it, then so could she. After all, they were both lightning spiritual roots. Ziyun, go shake a few heavenly lightnings down here so your master can catch them. Ziyun shot into the sky, proud and fierce. The imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Even with the same lightning root, catching a strand of purple heavenly lightning with her bare hands was extremely difficult. To think she'd even had this idea before. Back when Mo Xian was undergoing tribulation, she'd thought about trying to grab one with her bare hands. By then, those heavenly bolts of lightning, which at first had been caught by Feng Yueling and forced to scatter, seemed to feel that their authority had been provoked. They began to fight back. Like a sky full of stars, one after another, thick bolts of violet lightning fell from the heavens, striking Feng Yueling until she was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, her hair a wild mess, her clothes in tatters. She even spat out a mouthful of thick smoke. It was the most savage strike she had ever endured. Even the entire courtyard's bamboo groves were scorched in large swaths. Fortunately, it wasn't a total waste. Though she twitched and convulsed from the strikes, Feng Yueling still absorbed all the lightning power into herself. But it had badly frightened Xiao Ziyun because her period had gotten heavier. The little purple cloud was trembling all over. First, it was worried the ferocious lightning would kill her. Second, because it had purposely gone to lure the lightning. When Feng Yueling was struck, its companions discovered it was the traitor. Then it got mob attacked. Now it was sobbing pitifully. And once it started crying, that was trouble. The skies opened, and a torrential downpour began. Feng Yueling's carefully applied makeup was ruined. Ugh, not waterproof. But she was currently in meditation, absorbing the lightning power within her, and couldn't move. For a cultivator, entering meditation for 10 days or half a month was normal, sometimes even 10 or 100 years. She had felt for a while now that she was close to breaking through to foundation establishment grade perfection, but somehow just couldn't get there. She lacked a catalyst. Maybe this time, by absorbing the heavenly lightning, she could finally break through. So she gritted her teeth and endured the rain for 3 whole days and nights. The downpour lasted just as long. It wasn't until midday on the 4th day that Feng Yueling opened her eyes, intending to grab Ziyun and hide back in her cave dwelling. With a bang, she was bounced back. It was the barrier her grandmaster had set for her. Feeling the blood still flowing between her legs, her ruined makeup, and her soaked clothes, Feng Yueling grew a little irritable. 3 days and nights of rain wasted. Now she was starving, and her body felt colder and colder, especially her lower half. She kept shivering. For a cultivator, having such symptoms was a bad sign. Stop crying. As the words fell, she was pulled into a familiar, cold embrace. Ziyun immediately transformed into a purple bracelet around her wrist. Master. She didn't know why, but before she passed out, she instinctively raised a hand to cover her face. You look very pretty. No need to hide. Feng Yueling. Her master was really considerate, wasn't he? Obviously, she didn't look good at all. When she regained consciousness, she was being placed in a medicinal bath. She was wearing only a thin layer of gauze. Just as she was about to ask something, her master's cool, deep voice came from above. You've been holding in too much, letting cold invade your body. Feng Yueling. In cultivation, the greatest taboo is impatience. Disciple, you're in too much of a hurry. Feng Yueling. Looking at the roasted chicken placed in front of her, she swallowed, tore off a drumstick, and bit in. Master, why would I get cold invasion even though I'm already at the foundation stage? You haven't formed your core yet. That's normal, don't worry too much. After speaking, he used a handkerchief to wipe the grease from her lips. Looking at the reflection on the lake's surface, Feng Yueling glanced up at him, awkwardly asking, Master, do I look ugly like this? I've told you look very pretty. No need to deliberately decorate yourself. Feng Yueling. Fine then. Even if she knew he was just comforting her, that didn't mean she was going to stop doing her makeup. This time, try using this. Looking at the extra thick, extra large sanitary pad in front of her, Feng Yueling forced a smile and quietly accepted it. Then a cup of warm tea was held out. She pressed her lips together, took a sip. Next, an osmanthus cake was brought to her mouth. Feng Yueling. Something about this felt off. But when she met her master's deep, calm green eyes, she found herself instinctively opening her mouth. He had no romantic feelings, what was she imagining? And so, Feng Yueling contentedly accepted her master's feeding. It was only when he carried her out of the medicinal bath that she was startled. Master. She could walk on her own. Had he seen everything? Realizing she was basically naked, Feng Yueling instinctively covered her chest, but then remembered it had seen her once before, and had been utterly pure and detached. Thinking this, she simply wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. A bit gloomily, she said, Master, I really feel like I'm just one step away from forming my core. Why am I always missing that little bit? She was genuinely frustrated. His Adam's apple bobbed. Let me help you. Feng Yueling abruptly looked up. Her soft pink lips brushed against his cool ones. She froze. So did he. White steam swirled all around, an ambiguous tension filling the air between them. Especially now, with their skin pressed together, Feng Yueling could clearly feel her master's body tense. She hurried to get down. Don't move. His cool voice now held a hint of hoarseness. Feng Yueling felt awkward. Master, I didn't mean to. No harm done. Feng Yueling. What did that mean? While she was overthinking, they returned to her master's cave dwelling. He placed her on the stone bed, then expertly wrapped her tightly in a blanket, helping dry her hair and tie it up, his movements exceedingly gentle. Even Feng Yueling, who rarely felt shy, was a bit flustered. Before leaving the cave, he even set down a fresh set of clothes, his voice calm, change and come out. She answered with a quick changed into the new skirt, and hurried to fix her makeup in the mirror. She didn't forget to ask Ziyun, Xiao Ziyun, why can't I ever catch them? The cloud shook its head, it didn't know. Feng Yueling opened her palm, lightning sparked and crackled with fire. Inside her, the power was even more turbulent. Yet even after 3 days of meditation, there was still no sign of a breakthrough. She thought for a moment. Qian Yu, has the third match of the competition come to me yet? You gotta buy, host. Huh? So is the competition already over? Almost. Then why haven't I gotten a message talisman from Wen Wuheng yet? With Wen Wuheng's personality, whether she had a match or not, he would have sent her a message. Weird. Why hadn't she heard from him at all during this time? Just as she was puzzling over it, Qian Yu's mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Your master blocked them. Feng Yueling. Let me demonstrate one more time. Just as Feng Yueling stepped out of her cave dwelling, her grandmaster was about to demonstrate again, but she stopped him. Master. Feng Yueling grabbed him by the arm. She thought to herself. She finally knew why she had been unable to break through. Simply put, it was because she was too impatient. All this time, she had been eager to form her core as quickly as possible. That was precisely why, when her cultivation reached the peak of foundation establishment, it became even harder to make the breakthrough. So she decided to go against the grain. Instead of aiming to break through, she would just play around with a bolt of heavenly lightning. Thus, she smiled and said, "Master, you've explained it very clearly already. Your disciple isn't that stupid. I'll just sense." Feng Yueling closed her eyes. She began to sense it. But she was never one to follow the usual path. Purple lightning slash. Suddenly, the sky gave a resounding boom. Thunder God. Feng Yueling leapt onto the lightning path, chasing after the flash of lightning that had just appeared. The bolt of lightning itself was startled. Not this human cultivator again. Annoying. It was so irritated it blasted her again and again in rapid succession. This was exactly the reaction Feng Yueling wanted. Purple cloud, bind it. Purple cloud shot out immediately. Feng Yueling took several direct strikes from the lightning before, with purple cloud's help, she finally grabbed it. The moment she caught it, she felt as if her very soul had been jolted out of her body. What a fierce little thing. Let go, let go. The lightning, realizing it couldn't harm her, thrashed violently in her grip, trying to break free. Feng Yueling smiled sweetly. Nope. Then. The sky suddenly turned pitch black. Bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning, thick as ancient trees and carrying world-destroying force, all came crashing toward Feng Yueling. Even though she was lightning-rooted, the sight of such massive bolts made her uneasy. Had she just caught someone's baby? The Grandmaster hesitated for a moment. He did not move. Host, quickly let go of that lightning. Too late. Even though Feng Yueling instantly released it, the tribulation bolt still came down on her mercilessly. Catching her completely off guard, the strikes knocked her into unconsciousness. The sky stayed black and heavy. The heavenly lightning stopped chasing her only after seeing she'd released their child. The little lightning flicked its tail arrogantly and followed the rest of the thunderclouds away. Thunder God and Purple Cloud on the ground were both badly shaken. The commotion was huge. Many disciples in the tournament square turned to look toward that direction. Which fellow disciple is undergoing tribulation over there? Isn't that the direction of Snowy Summit? Snowy Summit has only ever had the Grandmaster living there for years. Then should we go take a look? The grand tournament was already nearing its end, and many outer sect disciples were getting restless. Normally, they had no chance to witness such gossip-worthy events. This year's tournament had been particularly lucky for them. Each of the 5 main peaks' inner disciples had fought head-to-head matches, with very few inner versus outer duels. So over the past few days, many outer disciples had scored 3 wins in a row. They were overjoyed. Now there was gossip to see why wait. The most curious of all was the heroine, Dongguan. Seeing such commotion from her master's Snowy Summit, she immediately took to the skies with the others toward that direction. Chenzhe, in the 3rd round, had faced an outer sect disciple. The outer disciple surrendered instantly. Chenzhe glanced toward Snowy Summit but did not follow. Feng Yueling had promised to visit his cave dwelling, yet with the tournament nearly over, she still hadn't shown up. If Wen Wuheng hadn't told him she was busy, he might have started overthinking. Wen Wuheng failed in the 3rd round. He lost to Yun Zue. Arthur won. Nan Gongjing also made it into the top 30. Mo Xian, looking in the direction of Snowy Summit, for some reason followed along as well. At Snowy Summit. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea. A once flat courtyard now had a massive pit blasted into its center. Feng Yueling was lying in it, sprawled out in all directions, her whole body crackling with electricity. Cough cough. Her entire body hurt like hell. She couldn't even lift a finger. It felt like her meridians had been shattered inch by inch from the strain of those thick bolts of heavenly punishment. She couldn't move at all and thought she might have really overplayed it this time. At least she wasn't dead. If it's not life or death, the rest is just details. Just a bit of heavenly punishment then she tanked it? Heh. She had just coughed twice when a gentle rain began to fall. Her body floated up into the air. At the same time, her meridians began to be reforged under the cleansing of the rain. The wounds that had been torn open by the lightning quickly healed. Feng Yueling blinked. She could move again. Seeing the faint wisps of immortal chi rising from her body, she instinctively checked her dantian. Inside, there was clearly a golden sphere radiating light. She had formed her golden core. At the same time, she felt her body grow lighter, completely free of impurities. For the first time, she truly understood what washing the marrow and cleansing the tendons meant. Her body had become much stronger. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully forming your golden core. Task rewards issued, Space Spirit Spring unlocked, 10 million gold coins awarded. Converted to RMB, 4 million, cash. Your account balance has been updated automatically, 7.2 million, cash. Plus 50,000 points. Space Spirit Spring usage, drink directly or apply to wounds to instantly heal any irreversible injury below the Great Ascension stage. Feng Yueling's smile grew even sweeter. Why? Master. She immediately looked toward the white-clad man. Now she understood why he had told her to catch heavenly lightning. Although, she had been wondering earlier she had been struck so miserably, yet the Grandmaster, who usually cared for her so attentively, hadn't reacted at all. Turns out, he knew she was going to form her core. With immortal grace concentrated in his brows and eyes, just standing there quietly made him impossible to ignore. Feng Yueling beamed. Master, I've formed my golden core. Very good. Host, perhaps you should change clothes first? Huh? She looked down and realized that the brand new dress she had just put on was now tattered again. Feng Yueling let out a heavy sigh. These fabrics just couldn't handle lightning. Thinking that she should go to the space shop later and buy a robe with extremely strong defensive properties, a white silhouette suddenly appeared before her. This Star River cloud gown is for you. Before he finished speaking, a red wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress, as thin as cicada wings, had already been placed on her. This Star River cloud gown was slightly different from ordinary wide-sleeved immortal dresses. The moment Feng Yueling put it on, she immediately noticed the difference. This dress could adjust its shape and size according to the wearer's figurite was truly an extraordinary piece of magical clothing. Worn on Feng Yueling's body, it outlined her graceful curves to perfection. What's more, when it touched water, it would turn a faint pink, when it met fire, it became a blazing red, indeed waterproof and fireproof. It could even regulate temperature. Remarkable. She even swiped it once with the Thunder God sword. It was lightning-proof and sword-proof as well. Not bad at all. Her master's craftsmanship was truly exceptional. It would save her quite a sum of money. Looking at the intricate patterns with gold thread edging like blooming phoenix flower set was beautiful. Feng Yueling liked it very much, and it matched well with the heavenly silkworm red ribbon in her hair. Thank you, Master. Feng Yueling thanked sincerely. Do not take it off lightly. This Star River cloud dress has defensive capabilities. Your hair is messy again. Let me fix it for you. Chanue, has my makeup smudged? Not at all, host, you look beautiful. Feng Yueling felt delighted. Master. The scene shocked everyone present into taking a collective sharp breath. So beautiful. What is that woman's relationship with the Holy Patriarch Master? I've never seen her before. Judging from that earlier commotion, she must have been undergoing a tribulation. I think I just saw her forming a golden core. Wasn't it said that the Holy Patriarch Master is uninterested in women? Then how come? Hearing the murmurs of the outer disciples, Elder Daoqing, who was about to step forward to stop these juniors, froze for a moment. What the heck is going on? Feng Yueling's sharp eyes caught sight of a black-robed Mo Xian. She blinked at him. Mo Xian gave a cold, mocking snort. Feng Yueling. This arrogant man didn't even recognize her. All right then. Who are you? Seeing her master actually combing this woman's hair, Dong Yuan grew furious and rushed toward Feng Yueling, but before she could get close, she was bounced back by an invisible barrier. Little junior sister. Miao immediately caught her, though his face was deathly pale. Stand down. This is disgraceful. Daoqing quickly walked over. Martial uncle, this is? My disciple. Everyone turned to stare. Master actually took a disciple? When did this happen? This is impossible. Master, don't you refuse to take disciples? Back then, she had begged the Holy Patriarch Master to take her in, but he had ignored her completely. Why make an exception now? Junior sister Dongwon is truly bold. You didn't know? She's just jealous. Feng Yueling. These two female cultivators whispering, could they lower their voices, please? Who are you? Since when is my business yours to question? An invisible pressure instantly made Dongwon cough blood on the spot. Master, please have mercy. Yan Feng immediately caught her. Senior brother. Dongwon clung to him and began to cry, feeling utterly wronged. Dongwon girl, do not be rude. Daoqing also cast a cold glance at the tearful Dongwon. His aura grew oppressive. This junior was becoming increasingly disrespectful. Seeing the situation, Feng Yueling couldn't help twitching the corner of her mouth. Probably the disturbance she'd caused had drawn everyone here. Still, she was curious. Master, you don't know her? The other female cultivators were also astonished. After all, Dongwon had often spoken of the Holy Patriarch Master, always addressing him as such, so everyone assumed that the reclusive Holy Patriarch Master was especially close to her. Even more so since no other disciples from other peaks could approach Snowy Peak, but Dongwon could come and go as she pleased. Yet judging from this scene, it seemed the Holy Patriarch Master didn't know her at all. So she'd been parading around, acting familiar with him all this time. TSK. In the midst of the murmuring, the Holy Patriarch Master stated bluntly, without the slightest reservation. I do not know her. Everyone. Dongwon. Feng Yueling. Now this was amusing. But back then, junior sister Dongwon claimed the Thunder Spirit Sword was something you retrieved from the Nine Nether sect, intending to refine it and gift it to her as a lifebound weapon. She even repeatedly pestered my sixth junior sister over it. Jun Xian spoke in a sharp tone. Luo Chen frowned slightly, also glancing over. But from start to finish, the icy, jade-like Holy Patriarch Master's eyes were fixed solely on his disciple, without sparing anyone else a glance. Luo Chen sighed quietly. Bai Chuan stayed silent. Feng Yueling sneaked a glance at her master and softly asked, Master, is that true? Was the Thunder God originally meant for this female cultivator? No such thing. Everyone drew another sharp breath. This. Master, you personally placed the Thunder Spirit Sword at 10,000 Swords Peak. Have you forgotten? Dongwon's eyes reddened in anger. How could Master deny her like this? She'd even given him several Mortal World seedling plants as gifts. How could Master not remember her? I placed the Thunder God at 10,000 Swords Peak. But did I say it was for you? Everyone. So it was theft under the guise of guardianship? Dongwon wanted to call out to her own master Zhong Rong, but he pretended not to see her. Yan Feng also looked at her in disbelief. Dongwon now felt like she'd swallowed bitter herbs, no way to explain. Her master had always told her that if the patriarch put something at their peak, it was theirs. Yet now he wouldn't say a word. Her heart felt shattered. Just last night, her master had been so tender with her. Why? As she thought about it, she glared fiercely at the culprit in front of her. Originally, none of this would have come to light if not for this alluring woman stirring up trouble. Where had she even come from? Who exactly are you? What right do you have to be the Holy Patriarch Master's disciple? At this, even the other peak masters fell silent. As the most mysterious figure in Qingyun's sect, everything the Holy Patriarch Master did was beyond anyone's authority to question. However, the disciple he took would become the little martial ant of the entire sect. This was no trivial matter. Are you an alchemist, a sword cultivator, a talisman master, or something else? Why would the Holy Patriarch Master break precedent for you? That's right. What if she's from an evil sect? Since Dongwon was the novel's female lead, whenever she disliked something, there would always be someone to back her up. Sure enough, several disciples voiced their doubts. Nonsense. Sensing the Holy Patriarch's displeasure, Elder Daoqing hurried over to smooth things over. Martial uncle, may I ask what little martial sister? Feng Yueling's beautiful eyes sparkled. What a coincidence. Why, I'm an alchemist, a talisman master, and a sword cultivator. You're spouting nonsense. In terms of pill cultivation, if the Alchemy Peak's Fairy Luochen dared claim second place, no one would dare claim first. Across the entire Tianqi continent, she was the youngest pill sovereign. In terms of talisman cultivation, if the sect master Dao Qing claimed first, no one else would dare say they were his equal. In terms of sword cultivation, her senior brother Yan Feng hadn't even spoken yet. And yet, the woman standing before them, utterly ignorant of her own limits, dared to boast so shamelessly. She claimed she was a pill cultivator, a talisman cultivator, and a sword cultivator. Simply absurd. Dong Yuan immediately decided she would make Feng Yueling lose face. To let the Saint Ancestor Master see her ugly true colors and not be fooled by her appearance. You say you're a pill cultivator? Do you dare compete with the Alchemy Peak's Fairy Luochenmi martial ant? Sect master, a master taking on disciples must be fair. If everyone just said they were a pill cultivator, talisman cultivator, or sword cultivator, could they all become disciples of the Saint Ancestor Master? Empty words prove nothing. In this world, the strong are respected. One must at least convince the crowd. Why should someone with no abilities at all suddenly become the little martial ant of all the sect disciples? Just because she's pretty? If that were the case, the Qingyan sect would be unworthy of being called the foremost of the four great sects. It would be a disgrace to their rigor. The moment these words were spoken, many disciples began whispering among themselves. Although they felt junior sister Dong Yuan's words were a bit too harsh, they weren't entirely baseless. To accept someone as an inner disciple without knowing her background, this sect master, what Dong Yuan said is not without merit. However, there's no need for a competition. Since this little junior sister has already been accepted as the Saint Ancestor Master's inner disciple, she must have her own extraordinary qualities. Why not let me see her talent in pill cultivation? The usually taciturn Fairy Luochen actually spoke up, which was rare. At the same time, she looked again toward the Saint Ancestor. I ask for Martial Uncle's permission. The Saint Ancestor paid them no mind. He was a man who loved peace and quiet and was about to wave away the noisy crowd gathered before him on Snow Peak Summit when Feng Yueling caught hold of his hand mid-gesture. She looked at her master, smiling sweetly. She hadn't planned on crafting a fake persona for herself, but since no one recognized her, well then, why not play along? Oh. Please, senior sister, since she was now the Saint Ancestor Master's disciple, her rank was equal to her master's peers. So calling Luochen senior sister was perfectly reasonable. Luochen nodded lightly. Little junior sister, you need only refine one batch of finished pills. It was her way of offering Feng Yueling a way to save face. As long as she succeeded in producing pills, she would indeed be a pill cultivator, no false boasting. In this world, pill cultivators were ranked: pill attendant, pill novice, pill apprentice, pill master, pill immortal, pill emperor, pill sovereign, and finally pill saint and pill emperor. A pill attendant tended medicinal herbs, a pill novice was a learner. A pill apprentice was one who had barely set foot into the craft, and only after successfully refining a single lower-grade pill could one be called a pill master. Anything below the lowest grade didn't count. For example, someone like Jun Xiaoyan, who was highly accomplished in pill cultivation, was still only at the pill immortal stage, a step below pill emperor. Pill masters and pill immortals usually refined pills in the middle to upper grades. A pill emperor could refine only top-grade pills. Only pill sovereign and above could produce heaven-tier pills. Indeed, pill cultivation had a very high entry threshold. Which was exactly why Dong Yuan had called on Luochen to put her in her place. Pill refinement was no easy task. This foxy little nobody still wanted to bluff her way through? Did she not see who she was facing here? But Feng Yueling remained unruffled. She looked at Luochen and nodded. What pill shall I refine? Any will do. Would a strength-enhancing pill be acceptable? Yes. Feng Yueling then summoned her own azure blue furnace. When the crowd saw that she really had a pill furnace, they began to look forward to the outcome. So it wasn't just bluffing. She actually knows what she's doing. Just having a furnace doesn't mean you can refine pills. Dong Yuan was furious. These people's loyalties were far too fickle. The crowd. Fair point. As Feng Yueling began pulling out the herbs Nangong Jing had given her for making the strength-enhancing pill, she suddenly felt a slow, suspicious gaze settle on her. Her back went cold. Jun Xiaoyan had seen this azure furnace before. She turned her head and sure enough, Jun Xiaoyan was staring at her with a probing look. Feng Yueling let out an awkward laugh. Little junior sister, you may begin. Wait. Dong Yuan stepped forward. She looked at the Saint Ancestor Master, unwilling to give up. Master, if she is lying and trying to deceive you, how should she be dealt with? Feng Yueling's lips curled into a smirk. What do you propose? Dong Yuan sneered. If you are lying, you must leave Qingyun sect immediately and never again pester Master. And you must swear a heart demon oath, otherwise, your golden core will shatter, and your soul will be destroyed. How vicious. What grudge could be so deep? She didn't even recognize Dong Yuan, this was their first meeting. Yet the other could be so malicious as to demand she take such an oath. Heh. The Saint Ancestor was clearly displeased. In fact, he was tempted to make the presumptuous female cultivator before him disappear altogether. His oppressive aura swept out without restraint. Zhong Rong quickly pulled Dong Yuan back. Martial uncle, Yuaner spoke rashly, please forgive her. Master. Silence. Did they think this ethereal, otherworldly master was easy to talk to? His disciple was still far too naive. Little junior sister, my disciple may have been offensive, but she did make one valid point. What if you truly cannot refine pills? Seeing that her master was actually defending her, Dong Yuan immediately pressed again, afraid to try? And if she truly can refine pills, what then? The voice came from a lively young woman, Lei Jiu Kue. Lei junior sister. Dong Yuan was about to explode. Whose side was she on? What's this? Why must she prove herself just because your face is big? Jun Xiaoyan had also come over. She stood beside Luo Chen, but her gaze was fixed on Feng Yueling. Senior sister Jun, you. Am I wrong? If you expect her to prove her strength, shouldn't you also show some sincerity? Senior sister Jun makes a good point. That's right. Junior sister Dong Yuan should also put something on the line. Some in the crowd began voicing support. Furious, Dong Yuan snapped, fine. If little martial aunt truly can refine pills and is a genuine pill master, I will kneel and apologize. If not, she will swear a heart demon oath, never again set foot in Qingyun sect, never again pester the Saint Ancestor Master. Or else her golden core will be destroyed and her soul annihilated. Little martial aunt, do you dare? Feng Yueling raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I dare? Only what? Since it's a wager, as your little martial aunt, you kneeling to me is perfectly natural. That's hardly a wager. Where's the sincerity? Dong Yuan's breathing quickened with anger. I'll stake the storage ring if I've wronged you, little martial aunt, you can have it as an apology. Will that do? Feng Yueling looked at the storage ring, which had originally belonged to the original owner. She smiled. This ring is yours? Of course. Then why is there a character you engraved on it? You're talking nonsense. Dong Yuan was furious. But in the next instant, a black shadow flashed past. At the same time, the storage ring in Dong Yuan's hand disappeared. Mo Xian's face was dark. This belongs to the Imperial consort. Everyone, Dong Yuan immediately said, it's mine, senior brother Mo Xian, you misunderstood. But Mo Xian didn't even bother to acknowledge her. He directly erased the bond between her and the storage ring. Senior brother. Master. This time, Dong Yuan was truly crying. Ah Xian. Luo Chen's brows furrowed. I'd heard before that junior sister Dong Yuan had taken the Imperial consort's spirit stones, but I thought it was just gossip. I didn't expect this storage ring to also be hers. Looking at senior brother Mo Xian's stance, it doesn't seem like he's lying. There's a U engraved on it, and in our Qingyun sect, only the Imperial consort's name contains that character. There's no mistake. Yan Feng hesitated for a moment. The old sect elder Zhong Rong was so angry he almost taught Mo Xian a lesson right there. Gouging stopped him. Mo Xian, why do you say this storage ring belongs to the girl Yueling? Seeing that Mo Xian ignored even the sect master, Luo Chen immediately said, Ah Xian, don't be disrespectful. I've seen it before. Gouging said no more. Dong Yuan was furious. I picked it up. Just because there's a U on it doesn't mean it belongs to senior sister Feng. Senior brother Mo Xian, you're being too arbitrary. The Imperial consort once sent these items to Myriad Swords Peak. You should be well aware of that. Yan Feng pressed his lips together. That's true. Senior brother. Everyone, dot. So the Imperial consort had sent those things to Myriad Swords Peak, but senior brother Yan Feng had ordered them to be sent back, and the storage ring had been lost along the way. Only to be picked up by junior sister Dongguan? Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to say. Feng Yueling curled her lips. These things are all external possessions. I'm not interested. Besides, it's not yours. That single not yours. Made Dongguan bite her lip hard in anger. I'll stake my entire cultivation as a wager. If I've wronged you, I'll cripple my cultivation myself. As an apology. Everyone was shocked. Junior sister's really mad this time. That's going too far. Can you blame her? Losing a storage ring just like that, and who knows what treasures might have been inside. Dongguan ignored everyone else. She looked at Feng Yueling and said, well, little martial aunt, is this sincere enough for you now? More than sincere. Junior sister Dongguan is staking her life here. Junior sister, there's no need for that, you can change it to something else. Abolishing your cultivation is too much. Some male cultivators began feeling pity for her. But only Feng Yueling knew. For Dongguan right now, crippling her cultivation meant nothing. After a few intimate rounds, she'd recover it again. So Feng Yueling just chuckled. Change it. What? Even this won't do? Could it be? Little martial aunt really can't refine pills? It's hard to say. Seeing her stalling like this, Dongguan became even more convinced Feng Yueling couldn't refine pills. She looked completely confident. Then what kind of wager would little martial aunt consider sincere enough? Don't tell me you want me to stake my water spiritual root. Feng Yueling tilted her head. Don't overdo it. Fine, then I'll stake my water spiritual root. If you can refine pills, I'll dig it out myself as an apology. But if you can't, I hope you'll keep your promise, little martial aunt. Heh. Digging your own grave. Junior sister, don't. Yan Feng looked stern. Dongguan, angry that he not only refused to help her get the storage ring back but was siding with Feng Yueling, ignored him entirely. Instead, she looked at Feng Yueling again. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? The onlooking disciples all held their breath. Could it be? Little martial aunt really couldn't? Feng Yueling's lips curved into an exquisite arc. Fine. It's a deal. Do you want to reconsider? Jun Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with worry. Luochen glanced at Jun Xiaoyan. Jun Xiaoyan forced an awkward smile. Master, I just think. We're all from the same sect, and there's no need for little martial aunt to prove herself. Thanks. Feng Yueling winked at Jun Xiaoyan. Jun Xiaoyan's heart jumped to her throat. It really is sixth junior sister? Then they absolutely shouldn't compete. Wait. She was so anxious she was tripping over her own words. Luochen pulled her aside. Xiaoyan, don't be rude. Jun Xiaoyan, dot. Lei Jiukui pulled his senior brother to a great vantage point. Mo Xian also turned his head to glance at Feng Yueling. The sacred ancestor still hadn't spoken. Dao Qing looked left and right, then directly waved for the other peak masters to find good spots to watch. The disciples instantly understood the sect master's meaning. They all started clearing space. Indeed, Dao Qing was curious too, what kind of disciple could make the sect's 10,000-year-old ice block of a martial uncle take them in? Little martial aunt, please begin. Dongguan could barely wait any longer. She glanced once more at her master, the sacred ancestor, but he didn't look at her at all, only remained deep in thought. Feng Yueling raised an eyebrow. Then watch closely. To make sure everyone could see clearly. Feng Yueling floated into the air, placing the azure furnace in midair. She immediately began her live pill refinement. Unlike before, she didn't recklessly overheat the furnace. Instead, she proceeded step by step, and this time she didn't use her lightning spiritual power, she used fire spiritual power to refine the pills. Seeing this, Jin Xian was momentarily puzzled. She didn't know Feng Yueling was actually a dual lightning and fire spiritual root. At present, only the sacred ancestor and Mo Xian knew. When Luochen saw her using fire spiritual power, he took another look at her. Whether it was her technique for heating the furnace at the start or her control of the flame during the process, everything was perfectly managed. Yet she seemed utterly nonchalant. Although she tossed herbs into the furnace in a seemingly random manner, Luochen was certain she could refine pills. Before long, a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Everyone was nodding repeatedly. Looks like she really can. Dong Nuan's face went pale. But until the very last moment, she still believed the other was bluffing. Yet the instant Feng Yueling opened the furnace, even Luochen was shocked. 100% pill yield. And each pill was a perfectly round gold and silver sphere top grade. No, with a little more mastery. Or rather, with a few more furnaces of practice, given her current comprehension this batch could have been heaven tier. When they heard Luochen say that every great strength pill she'd refined was top grade, Dong Nuan collapsed to the ground. Impossible. There must be some trick. Ding. Detected that the host has triggered a hidden skill. You have officially become a junior alchemist. Task reward granted, explosive talismans times 10, usable against opponents above the Grand Ascension stage. Feng Yueling's lips curved slightly. Are you questioning my master? Seeing Dong Nuan's reaction, Jin Xian's expression turned very unpleasant. Exactly. Everyone saw it just now. Why would their master take the side of an unfamiliar junior martial ant? Seeing Dong Nuan's attitude, the disciples of Alchemy Peak all looked displeased. Not to mention she was the one who provoked the junior martial ant first. Just this sore loser attitude alone was enough to make people lose respect for her. When things went her way, she acted as if it was only natural to make things hard for others. But the moment things didn't go as she wanted, she flipped the table. How shameless. Didn't think she was that kind of person, a disciple in the crowd remarked. Hasn't she always been like that? Jin Xian delivered another jab. Dong Nuan's face flushed an ugly purplish red. Qijia stared coldly at Jin Xian and the icy woman before him. Sensing his malicious gaze, Feng Yueling's lips curved in a cold sneer. When their eyes met, Qijia was about to lash out. But a terrifying pressure crashed down on him, freezing him in place, body and soul turning ice cold. The holy ancestor withdrew his gaze. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Zongrong's forehead. He shot Qijia a vicious glare. Just one move from the holy ancestor martial uncle could end his beloved Nuaner's life. TCH, Nuaner was also trebly off all people to provoke. She just had to target someone protected by the holy ancestor martial uncle. One after another, these people were so good at stirring up trouble for him. You're talking nonsense. Our little junior sister never said she wouldn't acknowledge it. The disciples of Myriad Sword Peak were furious, and some were about to get physical. But a single glare from Zongrong made them freeze in place. Luochen also gave Dong Nuan a look. Dong Nuan immediately bowed her head and said, "Martial aunt, little Nuan didn't mean it that way." Then what did you mean? If you can't handle losing, then why make a bet at all? What a disgrace. Lei Jiukui said bluntly. Lei Yuan gave a couple of coughs. Xiaokui, don't talk nonsense. Father, I didn't say anything wrong. The disciples exchanged glances. Martial aunt, our Azure Cloud sect has always honored its word. As an inner disciple of Myriad Sword Peak, our little junior sister would never go back on a bet. However, dare I ask, Martial aunt, can someone be called a qualified alchemist just by successfully refining a single batch of pills? If she's not a qualified alchemist, then how can we judge her solely based on pill yield? Yan Feng was indeed the male lead. His intelligence was always online. A true alchemist must not only know how to refine pills but also identify thousands of spiritual plants and herbs. And according to the Azure Cloud sect's rules, anyone wishing to become a qualified alchemist no matter their background must start as a mere pill attendant. That was precisely why Feng Yueling's beast husbands had never focused on alchemy. First, they couldn't lower their pride, and second, they simply didn't have the time. Senior brother Yan Feng does have a point. So then, the crowd all turned their eyes to Feng Yueling. They saw her calmly place the freshly refined strength pills into a jade bottle, then walk unhurriedly toward Dongwon, her lips curved. What was it you said just now? Everyone. Wait, did she not hear what the senior brother just said? Feng Yueling found it amusing. Yan Feng was really good at dodging the main issue. When had they ever said she needed to prove she was a qualified alchemist? The bet had always been just to refine a batch of pills. Besides, unlike Jun Xiaoyan, she didn't need to work in the official system and get some certification. So what if she was working without a license? She could still refine pills. And without a formal position, all the pills she made could go to her beast husbands without having to hand over most of them, so why not? As she drew closer to Dongwon step by step, the watching disciples began to fidget. Wait, is she actually gonna dig it out? Their fellow sect members maybe just let it go. Yeah, Dongwon did offend martial ant, but digging out her spiritual root, that's way too cruel. Digging out a fellow disciple's root, hat's no different from demonic cultivators. Miaoyi knew perfectly well that the woman before him, with the holy ancestor as her backing, feared nothing. Even his master and senior brother wouldn't be able to protect their junior sister. So he directly said, "We're a reputable righteous sect. As a senior, you shouldn't hold grudges against us rash juniors." Some who adored the beauty stepped forward to echo. Yes, martial ant, you're magnanimous. Naturally, you wouldn't stoop to the level of us juniors, right? Had trying to morally blackmail her? Martial ant, I'm sorry it was Nguan'er's recklessness that offended you. At Zhong Rong's meaningful glance, Dongwon immediately knelt before Feng Yueling. Please forgive me, martial ant. TSK. Not bad. Feng Yueling hadn't expected the heroine Dongwon to be able to bend and stretch. Just then, a disdainful voice reached everyone's ears. If anyone can so easily provoke her, then you, as her master, are far too spineless. Before Feng Yueling could speak, Mo Xian appeared in a black robe, as dark as ink soaking into the night. His presence radiated utter arrogance. He stood before Feng Yueling, but his words were directed at the white-haired holy ancestor sitting at the head. The crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath. With just a lift of his hand, the holy ancestor could probably crush him. Even the sect master dared not act rashly before the holy ancestor. Was Mo Xian out of his mind? But what came next was even more shocking. A bet's a bet. Kneeling is only right. The moment he finished speaking, he actually moved to dig out Dongwon's water spiritual root right in front of Zhong Rong. Yan Feng intervened just in time. The two immediately clashed fiercely. Dongwon was nearly scared to death. She hadn't expected the cold and ruthless Mo Xian to suddenly attack her. She glared hatefully at the beautiful young woman before her, wishing she could vanish from this world immediately. Feng Yueling made her feel just as uneasy and irritated as she did. Feng Yueling glanced at her briefly. Dongwon quickly lowered her head. Heh. In the next instant, Yan Feng had drawn Qingsong, while Mo Xian summoned Shisha. One was at mid-nascent soul stage, the other early nascent soul. One wielded wind, the other ice. They fought fiercely, evenly matched. The watching disciples couldn't figure it out. Mo Xian never meddled in others' affairs, so why suddenly attack junior sister Dongwon? Was it because of martial ant? But wasn't he the princess's beast husband? When Feng Yueling saw her master simply wave a hand and send both men flying, the surrounding scene seemed to freeze. He strode toward the immobilized Mo Xian. Her heart nearly skipped a beat in fear. Master, no. She teleported in an instant, blocking Mo Xian's body with her own. Looking up at the godlike man before her, her gaze was firm. Don't hurt him. Step aside. It was the first time since they'd met that the holy ancestor had spoken to her in such an icy tone. Feng Yueling knew it was because of Mo Xian's earlier words. They had offended him. But even so, she did not move. Master, don't hurt him. Don't force me to strike at you. For the first time, a flicker of emotion stirred in the holy ancestor's usually tranquil emerald eyes. For the sake of a mere ting snake you would raise your hand against me? Master, don't force me. Staring at the young girl in front of him, who was recklessly shielding him with her own body, Mo Xian's heart clenched violently. This was the second time. The second time she had risked herself to protect him. Why? Ding. Detected, target character Mo Xian's affection +60. Current affection progress, normal level 6%. Ding. Detected, target has advanced to normal. Task reward issued, ice spirit root immediately restored. Feeling the sudden sprout of a tiny ice spirit root in her dantian, Feng Yueling's fingers tightened. He recognized me? Yes, host. He recognized you at first sight. How did he recognize me? Did you forget? His heart-protecting scale is on your body. Feng Yueling. Don't worry about me. Feng Yueling glanced back at him with a glare. If I don't care about you, who will? Mo Xian's expression was angry. Don't get so close to me. You think I'm that easy to fool? Feng Yueling. If she hadn't already known he'd just gained 60 affection points toward her, seeing this annoying attitude, she really would have thought he hated her. Han. Off to the side, Yan Feng's lips pressed tightly together. It really was her. Disciple, come here. A flicker of struggle flashed in Feng Yueling's eyes. The master who had once been so gentle, why did he now have this exasperating side? Master, you probably don't know my temper. I said, don't hurt him. Ding. Detected, target character Mo Xian's affection plus 20. Current affection progress, normal level 26%. Host, please keep it up. Feng Yueling. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at him again. The dead Sundara was still wearing that sour face. Han. Truly the perfect example of a mouth says no but the body says yes. What he felt inside and what he showed on the surface, two completely different things. The next moment, Feng Yueling suddenly couldn't move her body. Master, don't force me. The holy ancestor's expression remained calm. She understood, the higher one stood, the less they tolerated being challenged, especially in front of so many Qingyun sect disciples. So Feng Yueling didn't blame him. But she couldn't just stand by and watch her beast husband get punished by the holy ancestor. Master, my apologies. Right in front of the holy ancestor, Feng Yueling took Mo Xian and vanished from everyone's sight. With Qian Yu's divine assistance, even someone as powerful as the holy ancestor could only watch her disappear, staring at the silken heaven silkworm ribbon in his hand. The holy ancestor smiled. For the first time in 10 years, the cold, aloof face of a man who had always been without desire or emotion showed a faint crack. Dao Qing and the other peak masters felt their scalps tingle in fright. At the same time, they understood one thing. This little junior ant was not simple. To temporarily avoid the holy ancestor. For safety's sake, Feng Yueling brought Mo Xian to the bottom of a cliff behind Qingyun sect. They had barely landed when Mo Xian looked at her strangely. You're in heat? Feng Yueling. How was she supposed to explain this was her period, not a heat cycle? He seemed a bit troubled. You rest inside, I'll stand guard outside. He all but ran out of the cave. Feng Yueling. Fine. She had just formed her golden core, and now was the time to stabilize her cultivation, but her period still hadn't ended. Her abdomen throbbed faintly. Earlier she'd been able to endure in front of people. But now that she was alone, she leaned against the stone wall, breathing with discomfort. What's wrong? Mo Xian's voice was unusually soft. I feel awful. He faltered, then scooped her up in his arms. I'll cook you something to eat. Don't overthink. Feng Yueling. If he doesn't want her to overthink, then why carry her everywhere? And seriously, if he's making a fire, just make a fire. Why carry her the whole time? Laying down a grass mat? Still holding her. Catching fish? Holding her. Grilling fish? Holding her. This. Host, you're bleeding. He thinks you're too weak to walk. Feng Yueling. This here, take this and use it. Feng Yueling looked at the dried grass object he'd made, which looked suspiciously like a homemade sanitary pad, and couldn't help twitching her lips hard. Truly, nothing shows the gap between people like comparison. No need, put me down. I'll go to the river and wash myself. He hesitated for a moment. I'll wash you. Feng Yueling. Qian Yu, is he trying to take advantage of me? Host, he is your beast husband. Serving you is perfectly natural. Feng Yueling. No comeback for that. However. Smack. When Emo Xian carried her to a small stream and lifted her skirt, Feng Yueling instinctively slapped him across the face. Emo Xian's body went rigid. Feng Yueling didn't even know what to say. It was pure reflex. You put me down. Emo Xian looked at the red streak running down her long, pale leg. His cheeks flushed hotter, and the usually cold gleam in his eyes couldn't meet hers. But the two strong arms holding her showed no sign of letting go. Your Highness, Emo Xian can wash you. Feng Yueling glanced at him again. For some reason, seeing this shy side of the arrogant Sundara, she suddenly felt the urge to tease him. The hands that had been resting against his chest slipped up to wrap around his neck. Her lips parted, her breath warm. Emo Xian, am I beautiful right now? They were both in the water now, skin pressed together. And Feng Yueling was deliberately provoking him. Don't do that. What way? She asked, amused. Her fingers trailed lightly over his firm abs, her tone playful. As my beast husband, isn't it your duty to serve me? Are you sure you're not in heat? Feng Yueling. If you really want I wouldn't say no, he muttered awkwardly. Feng Yueling. Was he saying what she thought he was saying? Before she could react, a big hand cupped the back of her head, and Emo Xian's impossibly handsome face drew closer. His beautiful lips pressed against hers. His kiss was rough and direct, clumsy yet tinged with something irresistibly intoxicating. Even his first kiss carried a domineering edge, leaving Feng Yueling momentarily stunned. What was he doing? Feeling his fingers wander, Feng Yueling's body went stiff. Your Highness. He whispered her title while kissing her with care. Emo Xian, you. Sensing the change in his body temperature, Feng Yueling didn't dare move another inch. Qianyu, what's going on? Why do I feel like he's in heat now? He's always been in heat, host. He only suppressed it earlier with a charm fruit. Now that he's stopped resisting the urge, the physical reaction is natural. Feng Yueling. Your Highness, you're so beautiful. Emo Xian wants you. Your Highness. Feng Yueling. Oh no, where was that arrogant pride of his? Stop looking at her like that. And so bluntly, too. Faced with this side of Emo Xian, Feng Yueling's heart pounded uncontrollably in her chest. Your Highness, what are you laughing at? She was laughing at the empire she had just built for herself. Looking at the grid after grid of items in her inventory, Feng Yueling finally felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Especially the key to the 9 desolate secret realm treasure. Ha ha ha. Feng Yueling was practically over the moon. That was a treasure vault worth a nation's fortune. In the original storyline, it had never been found because no one ever obtained the key. Now, she felt like she had just hit the jackpot. Winning 10 million in the lottery would probably feel the same. Smack. She planted a hard kiss on Emo Xian's lips and said bluntly. Emo Xian, I absolutely adore you. Who would have thought? That kiss would unleash a disaster. Emo Xian once again pinned her beneath him. Qianyu immediately went offline. Furious, Feng Yueling bit and kicked him, but all that did was make him laugh even more joyfully. She truly couldn't take it anymore. This man had no sense of restraint. He was going to drain her dry. With a hint of excitement, he said. Your Highness, can Emo Xian mate in beast form? Emo Xian wants to merge with your Highness, to blend together fiercely. Scram. She had no intention of becoming the first transmigrator to die from overindulgence. One kick sent him flying off her. She had just tried to get up when her legs trembled. Oh my God. She couldn't stand steady. Oh. The man scooped her up in his arms. My good Highness, forgive me. Emo Xian was too rough. Let's stop here for today. You rest while here Emo Xian will go find us something to eat. The limp as a corpse Feng Yueling. Stop here for today, huh? She couldn't help rolling her eyes. Emo Xian planted another hard kiss on her before leaving. Once he was gone, Feng Yueling sat cross-legged on the blanket and opened a treasure chest she had obtained earlier, curious to see what was inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 return to the Dragon Clan's past experience voucher. Feng Yueling. She had thought it would be some great treasure. Turned out to be just an experience voucher. And for the Dragon Clan, no less. What did that have to do with her? She was utterly speechless. Looking at the other 2 treasure chests. Feng Yueling rubbed her hands together. This time it had to be something amazing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 10,000-year wisteria flower spiritual plants. This plant can help wood element cultivators quickly break through from late-stage golden core to early-stage nascent soul in the shortest time. Usage: eating the petals directly has moderate effect, refining into pills doubles the effect. Feng Yueling smiled. This one was useful. She could give it to her beast husband Arthur. Next, she opened the final chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 villa in the outskirts of the current world. Feng Yueling. A luxury house. An entire villa. Are you serious, Qianyu? Qianyu never makes empty promises. Once the host successfully conquers all target characters, this villa will be transferred to your name along with billions in rewards. Feng Yueling. If she couldn't go back now, how was that any different from dangling a carrot in front of her? Thinking for a moment, she asked. Can I at least live in it temporarily in this world? It's not impossible, but you'd need to pay a certain fee to cover the difference. Feng Yueling. Fine, just scam me out of my money then. Your Highness, tonight we're having roast suckling pig. Wait here, it won't take long. While she had been chatting with Qianyu, Mo Xian had already hunted several small wild boars. Feng Yueling nodded. Do we have any wild fruits? I'll wash some. Watching Mo Xian bustle around her, Feng Yueling couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast before and after he'd become her man. When he handed her freshly washed fruit, she still felt it was a bit unreal. Lately, although they'd been shamelessly intimate every day, Mo Xian had always been the one to clean her body, and aside from being a little too demanding physically, he took meticulous care of her in daily life. She hadn't noticed that before. Your Highness, there's no cumin, so this is just the regular barbecue flavor. With the system shop now open, Feng Yueling certainly wasn't going to treat herself poorly. She exchanged for plenty of modern seasonings. And even conjured an entire barbecue set out of thin air, which had stunned Mo Xian at first. He didn't know how to use it, but after a bit of her verbal instruction, he was grilling like a pro. The guy was smart. Your Highness, is it good? He gently wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth while asking softly. Crispy skin, tender meat 5 stars. To balance the grease. Feng Yueling also had some lettuce, eating a bite of roast pig, then lettuce, then a sip of ice-cold cola. Wow, how was this any different from modern life? And she had a handsome man at her side. Feng Yueling ate delicious food, gazing out at the cliffside scenery. Feeling a fleeting moment of contentment. Mo Xian, ever attentive, even began to massage her shoulders. She hadn't expected him to know how to do that. It was a pleasant surprise. But just as she was full and getting drowsy, Mo Xian, holding her, coaxed softly. Your Highness, do you think Mo Xian is good? Feng Yueling curled her lips. Which aspect are you talking about? His gaze darkened. Your Highness, are you implying? Feng Yueling caught his restless hand. No. This Highness is not implying anything. The man seemed to sigh. Your Highness, am I important to you? Feng Yueling turned her head to look at him, pecking his lips. You are my first man. Of course you're important. I like you, Mo Xian. If she didn't like him, she wouldn't have been with him, even with a mission to fulfill. In just 1 week, they had entangled themselves countless times, each leaving them dizzy with pleasure. Partly because Mo Xian was skilled, knowing exactly how to please her, but also because Feng Yueling genuinely liked him, though she herself wasn't sure when she had started liking this proud, stubborn man. She figured it must be because of his stunning looks. She was a sucker for beauty, after all. But even if she liked him, Feng Yueling was fair-minded. She also liked Chenze and Wen Wuheng. And Arthur, no need to mention, he was the most attentive. Thinking of her other beast husbands made her lips curl upward. Right, she wondered how they were doing. And Gouging too. When Mo Xian heard this, his pupils constricted violently. Your Highness, can you have only Mo Xian? Can you mark only me as your beast husband? Feng Yueling. Well, there it washed been waiting for this. She hooked her arms around his neck. Their breaths mingled, bodies tangling again. But just as Mo Xian tried to take things further, Feng Yueling pressed a hand to his chest, gazing at his androgynously beautiful face. Panting slightly, she said. Mo Xian, you know me. I've always been fair in love and hate. I treat all equally. From the beginning, it's never been just you as my beast husband. So how could I mark you first? And then neglect the others? The air around Mo Xian went cold. Feng Yueling raised an eyebrow. So, he's finally showing his true colors? It must have been hard on him these past days. Clearly a bloodthirsty and ruthless overlord, yet by her side he had been playing the role of a little follower, attending to her every need. And now, seeing that she refused to dismiss her other beast husbands to be with him alone in a monogamous relationship, he could no longer hold himself back? Your Highness. Feng Yueling glanced at him. There's really no room for negotiation? His voice was low and muffled, yet that single short sentence carried a pleading tone completely unlike his usual demeanor. Feng Yueling was the kind of person who yielded to gentleness but never to force. If Mo Xian tried to strong-arm her, she would absolutely make him kneel on the ground and sing conquer. But instead, he was humbly begging her something she had not expected. Feng Yueling reached out, touched his cheek, and sighed. This empress can make you the primary consort. That's the greatest concession I'm willing to give. Heh. Mo Xian's lips curved slightly. Your Highness, do you know? Once a member of the Ting Snake clan chooses a partner, they will never betray them. Feng Yueling frowned. She had already learned all this from Qianyu. So what was he planning? Before she could think further, the man wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Feng Yueling didn't react. Your Highness, you can only belong to Mo Xian. You. What's going on? She was supposed to be immune to all poisons now. Qianyu, what did Mo Xian just do to me? But before Qianyu could come online, Feng Yueling had already fainted. When she woke again, the sight before her made her chuckle coldly. She didn't know where Mo Xian had taken her. Before her eyes was an opulent palace in a rich, ancient style. Her cultivation had been sealed. Oh, very good. Men really can't be spoiled too much. Qianyu, where is this? Host, this is the territory of the Ting Snake clan. You are currently in the mortal realm. How do I unseal my cultivation? This is a secret technique of the Ting Snake clan. Qianyu has no way to undo it. Where is he now? In the main hall. Mo Xian was the leader of the Ting Snake clan, and also the sovereign chosen by several great demon clans. He had not returned for a long time, and now that he finally had, he probably wouldn't come to her for a while. So was he planning to imprison her here in this palace? Well. This black snake was actually playing the captivity game now. After being pampered for just 10 or so days, he had already become arrogant from her favor. 2 maidservants stood in the room. Seeing her awaken, one quickly came over. Young lady, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? Feng Yueling got out of bed. The other maid hurried over to help her put on shoes. As she moved, she noticed something. Her ankle now bore a faintly glowing red thread. She tugged at it, and naturally, the other end was connected to Mo Xian's foot. At this moment, he was sitting in the center of the main hall, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he listened to the old man below. Chief, you acted too rashly. Please, go back at once. Yes, Chief, how could you bring back a beauty behind the human emperor's consort's back? You didn't do anything with her, did you? Please think carefully, Chief. Chief, please consider the tribe's interests. Although that human emperor's consort is infamous and, well, not exactly easy on the eyes, you did agree to a political marriage with her. Now is not the time to betray that promise. If the human emperor finds out, it will be disastrous. As the elder's chatter droned on, Mo Xian suddenly barked. Silence. There's no need to worry, Your Excellency. You only need to endure for 3 months. Then our marriage alliance with the human emperor's consort will no longer be an issue. A silver-haired man in a wheelchair, Mo Sang, spoke slowly and deliberately. The elders all looked solemn, clearly unaware of the full truth. Mo Xian's eyes narrowed, his gaze growing cold, a dangerous chill radiating from him. What do you mean? Your Excellency, just endure for 3 months, and leave the rest to me. Mo Sang didn't notice Mo Xian's displeasure and was about to continue explaining. Oh? So the Ting Snake clan intends to rebel against the human race? Unfortunately for him, those words were heard by Feng Yueling, who had just stepped into the hall. Mo Xian panicked. No. Don't listen to his nonsense. He quickly rose from his seat, walking toward her and reaching out to grab her hand, but Feng Yueling sidestepped his touch. Mo Xian's hand froze in midair. The hall fell silent, so silent that a pin drop could be heard. This woman was finished. That was what everyone present thought. And perfect, no need for them to act. She could dig her own grave. Their chief loathed women the most. They didn't know how this woman had managed to charm their chief enough to be brought here, but now acting arrogant and rude, relying on his favor. She'd be discarded soon enough. At the same time, everyone's eyes shifted to Feng Yueling. They wanted to see exactly what kind of person she was. And with just one glance, their expressions changed. The woman wore a crimson robe, her face cool and composed. Her dark blue eyes held a lively gleam, but also a trace of undeniable dominance. Especially striking was the strange flame mark on her forehead. It looked like a divine clan insignia. Just standing there quietly, she was impossible to ignore. Even more puzzling was her aura. Though none of them could sense what level of cultivation she had, her presence seemed to eclipse even that of their chief. Impossible. Such innate coldness and noble bearing coming from a mere beauty? Was she of the divine clan? But why was there no oppressive divine pressure? Several elders exchanged glances. It was then that Mo Sang spoke first. Your Excellency, I never speak without reason. This matter was something he had planned to tell his leader, but since the latter had been at Qingyun's sect, he had refrained from disturbing him. Now that he was finally back, Mo Sang would not hide it any longer. However, this was not the time to go into detail. Feng Yueling's lips curved slightly. You're colluding with the upper realm? Mo Sang's head snapped toward her. In an instant, the phantom of a colossal sky-swallowing python lunged at her. Impudent. Mo Xian moved just in time, shielding Feng Yueling. He grabbed Mo Sang by the throat. You dare touch her? Courting death. He hurled him away. Mo Sang hit the ground, coughing up blood. Chief, now is not the time for internal strife. Another elder stepped in front of Mo Sang, glaring at Feng Yueling with open hostility. Your Excellency, my apologies. I didn't know she had no cultivation. I only meant to test her, not harm her. Mo Sang knelt and confessed. Feng Yueling pushed Mo Xian aside, stepped forward, and fixed her gaze on Mo Sang. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to rebel against the human race? Mo Sang and the elders ignored her. Speak. Mo Xian, seeing these fools dare to disregard the Empress, flared with anger and released his oppressive aura. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. This. What? Are you saying you won't even obey the sovereign's command? Several of the elders truly didn't know. I wouldn't dare. It's just that this concerns the very survival of our clan, so I absolutely cannot utter a single word in front of an outsider. If the Lord insists on making me speak, then please grant Mo Sang death. You dare threaten me? Mo Sang, listen well, she is not an outsider. She is my wife. My only woman. Feng Yueling turned her face away. Mo Sang also said nothing. Clan leader. Clan leader. Women's charms lead men astray. You weren't like this before. Several elders wore expressions of deep heartache. You vixen, stay away from our clan leader. What are you doing? Seeing that the clansmen were about to attack the Imperial Princess, Mo Xian immediately stepped forward to shield her. Feng Yueling shoved him away. She hadn't even mistreated them. Not only that, she had even shared that kind of intimacy with him. Yet his clansmen had still gotten in touch with the upper realm, and 3 months from now they were going to march against her father the emperor. How could she not be furious? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't seem to be faking, she'd have already wanted to kill him. In the original plot, the Ting Snake clan had indeed joined forces with the Upper Realm and other great demon races to move against the human emperor. Now, although she had already altered the general course of events, in the end, could it be that the demons joining with the Upper Realm to attack the human race was still unavoidable? Imperial Princess, Mo Xian truly didn't know about this, you must believe me. Mo Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Yueling. She didn't look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the crowd before her. She targeted Mo saying first, you keep calling him Lord, and claim it's all for the sake of the clan that you can't say a word but what, you don't even trust your Lord's own wife, and only trust yourself? Do you even still see him as your Lord, hypocrite? I didn't just. Mo saying was left speechless under her attack. Don't you know? That vicious Imperial Princess didn't just cut out the Lord's heart-protecting scale, she also chopped off one tail from the great priest of the Fox clan. She tortured the prince of the Mermaid clan until he was unrecognizable, nearly beat to death the crown prince of the White Tiger clan and the next chieftain of the Cat clan, trampling the dignity of several so-called heavens chosen into the dirt. And now she's ordering people to capture demon beasts far and wide, to rip out their demon cores and take their blood, using demon blood to refine pills to restore her peerless beauty. Such a vicious woman is unworthy of being human. Because of her, the human race will surely fall. What did you say? Nonsense. Feng Yueling and Mo Xian's voices overlapped almost exactly. The injuries the original body had caused to several of the beast husbands, those she couldn't deny. But as for now, she had been in Qingyun's sect the whole time, and for more than half a month had been stuck to Mo Xian like glue. Even if she could split herself in two, there was no way she could have been out ordering the harvesting of demon cores. Besides, she had already restored her original appearance, so why would she need to dig out demon cores for refining? Even taking a huge step back, if she really did need to rely on so-called demon blood pills to restore her looks, it was still something she would never do. I'm not lying. It's been over half a month now. Everyone knows that the human emperor's Imperial Princess has been scouring the land for demon cores to refine. That poisonous woman. Bang! Mo Sang was once again flung aside by Mo Xian. Cough, cough. Large mouthfuls of blood spilled from his lips, but still he persisted. Lord, I did not like cough. Impudent. Mo Xian's aura pressed down so hard it almost forced him to reveal his beast form on the spot. Clan leader, this matter is true. Seeing this scene, one of the elders immediately stepped forward. Half a month ago, the human emperor's Imperial Princess, Feng Yueling, personally ordered the slaughter of demons and beasts to take their cores and blood just to refine a pill to repair her beauty. This has spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Feng Yueling's fingers clenched tight. Half a month ago. Wasn't that exactly when she and Mo Xian had vanished from public sight? Someone was clearly taking advantage of that moment to impersonate her, or act in her name, to carry out mass killings. Outrageous. Mo Xian, realizing this as well, was utterly furious. Seeing him about to make another move, Feng Yueling grabbed his arm. Looking at the blood-spitting Mo Sang, she asked, So have you been colluding with the Upper Realm? I have not. It's the other races that want to unite with our clan to attack the human emperor's Imperial Princess. Strike the leader first to warn the rest. We've already discussed that if the Lord agrees, we will kill the Imperial Princess first, to set an example. If the human emperor retaliates, we will then join forces with the Upper Realm to attack the human race. But since the Lord has been at Qingyun's sect this whole time, I did not dare decide this on my own. I've been waiting for the Lord's return to discuss it. Heh. Such a fine warning to the rest. Which race? Mo Sang hesitated for a moment. Still not talking. Mo Xian's entire body was wreathed in icy chill. The great priest of the nine-tailed fox clan Gouging. At the mention of that name, Feng Yueling instinctively took a step back. Mo Xian caught her just in time. Is it true, Qianyue? It's true, host. Heh. She really had been overconfident. She had thought that retreating to advance might change her overly suspicious beast husband's opinion of her. But as it turned out, he had been plotting how to take her head instead. This fox is quite something, Mo Xian said darkly. Lord, shall we agree to it? What do you think? Mo Xian's fearsome, razor-sharp aura made Mo Sang and the other old fellows glance at one another in bewilderment. In truth, they didn't quite understand. That vicious Imperial Princess had cut out the clan leader's heart scale, and the leader clearly had feelings for her now, but why was he so furious about a proposal to move against her? Imperial Princess, I'm sorry. Back at the palace, Missouri Xian immediately knelt before Feng Yueling. If you don't want me to die, then remove the secret art on me right now. Mo Xian's eyes showed hesitation. Feng Yueling gave him a sidelong glance and a cold snort. What, compared to my life, you still think it's more enjoyable to have me all to yourself like this? No. Mo Xian wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare? There's nothing you wouldn't dare. Bring your people and come attack me then. Come on. I'm right here. Feng Yueling was so angry she spoke without thinking. Imperial Princess, don't be mad. How could I bear to do that to you? Just wait, I'll go and do it right now. Wait. Mo Xian's body went stiff. He looked back at her, full of reluctance. What is it, Imperial Princess? Undo it in front of me. I'm afraid that won't do. But rest assured what Mo Xian promises, he will see done. Looking at his desolate departing figure, Feng Yueling pressed her lips together. Why wouldn't he undo it in front of me just now? And his eyes had been strange. He's afraid of scaring you, host. What's needed to undo this secret art? It requires draining nearly half of the caster's blood essence. And because it's a secret art, it consumes a great deal of vital energy. After releasing that much blood essence, it can't be replenished quickly. He would need to take his beast form and recuperate for half a month. No wonder he didn't want to undo it in front of her. Feng Yueling let out a long sigh. Why does Gouging want my head? He hates you, host. Feng Yueling's fingers tightened. So, from start to finish, he had just been putting on a false front with her? His thoughts were truly unfathomable. She hadn't sensed it at all. Still too naive. Now that she had dissolved his master-servant contract, was he acting without any scruples? Feng Yueling closed her eyes. Unless it was an absolute last resort, she had never wanted to hurt her beast husbands. First, because the original body already owed them, second, because she didn't have any perverse hobby of tormenting people. But if Namgong insisted on forcing her... A glint of icy coldness flickered in Feng Yueling's beautiful, rippling eyes. Frost began to spread rapidly along the edge of the bed. Namgong, is this truly your intention? Her subconscious movement caused the surroundings to instantly freeze. Sensing that the spiritual power in her body was being restored bit by bit, Feng Yueling instinctively looked toward the direction of the palace. Why was her ice spirit root even more vigorous than her lightning spirit root? It was simply unbelievable. And her cultivation, what was going on? Mo Xian. Had he done something? Feng Yueling was about to break through again. A strong urge. She quickly sat cross-legged on the bed's edge and began meditating. In an instant, the ice element energy around her surged toward her in a continuous stream, and her body floated into the air from the force of the spiritual energy fluctuations. The moment she opened her eyes. PFF. She had leveled up. The meridians in her body were now even thicker than before. Aside from her dantian, her entire body could now contain spiritual power. What was going on? And even though she had broken through, the energy inside her was still in great turmoil. Feng Yueling quickly closed her eyes and continued meditating. After several consecutive days, she leveled up twice in a row. From early stage golden core to late stage golden core, just one step away from golden core perfection. She opened her palm, and an ice flower bloomed instantly. How magical! Ice element techniques, had she mastered them instinctively without a teacher? Her ice spirit root, which had been almost non-existent at first, was now so domineering that it could crush her powerful lightning spirit root and steadily growing fire spirit root. Feng Yueling couldn't help but find it strange. Obviously, the ice spirit root was the last one to be repaired. In just a few days, after only recently absorbing ice element spiritual energy, why had it already surpassed the powerful lightning root and the fire root that had been developing for much longer? She peered into her dantian. The ice spirit root, 2 whole segments taller than the lightning root, was glaring at it in disdain. The two were fighting fiercely, while the fire root lounged around lazily, swaying idly as if the matter had nothing to do with it. Feng Yueling felt a headache coming on. Stop fighting. The lightning root, refusing to submit, kept releasing electricity toward the ice root that towered over it. The ice root, enraged, instantly froze it solid. Feng Yueling. She instinctively tried to summon her lightning power but nothing happened. What are you doing? The ice root arrogantly turned away, refusing to look at her. What, you just got here and you're already acting so overbearing? You want your master to be unable to use lightning element techniques? Unexpectedly, after this light scolding, the ice root froze itself solid too. Feng Yueling. Dear heavens, what was this situation? Why were all her spirit roots so proud and temperamental? Don't be like that, I wasn't really scolding you, alright? Be good. The ice root didn't react. Her mood wasn't lifted in the slightest despite the double breakthrough, so her voice was still cool. Are you really going to make trouble? The ice root suddenly cracked apart. Feng Yueling jumped in fright. Alright, I was wrong, I shouldn't have scolded you. Don't self-destruct. Only then did the ice root lift its head proudly, its whole form exuding vibrant energy again. Feng Yueling. Now unfreeze the lightning root, and don't bully the smaller one. You need to look after the weaker ones. It seemed to like hearing that. It generously released the lightning root from its icy prison. But the lightning root was now badly shaken, its whole form drooping. It didn't even look at Feng Yueling, probably because of what she had just said. Feng Yueling felt another headache coming on. Forget it, she'd ignore them for now. Sensing that the ice element's spiritual power in her body far outweighed the lightning and fire, Feng Yueling began questioning Qianyue in her mind. What's going on, Qianyue? That's just how it is. Host, have you forgotten? Mo Xian has an ice spirit root. So, my beast husbands are actually cauldrons? Is that right? Other than this, she couldn't think of another explanation. After all, after sleeping with Mo Xian, she had clearly felt her spiritual power surge. It was only because Mo Xian had been quarreling with her at the time that she had forcibly suppressed that turbulent energy without investigating further. Now that her cultivation was unsealed, she could immediately sense the changes in her ice spirit root. Thinking further. In the original plot, the human emperor clearly looked down on the major demon clans, yet still agreed to marriages with the Ting Snake clan, White Tiger clan, Merman clan, and Nine-Tailed Cat clan. He must have known from the start. That would explain it. Why, even though her father despised her beast husbands, he still approved of those political marriages. Then had Mo Xian's cultivation dropped after she harvested him? No, host. Even if his cultivation dropped, it wouldn't be because of Yip, would definitely be due to some secret technique. So his cultivation did drop? No. He's extremely strong and managed to withstand it. Feng Yueling breathed a small sigh of relief. Host, do you want to go see him? He's been calling your name constantly. Feng Yueling pressed her lips together. She would not go. Although she knew that Mo Xian was severely injured from undoing the secret technique, if he hadn't developed the thought of monopolizing her, would things have turned out this way? Men must not be spoiled. The more you indulge them, the worse they get. He needed to learn a lesson. Thus, Feng Yueling ignored Qianyue's words and instead brought up the matter of refining the demon core. Qianyue, do you know who issued the order in my name? Your most loyal servant Shura. Impossible. Feng Yueling immediately retorted. Anyone might betray her, but Shura absolutely would not. She didn't believe it. Shura was the foolish girl who, even afraid of death, would still accompany the original body to keep her from being lonely. How could she betray her? What exactly happened? Host, during the time you were having deep exchanges with your beast husbands, Qianyue was offline, which essentially blocked all incoming information during that period. I'm sorry to tell you this. Qianyue is also unclear on the reason. Where is she? White Snake Village. What is she doing in White Snake Village? And what about Wen Wuheng and the others? Shura had no cultivation. Going alone to a demon clan's territory was like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a side quest. Immediately go to White Snake Village to rescue your fellow sect senior sister, Jin Xiaoyan. Quest rewards, 3 stalks of golden winged tiger tail orchid, 1 heaven grade sword cultivation technique, and 1 golden egg mystery box. Golden winged tiger tail orchid usage, boil and consume to help earth element cultivators break through the golden core stage, effects are doubled when used in alchemy. Feng Yueling frowned deeply. They've all gone down the mountain for training? Yes, host. Has senior sister's life or death tribulation finally arrived? There was no way Feng Yueling would just stand by and watch Jun Xiaoyan be schemed against by Dong Yuan and fall into the hands of demonic cultivators. Her fingers clenched tightly. After glancing once in the direction of Mo Xian's palace, she swiftly summoned the Thunder God. Flying her sword, she left the territory of the Ting Snake clan. No sooner had she gone than Mo Xian, not far away, tilted his head toward her departing figure. DG. Who goes there? Just as Feng Yueling, following Chen Yue's directions in her mind, was heading toward White Snake Village, a familiar voice startled her into suddenly turning around. It's you. Dong Yuan made no effort to hide her hostility toward Feng Yueling. At the same time, she noticed that Feng Yueling had somehow grown even more beautiful than before, so much so that her own usually sweet, well-behaved face twisted with jealousy. After all, as long as this woman was around, the master's attention would never fall on her. The anger and envy in Dong Yuan's eyes almost took tangible form. But she was never one to show it outright, especially not in front of her loyal lapdog. Third senior brother, she. What is it, little junior sister? Dong Yuan's lips trembled. Third senior brother, she's the little martial ant who wanted to steal my water spirit root. She even looked quite frightened, immediately hiding behind Qizha. Qizha raised his eyes and gave Feng Yueling a look full of venom. Don't be afraid, little junior sister. Feng Yueling couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, staring steadily at the female lead Dong Yuan's over-the-top performance. At the same time, she asked Chen Yue in her mind. How are those two here? Weren't they supposed to be training together in White Snake Village? Why were they on their own? Earlier today, when the sect assigned a group of disciples to go down the mountain for training, the female lead feigned a stomachache. In truth, she deliberately had Hong Yuan lure your senior sister to White Snake Village first. That menace has already cultivated into human form? Yes, host. Feng Yueling's brows knitted tightly. Anyone who dares harm my little junior sister deserves to die. Without hesitation, Qizha drew his sword against her. Feng Yueling lashed out with her whip. Smack. She caught him completely off guard. Overestimating himself. You. Dong Yuan never expected Feng Yueling to be so strong. With just one strike, she had put a huge gap between them. But why did that whip look so familiar? Feng Yueling narrowed her eyes and directly sent out purple cloud. Boom. Even though Qizha quickly tried to shield Dong Yuan behind him, the two of them still ended up in an utterly disgraceful state after being struck by the lightning. Purple cloud, pleased with its own work, proudly returned to coil around Feng Yueling's wrist. Looking at the two people who had been elegant and pristine only a moment ago but were now completely disheveled, Feng Yueling couldn't help curling her lips in amusement. Dong Yuan's whole body trembled with rage. Her appearance was what she cared about most. This woman was too vile. Seeing his little junior sister suffer a setback, Qizha immediately tried to cast a spell at Feng Yueling. Soul exchange, intending to steal her body and force her submission? Huh. Wrong move. She'd long had a talisman on her that specifically countered curse arts. Any curse aimed at her would be reflected back at the caster. And right now, Feng Yueling's cultivation was a whole realm higher than his, plus she possessed the incredibly powerful triple spiritual roots of lightning, fire, and ice. So when Qizha realized his spell had no effect at all on her, he froze in shock. But he quickly summoned his poison bees. Feng Yueling burned them all to ash with a single burst of fire. Dark lawmine dulling. Feng Yueling smirked. Hiding behind Qizha, Dong Yuan visibly panicked because she noticed that third senior brother had suddenly gone stupid. Even though she had sometimes noticed him skulking around after her in the past, he had never behaved like this, pressing her down right in front of this woman. Little junior sister, why is it you've been with master but not with me? Dong Yuan's face flushed red from anger at his words, but she forced herself to keep her composure. Third senior brother, wake up. All of his curse spells had been completely reflected back at him. Watching the goddess-like woman step closer and closer to her, Dongwon screamed at the man pinning her down, third senior brother, save me. Even with his mind dulled, Qi's instincts to protect Dongwon remained. So he immediately tried another curse against Feng Yueling. Blood curse immediate. No, third senior brother. Dongwon clamped a hand over his mouth. She had figured it out, no matter what kind of curse he cast on this woman, it would rebound on him. Little junior sister. Third senior brother, undo the curse on yourself first. Then use beast control technique. Feng Yueling's eyes turned cold. Do you think this is a child's game? Speaking of which, her thunder god sword had yet to draw blood since it came to her. Well, she might as well use these two as a test. In both the original plot and the present, Qi was a ticking time bomb for her and everyone close to her. Better to end his life now than leave trouble for later. The moment Thunder God left its sheath, lightning split the sky. Purple lightning coiled around the sword's blade. With a single thrust, Qi's entire body stiffened. You are. Feng Yueling sneered. Recognized me, did you? Dongwon's eyes went wide in disbelief. Impossible. This couldn't be. How could this be that hideous, nightmarish woman Feng Yueling? Feng Yueling drove Thunder God hard into Qi's heart. Third senior brother. Bold. Two figures, one in red, one in white, flashed into sight. Miao Yi, with blazing red hair, yanked the two away just in time, while the white-robed, elegant Wen Wuheng slapped a binding talisman onto Feng Yueling. It was precisely because she saw that it was Wen Wuheng that she froze for a moment. That brief shock allowed someone with far lower cultivation to get the drop on her. Who are you, to dare harm my little junior sister? Wen Wuheng didn't seem to be under any sort of control. It wasn't surprising he didn't recognize her, but the fact that he was taking Dongwon's side made her suspicious. What did you just call her? Your little junior sister? When had the two of them become so close? Feng Yueling's face remained calm, but just speaking up betrayed her there was a subtle but undeniable note of concern in her voice. Who are you? Instead of answering her question, Wen Wuheng coldly asked who she was. His attitude was frigid. Faced with this Wen Wuheng, Feng Yueling felt a dull ache in her chest she couldn't suppress. She knew she couldn't blame fifth senior brother for not recognizing her, but seeing the once gentle, ever-concerned little Wuheng, the one who had always tried carefully to get closer to her, now helping Dongwon instead, she found her breathing growing heavy. Senior brother Wen, please don't be deceived by her. She tried to take my water spirit route before, and now she's gone so far as to try to kill my third senior brother. A demonic cultivator like her has probably harmed countless other cultivators. You're a demonic cultivator. Feng Yueling almost laughed in anger. I'm a demonic cultivator? You think so? Wen Wuheng, she says I'm a demonic cultivator and you just believe her? Take a good look. You really don't recognize me? Can't even tell from my voice? Before Wen Wuheng could answer, Miao Yi immediately stepped between them. He glared at Feng Yueling and said, enunciating each word. Falling into my hands is your bad luck. A year from today will be the anniversary of your death. Wen Wuheng hadn't been on Yushui Peak that day, so naturally, he didn't recognize the Holy Patriarch's disciple Feng Yueling, who now had her true appearance restored. But Miao Yi did recognize her. And precisely because he knew who she was, he was all the more eager to finish her off immediately. He struck fast, accurate, and ruthless, one sword thrust aimed straight at Feng Yueling's heart. Dongwon's eyes lit up in anticipation. Wen Wuheng hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him. The fallen Qi, still lying on the ground, looked on with excitement. Yet, just as Miao Yi's sword was about to pierce Feng Yueling's heart, a dark, ghostly light suddenly enveloped her. Then, buzz. The dark light released a massive wave of force, flinging Miao Yi and his sword far away. It's the heart-guarding scale. Why do you have a heart-guarding scale on you? Seeing the shimmering scale shield her tightly, Wen Wuheng's confusion deepened. Dongwon quickly grabbed him before he could approach. Wen Qixiong, stay away from her, this demonic cultivator is no simple foe. Feng Yueling looked at the heart-guarding scale that had protected her, then raised her gaze to Wen Wuheng's puzzled face. Her nose tingled, her voice trembled. Fifth senior brother, do you really not recognize me? At the words fifth senior brother, Wen Wuheng's pair of silver-gray cat ears twitched twice instinctively. This voice, it was really familiar. But looking at the woman before him, he truly did not recognize her. Who exactly are you? He subconsciously wanted to step closer. Wen Xiang, don't go over there. Dongwan yanked him back again, tears glimmering in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Wen Xiang, didn't you promise me you'd always take care of Nuaner for the rest of this life? Facing her moist, dark eyes, Wen Wuheng felt a pang of guilt. His fingers curled tightly. Sorry, little junior sister, I just want to know who she is, I'm not betraying you. Looking at the stunning beauty before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was strangely familiar. Why did she feel so familiar? She's the one trying to kill me. She's a demonic cultivator. Kill her. Dongwan cried uncontrollably. Anyone who makes my little junior sister cry must die. Miao Yi, to the side, launched another lethal strike toward Feng Yueling. But his cultivation was limited. On top of that, during the competition that day, he had already been afflicted by Arthur's secret art. Now, his body was in a depleted state. No matter how he attacked Feng Yueling, he couldn't shake her in the slightest with the heart-guarding scale's protection, couldn't even touch her. This infuriated both the scheming Qizhe and the vicious Miao Yi to the point their faces twisted in rage. It was such a perfect opportunity. She was immobilized by a binding talisman, yet their cultivation was too weak to break through her defensive treasure. Even just standing there, they couldn't hurt her at all. Second senior brother, third senior brother, forget it, we can't do anything to her, let's leave. I'll try to avoid her in the future, but now that we've already attacked her, if the Holy Patriarch finds out. Dongwan shivered all over in fear. Whether the fear was real or an act, she even spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed weakly into Wen Wuheng's arms. Wen Xiang, Nuaner is so scared, what do we do? Little junior sister. Little junior sister. Qizhe and Miao Yi spoke in unison. Qizhe wanted to come over to comfort Dongwan but was too injured to move. Miao Yi simply shoved Wen Wuheng aside and took her into his arms instead. Third senior brother. Dongwan clung to him, crying bitterly. What should I do, third senior brother? If she lives and tells the Holy Patriarch, what will become of me? Seeing her so frightened, Wen Wuheng's aura suddenly shifted. In his mind, there was always a blurry figure, someone he had failed to protect, a constant source of unease. Now, that blurry image overlapped with the helpless Dongwan before him. He had to protect her. Little junior sister, I'll kill her for you. Wen Xiang. A flicker of hope flashed in Dongwan's eyes. You'd really be willing to clear all obstacles for Nuaner? I would. Feng Yueling's eyes darkened. Something was wrong with Wen Wuheng. Humph. Qizhe wanted to unleash his own trump card, but Dongwan stopped him. Third senior brother, you're too injured, let Wen Xiang handle it. Wen Wuheng's attacks, his earth element technique, flowing sand break, were all aimed to kill. Every strike was blocked by the heart-guarding scale, but that didn't matter. If this really was Feng Yueling, then having her own beast husband kill her would be the cruelest blow. And if not, well, no harm done. Wen Xiang, it seems we truly can't hurt her. Dongwan sighed. Let's just go. If I can't harm her, then I'll bury her alive beneath the earth. As an earth element cultivator, with this flat plain before them, he could turn the entire grassland into her grave if he wished. Wen Wuheng was serious. And his target was her. How ironic. Dongwan's eyes lit up. Really? Looking at Wen Wuheng, who intended to kill her, Feng Yueling felt a storm of emotions. At last, she spoke. Fifth senior brother, look careful, do you truly not recognize your own princess? Unexpectedly, Wen Wuheng's head snapped up, eyes blazing. You dare mention that woman, that vile woman? And you even dare impersonate her? Then you deserve to die even more. In his fury, Wen Wuheng flung an explosive talisman straight at Feng Yueling. He actually hated her? Even though her galaxy cloud robe blocked the blast, Wen Wuheng had thrown it at her face. And despite the double protection of the heart-guarding scale and the galaxy cloud robe, the nascent soul stage explosive talisman still jolted her inside so badly that her organs shifted. She had never expected that the life-saving talisman she had once given Wen Wuheng would be used to blow her up. But that blast also burned away the binding talisman on her. As she walked out from the smoke, Dong Yuan instinctively retreated in terror. Feng Yueling gripped the thunder god, descending like a deity of lightning. Ziyan surged forward and unleashed a chaotic barrage of strikes at the group. Wen Wuheng wanted to unleash his ultimate technique Desert Burial, but it was too late. He could only use a teleportation talisman to take Dong Yuan and the other two away. The sight left Feng Yueling's blood surging violently. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Host, although this is a terrible time, Qianyue must remind you, please head to White Snake Village at once. If you delay, it will be too late. Feng Yueling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. I know. Now was not the time to pursue why Wen Wuheng hated her. Jun Xian's matter was clearly more urgent. She immediately summoned Ziyun back and took to the skies on her sword. Before long. At the entrance to White Snake Village. Wow, what a beautiful fairy. May I ask, fairy, where do you come from and where are you headed? Feng Yueling looked at the two snake demons blocking her path. Her brows furrowed. Such a beautiful fairy must have come from the heavens. If it were on an ordinary day, she would have enjoyed being praised. But now, she had no such mood. So when she looked at the two snake demons in her way, her tone was naturally not pleasant. I am here to find someone. If you know what's good for you, stand aside. As soon as the words left her mouth, a flash of malice flickered in both their eyes. Might the fairy be traveling with the human cultivators who came here earlier? Feng Yueling gave a light scoff. Is that important? Of course. The older-looking snake demon had already revealed his true form, spitting out a long forked tongue as his legs fused into a long green serpent tail. Vertical pupils fixed on her coldly. Feng Yueling was just about to strike, when the shorter snake demon quickly grabbed his arm. Ah, Mu Guangji, what are you doing? What if you scare the fairy? Can't you see it? This person is the same as those cultivators before. They killed our kin. At heart, they are no different from those ruthless humans sent here under orders from the Imperial Princess to hunt us down. To take our demon cores and refine them for that venomous princess. The words made Feng Yueling's face turn icy cold in shock. She unleashed a wave of golden core pressure that instantly made the two snake demons shrink back, but Mu Guang still took the chance to try and attack her from behind. Feng Yueling's whip lashed out, locking around his 7-inch vital spot, making him freeze in place. The one who gave that order, where is he now? That's a strange question. That venomous princess's status is far beyond ours. We are her prey, how could we possibly know where she is? Are you joking? What do you think? The words had barely fallen when an ice spike pierced straight through his arm. Ah! The snake demon trembled in pain, his whole body shivering. What do you want me to say? They want our demon course, we hide from them all we can. How would we know where she is? Yes, fairy, please don't hurt us. We really don't know anything. Looked like he was about to cry. Only then did Feng Yueling lower her hand. Host, your senior sister is in danger. She's in the back mountain of White Snake Village. Where is the back mountain? Take me there, now. The two exchanged glances. She changes topics this fast? Feng Yueling's gaze turned cold. Do you want to die? This way, please. They looked at each other again, then silently led Feng Yueling to a remote, deserted place. By the time Qianyue warned her again, it was already too late. She was surrounded. White Snake Village's entire clan of snake demons had gathered, forming a wall of bodies. All of them had taken on human form, eyes blazing with hatred. It seemed they intended to swallow her alive. Feng Yueling gave a cold laugh. White Snake Village dares to openly collude with demonic cultivators to harm human cultivators. Have you thought about the consequences? Shut up. Who do you think you are? Just a mere golden core cultivator, daring to meddle in our demon clan's affairs. We're only in this state because we've been driven to it by your human emperor's princess. Feng Yueling's frown deepened. Who told you the order to take your demon cores came from the human emperor's princess? And where is the female cultivator the demonic cultivators took to the back mountain? Qianyue had said Shura was also in White Snake Village, so she had to be here. But these people acted like lunatics. Completely ignoring her questions, all of them attacking with killing intent. Village chief, why waste words with her? Let's swallow her together. That's right. Swallow her. Swallow her. Swallow her. Huge pythons opened their bloody maws. Feng Yueling's aura turned sharp. I'll give you one last chance, tell me. Who told you that taking your demon cores was the princess's order? And where's the female cultivator taken to the back mountain? The only reply was endless darkness. Tens of thousands of snakes swarmed toward her, black and seething, blood-filled maws about to bite down on her. Without hesitation, Feng Yueling flung out an explosive talisman. Boom! Blast tore countless snake demons into bloody chunks, gore flying everywhere. The thick stench of blood filled the entire pit. Her voice was cold and laced with killing intent. Now, can we speak properly? Mother. My child. Husband. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Seeing their eyes turn red, it was clear this would be a fight to the death. Feng Yueling helplessly drew Thor. Lightning split the sky. Thor grew to full size, purple lightning crackling along its surface. Just the sight made some snake demons shiver. Stand down. The village chief hadn't expected that the little girl before him not only carried a nascent soul-level explosive talisman, but was also a lightning spiritual root cultivator. No, not just lightning spiritual root, something more. His chest heaved with turbulent chi and blood. Clearly he'd taken damage in the blast as well, but he still forced his tone calm. Young friend, you attacked my people without reason. How is that justifiable? Host, hurry. Any later will be too late. Feng Yueling took out spiritual spring water and poured it over the mangled remains. She had already sensed that the village's snake demons were strong. Her explosive talisman was powerful, but apart from the snake that tried to swallow her and the ones closest to her, the rest might still be saved. So she gave them the spring water. Then, without looking back, she headed straight toward the depths of the back mountain. But she still left them with one last sentence: if your fate isn't at its end, drinking this will heal your injuries. If you're already dead, then it's what you deserve. They had never listened to a single word she'd said. Seeing Feng Yueling heading toward the back mountain, looked anxious to stop her, but the village chief held him back. If she dies there, it's none of our concern. Anyone who trespassed into White Snake Village should be ready to pay the price. On fell silent. Hong Yuan, don't do this. Feng Yueling had not yet reached the deepest part of the back mountain when she heard Jun Xiaoyan's voice. She saw a blurry red figure gripping Jun Xiaoyan's neck. Without hesitation, Feng Yueling lashed her whip toward him. That whip landed squarely on the shadowy figure, making it tremble all over. No. Seeing the second lash about to strike, Jun Xiaoyan immediately shielded the person behind her. When she looked up and saw the red-clad Feng Yueling, Jun Xiaoyan's expression was one of disbelief. Are you sixth junior sister? The last time she had seen her, she'd already been stunning enough. But now, sixth junior sister had grown into a peerless beauty, eyes bright and full of life, yet her whole bearing was colder, sharper, and more lethal. At this moment, Feng Yueling's face was filled with worry as she looked at her. Sixth junior sister? Jun Xiaoyan tried calling again, hesitantly. It's me, senior sister. Why are you protecting this troublemaker? Feng Yueling had already stepped up to the two of them. It really is you? What are you doing here? You shouldn't leave, now. As if suddenly realizing something, Jun Xiaoyan hurriedly urged Feng Yueling to go. And it was at that moment that Hong Yuan, whom she had been protecting under her arm, took the chance to stab her. Senior sister. With one slap, Feng Yueling sent Hong Yuan flying. At the same time, she caught Jun Xiaoyan before she could fall. Senior sister, quickly, drink this. She immediately poured her some spirit spring water. Sixth junior sister, don't hurt him. When Feng Yueling didn't agree right away, Jun Xiaoyan spoke again. Sixth junior sister, I'm begging you, please don't hurt him. Feng Yueling glanced at Hong Yuan. When their gazes met, Hong Yuan's dark blue eyes actually lit up. You've gotten prettier? He even got up from the ground of his own accord and walked toward her. Heh. Feng Yueling let out a cold laugh. Sixth junior sister. Realizing that she had no intention of hiding her killing intent toward Hong Yuan, Jun Xiaoyan quickly grabbed her again. Don't hurt him, I beg you. Hong Yuan has been with me for so many years, let him go. Otherwise, I won't take what you're giving me. Blood was still gushing from her abdomen, but seeing that Feng Yueling clearly didn't plan to let Hong Yuan go, Jin Xiaoyan refused to accept the spirit spring water no matter what she said. Feng Yueling pressed her lips together, casting a sidelong glance at the man whose expression had grown increasingly strange. Get lost. You. Hong Yuan looked like he still wanted to argue, but seeing Feng Yueling treat him so unceremoniously, he turned in a huff and ran off. Senior sister, don't gamble with your own life. Meeting Feng Yueling's serious gaze, Jin Xiaoyan awkwardly drank the spirit spring water she offered. The moment she swallowed it, the wound on her abdomen began closing before her eyes. It worked even faster than a hemostatic pill. Jin Xiaoyan didn't have time to be surprised. Sixth junior sister, leave now and stay here. Who's there? Just then, a voice rang out from behind Feng Yueling, familiar, yet icy cold. Her whole body stiffened. This voice had never spoken to her like that before. Jin Xiaoyan immediately lowered her voice. Don't reveal yourself and admit in public that you're the human emperor's imperial consort. As she turned, Feng Yueling indeed saw that familiar face. Who are you? Why have you trespassed in White Snake Village? What's your purpose? Chower looked exactly the same as before, obedient and sweet-faced. Only now, she didn't recognize Feng Yueling. And her demeanor was completely different from when she had been at Feng Yueling's side, arrogant and overbearing, looking down at people as if from on high. Feng Yueling deliberately probed her cultivation. There was none at all, but her aura was totally changed. Beside her stood a lecherous old man in green robes, with a sharp face and beady eyes. From the moment he appeared alongside Chower, his cloudy gaze had been roaming greedily over Feng Yueling. This little lass is even more to my liking than the other one, the old man said. What's her cultivation? Late-stage golden core, the old man replied with a smile. Dig out her golden core for meg of the core to me, the rest is yours. Chower. Ever since Chower had followed her, she had almost never done anything so vicious again. What had happened to her now? At Feng Yueling's angry shout, Chower only shot her a fierce glare. Insolent wretch. Even my name isn't something you can call. Feng Yueling let out an exasperated sigh. Chower. How dare you? Feng Yueling grabbed her by the hand. Little girl, half a month apart and you've grown quite the temper, haven't you? Let go of me, you lowly wench. Do you even know who I am? I'm the most trusted subordinate of the Imperial consort. You dare lay a hand on me? Feng Yueling. Epsilon sad face Omicron, sigh. Jin Xiaoyan also looked awkward beyond words. Sixth junior sister, it's understandable Chower doesn't recognize you right now. Please don't be angry. Jin Xiaoyan quickly sent her a voice transmission. What happened to Chower? Why is she with demonic cultivators? Why is she in White Snake Village? Feng Yueling immediately asked. It's a long story. Left protector, what are you still standing there for? Kill her. Still trapped in Feng Yueling's grip and unable to break free, Chower shouted the order to the demonic cultivator East Protector who had been watching the show. Jia, then I'll start by digging out this little beauty's golden core. The old man lunged straight for Feng Yueling. Feng Yueling's eyes turned cold. But before she could summon the thunder god, a massive sword fell from the sky. At the same time, two white-robed figures as ethereal as immortals appeared before them. Sword cultivators? Seeing that the newcomers were both sword cultivators, sown even at mid-stage nascent soul, the East Protector turned tail and fled in fright. East Protector, get back here. Yan Feng glanced back at Chower, his expression severe. Chower, you really did collude with demonic cultivators? Was it truly on the Imperial Consort's orders? If not her, then who else could make this girl obey? The one speaking was someone Feng Yueling would never have expected. Her beast husband, Zhe. Right now, his expression was cold, his whole being radiating a forbidding aura. And from start to finish, he hadn't looked at Feng Yueling even once. Hearing him say that, could it be he resented her too? Facing such a distant, unfamiliar Zhe, Feng Yueling felt a painful tightness in her chest. What on earth was going on? You? When Yan Feng saw Feng Yueling, he clearly froze for a moment. Could it really be your doing? There was a trace of hesitation in his eyes, and he instinctively glanced at Chower. What are you looking at? Chower glared at him fiercely. Yan Feng fell silent. Junior brother Yan, thank you for saving me. Jun Xiaoyan immediately pulled Feng Yueling behind her, blocking Yan Feng's probing gaze. This is my friend, don't scare her. Feng Yueling frowned. What was wrong with the male lead Yan Feng? The way he looked at her, could it be that her beast husband didn't recognize her, but he did? It really seemed like he knew something. The strange feeling in Feng Yueling's heart only grew stronger. My apologies. Chen Zai gave Yan Feng a glance. This wasn't his usual behavior. Following his line of sight, his gaze finally fell on Feng Yueling. The moment their eyes met, Chen Zai's heart suddenly tightened. Why was it that, looking at this unfamiliar woman, his heartbeat sped up? Seeing him like that, Feng Yueling instinctively took a step forward. Had her senior brother recognized her? You. But unexpectedly, Chen Zai's expression quickly turned cold. He thought Feng Yueling must have used some kind of charm technique on him, which was why he couldn't control his quickened heartbeat after all. He cultivated the ruthless path. Thinking this, a trace of disgust appeared in his eyes as he looked at her again. Feng Yueling's fingers clenched tightly, her thin lips pressing together. All right. Disgust her, is it? Fine. You're all outrageous. How dare you kidnap me? Her Highness the Princess will never let you off. Shura was furious, especially since Feng Yueling had been kicking and punching her. Feng Yueling felt helpless seeing her like this. Fortunately, from the look of her, she hadn't suffered much during this time. It was just that she didn't recognize her anymore. Now was not the time to question her. Where is Her Highness? Just as Feng Yueling was about to cast a silencing spell on Shura, Chen Zai spoke, looking at her. Feng Yueling's hand forming the seal paused slightly. She wanted to know more than anyone what was going on. You lowly slave. Filthy beastkin. Instead of staying obediently by Her Highness's side, you dare ask me where she is? Believe it or not, I'll have Her Highness whip you to death. Feng Yueling. And you. You despicable human cultivators. To offend me is the same as offending Her Highness. You will. Feng Yueling went ahead and cast the silencing spell on Shura. The world instantly fell quiet. She didn't even look at Chen Zai again. This unfamiliar senior brother really knew how to get under her skin. She turned to Jun Xiaoyan. Let's leave here first. Jun Xiaoyan nodded. They really should get away from this strange place quickly. However, Yan Feng and Chen Zai instinctively followed behind the two women. Feng Yueling glanced back at them. The road's wide enough, go your own way. I'm afraid not. We're on a mission. Yan Feng looked at her as he spoke. Jun Xiaoyan quickly pulled Feng Yueling closer and nodded. They had come down the mountain this time for training. It was just that they happened to learn that Shura, acting on Her Highness's orders, had been extracting beastkin and monster demon cores, stirring unrest everywhere. Since the grand tournament, no one in the sect, not even her several beast husbands, knew where she had gone. Feng Yueling was, after all, a disciple of their Qingyun sect. If she was truly behind this, they were duty-bound to bring her back to the sect. How she would be dealt with was not their decision to make. From start to finish, Jun Xiaoyan believed Feng Yueling was innocent. But repeated rumors had power. The evidence seemed plain. Even Shura claimed that if Her Highness used the monster cores of lowly beastkin, it was an honor to them. She had even been colluding with demonic cultivators, harvesting monster cores and blood in large quantities to refine them. From the look of her, she seemed perfectly lucid, not under any control. The group had no choice but to head for White Snake Village to investigate. Unfortunately, just as they were on their way, the newly transformed Hong Yuan suddenly bolted in this direction, forcing her to chase after it. And that was when Feng Yueling saw what happened. Hong Yuan actually tried to kill its own master. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. But compared to her private matters, her sixth junior sister's reputation was far more important. Who could be so despicable as to commit mass killings of beastkin, monsters, and even human cultivators in her name? Seeing her sixth junior sister so troubled, Jun Xiaoyan instinctively patted her hand. Let's get out first, then talk. Strangely enough, just as they were about to leave White Snake Village, a dense white mist suddenly appeared out of thin air, and everyone grew alert. Poison gas? The white mist thickened. Everyone immediately used spiritual power to ward it off. But very soon, Feng Yueling and the others could no longer see each other. Shower? At some point, Shower had broken free from her restraints. Just as Feng Yueling was about to search for her presence. It's me, Yan Feng. Yan Feng actively approached her. Feng Yueling frowned. You recognized me? He didn't avoid it at all. I believe this isn't your doing. Feng Yueling's frown deepened. Why? Instinct. Feng Yueling. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Hold on, so we don't get separated. Yan Feng took the initiative to extend Qing Tian, letting Feng Yueling hold on to the sword's blade. Feng Yueling hesitated for a moment. You must really want to know what happened, right? That one line was enough to make Feng Yueling grasp the sword hilt. Yan Feng's gaze flickered. What exactly happened? I'll tell you once we're out of this mist. SSSS. A rustling sound suddenly came from all around, as though many monsters were slowly approaching. Yan Feng instantly shielded Feng Yueling behind him. Feng Yueling also realized they were surrounded. So she stood back to back with Yan Feng, ready to fight. But such a simple move left the usually serious Yan Feng a bit unsettled. She trusted him that much? You. Don't get distracted. Alright. Senior brother. Senior brother. While the two of them were fending off the hidden monsters, they suddenly heard the female lead Dong Yuan's voice calling out. Yan Feng instinctively glanced at Feng Yueling, as if asking her opinion. Feng Yueling found his look inexplicable. Senior brother, save me. Yan Feng was clearly a little anxious. Seeing that Feng Yueling hadn't said anything, he pursed his lips. Sorry, I have to check. You don't need to explain to me. Even so, Yan Feng said, wait here, I'll be right back. Then, with a flash, he flew toward Dong Yuan's voice. Feng Yueling gave him a sidelong glance, then kept walking forward. The mist around her grew even thicker. ChatGPT said. Suddenly, a white figure slowly walked toward her. Feng Yueling immediately drew Thunder God. The sky instantly erupted with lightning and thunder. Purple arcs of lightning coiled around the blade, and a sharp, killing aura radiated from her whole body. She thought it was some kind of demon at work, but when she saw who it was, she sheathed Thunder God. Turning away, she was just about to head in another direction. There's a swamp ahead of you. His voice was calm and unhurried, seemingly unchanged from before, yet his attitude toward her had completely reverted to the way it was in the very beginning, cold and distant. Feng Yueling stopped in her tracks. Why do you give me such an indescribably familiar feeling? The always cold and taciturn Chenzhe suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Feng Yueling's head snapped up to look at him. Chenzhe, with his silver hair and detached composure, was still effortlessly beautiful. But her heart felt unsettled. She wanted to ignore this infuriating senior brother. After all, he now clearly detested her. And that was hard to stomach. But after spending time together, she couldn't deny she had feelings for them. So she parted her lips, eyes full of complicated emotions. Senior brother, don't you think my voice sounds familiar? Do you really not recognize me? Have you truly forgotten all the time we spent together? Are you, just like fifth brother, hating me now? When the cold, stunning woman before him called him senior brother, a strange, unexplainable stir went through Chenzhe's heart. The feeling was déjà vu. His fists clenched tight. Some instinct in him wanted to draw closer to her. But his beautiful ice blue eyes only grew colder, sharp enough to cut. His words were frigid. You're of the Fox clan? Don't try using your Fox clan seduction techniques on me again. Otherwise, I won't show mercy. Feng Yueling was too irritated to bother with him anymore. In just half a month apart, both her beast husbands were acting like strangers. She knew she couldn't really blame them. But she was still furious. Most of all because she had no idea what had happened. And that was the most maddening part. She was never one to have much patience. And now, after finally meeting her two beast husbands again, one had used the life-saving talisman she gave him to blow her up, and the other was treating her with nothing but cold disdain. She was hurt and she was angry. Explain yourself. She yanked her arm free from his grip. Don't you hate me? Then why are you coming closer? Are you being shameless? Get lost. You. In their brief struggle, Feng Yueling slipped and fell into a dark pit. Chenzhe didn't even think, jumped in right after her. Grab my hand. Without even looking at him, Feng Yueling summoned Thunder God and used her sword to fly back up to the surface. Chenzhe looked at his empty palm, then at the woman who had ignored him, his voice heavy. Why didn't you take my hand? The words left his mouth, and even he felt his behavior today was strange. Why did he care so much about a woman he had just met? Why did he keep wanting to get closer to her? This loss of control over his emotions felt utterly foreign to him. Feng Yueling, noticing he was still following her, couldn't help but find it amusing. She glanced back at him. Why are you still following me? If senior sister June finds out I watched you die without helping, she'll have words. So you mean I need your help? Chenzhe gave no answer, but only now did he notice the sword in her hand. That's Thunder God? What else? Thunder God? Staring at her weapon, an image of a blue figure flashed through his mind, but it was hazy and unclear. He clutched his forehead in discomfort. What's wrong with you? Seeing something was off, Feng Yueling instinctively stepped forward. But Chenzhe suddenly grabbed her wrist. His Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes turning blood red. Have I not told you to use seduction techniques on me? He seemed to be restraining something with great effort, his breathing growing heavier, yet his grip on her wrist refused to loosen. It was maddening. He clearly wanted to be close to her. Yet claimed she was seducing him? Qianyue, what's wrong with him? This white mist contains an aphrodisiac. He's been affected. Seeing his handsome face drawing closer, and those lips far too tempting, Feng Yueling shoved him away. Look careful, Ida, you know who I am? That push snapped Chenzhe back a bit. He immediately apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean. Just go. Don't walk with me. But Chenzhe didn't listen. He didn't even know why, was usually composed and courteous, but with this woman, the urge to pin her beneath him came in fierce waves. If he hadn't confirmed she wasn't using any seduction at all, he would have killed her. Half a month ago. He vaguely remembered that he should have been waiting in his cave dwelling for someone. But who, he couldn't recall. No matter how hard he tried, the memory wouldn't come. And with that vicious Imperial Princess starting to target their great demon clans, Chenzhe really hadn't had the heart for such thoughts. Besides, she cultivated the emotionless Tao. Why was this happening? Could it be because of this fog? Seeing him still trailing behind her, Feng Yueling decided to be blunt. You dislike the human emperor's princess? Chenzhe didn't hide it. Yes. Feng Yueling pressed her lips together. Why? Wasn't it obvious? Chenzhe blurted, because she. Because what? He wanted to say because she was vicious, cruel, because she had humiliated them as she pleased. But when it reached his lips, he couldn't say it. The vicious princess in his memory somehow, calling her vicious now felt difficult. What was going on? Had he forgotten something? You can't say it? Why can't you? She's not vicious? Of course not. Oh? Then do you still remember what she looks like? Chenzhe looked at the woman's pressing gaze, displeased. Of course. Right in front of him, Feng Yueling transformed into her former appearance. Does she look like this? In an instant, Chenzhe's hand was at her throat. Are you looking for death? Feng Yueling changed back to her current form. Is that so? Chenzhe hesitated. Feng Yueling shoved him to the ground, bracing one hand on the earth as she smiled down at him. Senior brother, I am the human emperor's princess. Could you really kill me? You are a demon? Feng Yueling let out a snort of laughter. In her mind, she asked Qianyue, if I provoke him a little, will it help him remember me? You could give it a try. Feng Yueling raised an eyebrow. Worth a try. They were alone now, and he'd been following her this whole time. Why not seize the chance? So she blurted out. Senior brother, I want to ride you. The teasing words from the breathtaking beauty before him made Chenzhe's body jolt violently. And in his mind, a fragment of a past conversation suddenly surfaced. Senior brother, can I ride you? Senior brother, I've wanted to ride you for a long time. If you transform and carry me out, it'll definitely be the most dazzling thing ever. As long as the princess likes it. His ice blue pupils were filled with disbelief. When was this memory? Who wanted to ride him? Who had he allowed to ride him? Senior brother, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. The woman's hand lightly brushed over his lips, inch by inch, and the atmosphere between the two grew more and more ambiguous. Skin against skin. Feng Yueling even set up a barrier around them. To keep others from disturbing them. Seeing her senior brother frozen in place, like he'd been spellbound by her, unmoving and letting her have her way, Feng Yueling's lips curved slightly. Senior brother. Looking at that flower-like smile, Chenzai's breath grew more and more unsteady, unable to suppress it. Feng Yueling leaned over him and finally pressed her lips to his thin ones. At the same time, her small hand tugged and loosened his belt. She leaned close and breathed softly into his ear, Senior brother, if you can't remember who I am, then let me help you. Unexpectedly, Chenzai suddenly grabbed her wrist. He reversed their positions, pressing Feng Yueling beneath him. With a casual wave of his hand. Feng Yueling was startled. In an instant, the two of them were in a secluded forest. He had even thoughtfully prepared a soft bed for her. It was dark all around, and at that moment Feng Yueling couldn't see his expression clearly. But his heartbeat in his chest was pounding like a war drum. Touching his strong, solid chest, even without seeing Chenzai's gaze, she could imagine it now must be burning with excitement and passion. Because his kiss, while careful, carried an indescribable roughness. As if he wanted to press her into his very bones. This side of Chenzai was unfamiliar to Feng Yueling. She didn't know why, but she had stirred up his wildness, making him kiss her until her whole body trembled. She quickly surrendered, feeling unbearably overwhelmed. But when she remembered that the man pressing down on her was her senior brother. Her rightful beast husband. What was there to be shy about? So she softly called his name, Chenzai, senior brother. Just those simple words Chenzai, senior brother made him jolt as if struck by lightning. Feng Yueling had no idea how enticing she looked in her current, aroused state. Chenzai's true form was a white tiger, and to him, the night was no different from day. Looking down at the beautiful, radiant woman beneath him. His Adam's apple rolled again and again. Feng Yueling, after all, had only experienced intimacy once before. She was still somewhat inexperienced, and instinctively she rubbed against Chenzai's body. That little movement was enough to set off an unstoppable chain reaction. A dark tide surged in Chenzai's eyes. Princess. He murmured to her, then sealed her lips with his. Feng Yueling was startled. Senior brother? Princess, Chenzai missed you so much, so very much. He remembered. She was the princess. She was the princess. Before Feng Yueling could even process what was happening, she was swallowed whole by his overwhelming love. Chenzai kept whispering her name over and over, devouring her entirely. Because of his intense longing, he was neither gentle nor restrained. Feng Yueling's whole body ached. But she truly loved Chenzai's ember seat was so warm. Mo Xian was actually quite cold. But Chenzai was cold outside and warm within. After their passionate union, both were drenched in sweat. Chenzai treated her like the most precious treasure, kissing every inch of her skin with deep affection. Once again, Feng Yueling was left limp from his kisses. Senior brother. Her voice was a little hoarse. She truly hadn't expected that her noble, reserved senior brother could also be this. She really shouldn't have provoked him. But remembering how he had just called her princess. Feng Yueling felt a surge of joy. Senior brother, did he remember her now? Thinking this, Feng Yueling immediately asked, Senior brother, do you know who I am now? Princess, you are the princess. Feng Yueling's nose stung with emotion. Chenzai instantly sensed her slight sadness and pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry, princess. I didn't recognize you right away. He kissed her between the brows, full of guilt. Senior brother, it's so good that you remember me. Feng Yueling soon fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Chenzai's gaze grew deep. He had actually forgotten the princess. He deserved to die. That day, after winning 3 matches in the tournament, Chenzai had planned to return to his cave dwelling and wait for the princess to come find him. but on the way, his master had called him back. Winning disciples were rewarded. He especially remembered the princess saying she wanted the tournament's prize golden-winged tiger tail or kidto give to their 5th junior brother. So, Chenzé went. At the same time, their master also gave them each an extra reward. A solid essence pill to stabilize their current cultivation. They thanked their master and each took the pill, then returned to their caves to meditate. Unexpectedly, when Chenzé next opened his eyes, she could no longer remember the princess. He couldn't remember the princess who had treated him so well. During that time, he had always felt a hollow emptiness inside, as if something very important had been erased from his life. Always reserved, he became uncharacteristically restless. Though he didn't show it outwardly, only he knew that he was like a walking corpse missing a part of himself, missing his life itself. Until he saw the princess again. Only then did he realize what he had nearly lost. He loved the princess. Even if he knew the princess didn't love him the way she claimed. It didn't matter. Liking someone never needed a reason. Loving someone was something uncontrollable. Thinking this, Chenzé looked at the princess sleeping in his arms, and his lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. He kissed her again. Just as he was about to carry her to wash up. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and he coughed up blood. At the same time, he clearly felt a crack forming in the golden core in his dantian. Chenzé stumbled, his body stiffening, blood at the corner of his mouth. Cultivating the emotionless path above all meant avoiding emotional attachment. Chenzé had not only fallen in love with Feng Yueling, but had been intimate with her. His emotionless path was now unlikely to ever succeed. But even so, Chenzé didn't care. Instead, he carried Feng Yueling to a nearby pool to wash her. He carefully cleansed every part of her body, and when he saw the marks he had left on her, the corners of his lips couldn't help but lift. Halfway through, Feng Yueling sleepily woke once. Seeing him, she grinned and called out, "Senior brother." Then she kissed him, before drifting back to sleep. Looking at the princess who trusted him so much, Chenzé's ice blue eyes were like fragments of falling stars. Breathtakingly beautiful. Chenzé gently brushed her hair, a warm current rising in his heart. He knew the path of ruthlessness was far behind him. But this warmth with the Imperial Princess felt incomparably precious. He hoped her sense of novelty toward him could last just a little longer so he could always remain in her eyes. As long as the Imperial Princess kept him in her heart, he would be satisfied. Chenzé pulled Feng Yueling tightly into his arms, letting the cracks in his golden core spread, yet feeling no regret. Imperial Princess. When Feng Yueling woke again, she found Chenzé staring at her without blinking, his gaze almost tangible with ambiguity. She felt a little embarrassed under that look. "Senior brother?" Feng Yueling pulled the blanket up over her face, calling softly. She poked her head out to peek at him. "Do you remember me now?" Truth be told, she vaguely recalled how yesterday, in their madness, Chenzé had kept calling her name. But somehow, even though they were still lying together now, she instinctively asked aloud. "I remember." "Imperial Princess, Chenzé will always remember you." Chenzé drew her into his embrace, but his body suddenly went rigid. Feng Yueling noticed. "What is it, senior brother?" "It's nothing." Chenzé smiled lightly. But in truth, his golden core had cracked again. Feng Yueling gazed at that cold yet strikingly handsome face, and recalling last night's events, she couldn't resist giving him a mischievous pinch. Instantly, Chenzé's whole body tensed. He caught her restless little hand, his voice low and husky, "Imperial Princess." Feng Yueling raised a brow. "But what did you say before? That I shouldn't use charm arts on you, or else you'd be rude to me?" "Tell me, what exactly would you do to me?" She nudged his long leg with her delicate foot, provoking him. "Chenzé, I didn't even know I could use charm arts. Tell me, how did you sense it?" "Imperial Princess." Chenzé was momentarily helpless at her words. His slender hand instinctively brushed along her foot. Hey, fellow cultivator, please remove your claws, don't just rest them on this Imperial Princess's flawless legs." Watching her animated little expressions, Chenzé couldn't help but chuckled, then cupped the back of her head and kissed her until she was breathless. Only when her body went limp did he reluctantly release her. "It's all Chenzé's fault. Imperial Princess, please don't be angry, alright? Humph. Feng Yueling pretended to be mad. Chenzhe will let you ride, alright? Her eyes lit up. Looking at his doting expression, she still lifted her chin. Me riding you, that's only natural for this Imperial Princess, isn't it? Yes. Her lips curved up. Ding. Detected, target Chenzhe's affection value plus 89. Current affection progress, 99%, like. Ding. Detected, host has restored supreme metal spiritual root. Issuing quest reward, ancient white tiger bloodline, 1 use of divine soul manifestation. Ding. Detected, host has completed the quest rescue fellow senior sister Jin Xiaoyan. Issuing rewards, 3 gold-winged tiger tail orchids, 1 heaven tier sword cultivation manual, 1 golden egg blind box. Please check your inventory. Divine soul manifestation? Feng Yueling was so excited she gripped Chenzhe's hand. Especially when she sensed the freshly sprouted golden spiritual root within her body. She opened her palm, and instantly, a golden sword aura solidified in her hand. Imperial Princess, you? Chenzhe looked astonished. Wasn't she a thunder spiritual root? How could she condense metal elemental spiritual power in her palm? It's just as you think, senior brother, I can use metal element spiritual power now. Feng Yueling was overjoyed. Congratulations, Imperial Princess. She smiled brightly. Without delay, she opened the golden egg blind box. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Netherworld Divine Sword. She stared at the pitch-black sword before her, then glanced at Chenzhe, quickly stowing the sword away. Then she said, Senior brother, teach me how to better use the metal element power in my body, okay? Alright. Chenzhe agreed without hesitation. Feng Yueling at once took out a heaven-tier metal element cultivation manual and a sword cultivation manual from her storage pouch, planning to read them with him. She actually intended to give the metal manual to Chenzhe after reading it herself. Unexpectedly, the moment she took it out, Chenzhe's expression tensed for a split second. He said seriously, Imperial Princess, never show things like this to outsiders again. At her current level, she possessed treasures others would kill for making her an easy target. But you're not an outsider, my husband. Warmth flickered in Chenzhe's eyes. Imperial Princess. When she turned to look, the always cold and restrained senior brother was leaning toward her again. She immediately coughed lightly. Senior brother, let's focus on serious matters first. Imperial Princess, this is a serious matter. Feng Yueling. Seriously, are men who just got a taste all like this? Just thinking of how she'd spent a week tangled up with Mo Xian, and was about to go through it all over again with Chenzhe, made her shiver. Were they all trying to drain her dry? No, no. She quickly wrapped her arms around his waist, swaying and acting coy. Senior brother, not now, let's study these 2 manuals first, okay? Please, senior brother. His Adam's apple bobbed. His ice blue eyes softened with tender affection. He sighed, truly helpless against her, but still held her tight, as if wanting to fuse her into his bones. Senior brother. All right. He finally relented. Imperial Princess, wait for me a moment. Where are you going, senior brother? For once, the unflappable Chenzhe looked slightly embarrassed, unsure how to answer. After a pause. Imperial Princess, wait here. I'll be right back. He seemed oddly urgent, so she agreed. Chenzhe vanished in a rush. Left alone, Feng Yueling began studying. The manual claimed that metal element spiritual power could greatly enhance her thunder god's abilities. She was just about to try one of the listed techniques when Chenzhe suddenly embraced her from behind. Imperial Princess, let Chenzhe teach you. She hadn't expected him back so soon, and turned to plant a kiss on his cheek. Senior brother, I'm fond of you. His eyes darkened, his grip on her waist tightening. He rested his chin against her neck, speaking cautiously. Imperial Princess, say those words only to Chenzhe, alright. When she looked at him, kissed her again. However, not a single disciple of Qingyun sect fled the battlefield. Though the disciples of the 5 peaks usually looked down on one another, bickering like fighting roostersit was their norm. But at crucial moments, they stood united against outside threats. No. A Wanjian peak disciple drew his sword. They weren't cowards. Yan Feng declared, there's no reason for you to stay behind alone while we run. Yes, little uncle. We'll help you. That's right, we'll help. The Yusho peak disciples, led by Li Xiaochang, summoned their contracted spirit beasts to join the fight. Little uncle, we're no cowards, the Shanbao peak disciples, with Lei Jiukui at the lead, along with Yan Zui and Jiang Ning, moved to stand behind Feng Yueling. We may not know what's going on, but as Qingyun sect disciples especially from Qianfu Peak we're no craven cowards. Run? Sorry, that's not happening. At a time like this, you from Qianfu Peak still have the gall to. Dao Yi smirked. Where's the shamelessness? I'm just stating facts. You. Who says he's wrong? The other Qianfu Peak disciples, led by Dao Yi, wore solemn expressions. That's right. The Alchemy Peak disciples didn't even need to speak, they simply handed out spirit power enhancing pills to everyone on the spot. Everyone was prepared to fight to the death. They would not run. Seeing this, Feng Yueling didn't feel inspired, instead, she was silently cursing her luck. She actually wished they'd be a little more ungrateful. If they didn't run, they'd die. If they escaped, someone could live to testify that she wasn't responsible for this mess, keeping her adoptive father, the human emperor, out of trouble. You all. She wanted to yell, but seeing their fervent, determined eyes, she didn't know how to start. Nangongjing and Arthur couldn't stop staring at her. Somehow, she seemed familiar, but this peerlessly beautiful face was a first sight. Why was senior brother with this woman? And did he just call her Imperial Princess? Was she the Imperial Princess? They exchanged glances. She had just summoned senior brother, they'd seen it. But faced with such an ethereal beauty, they almost didn't dare believe it. What's more, instead of feeling the hatred they expected, they found themselves wanting to stand at her side and protect her. Especially Arthur. Though his memories and past humiliation told him how vicious she'd been to him, his body was screaming that her scent, the pull of her pheromones, was deadly attractive. It was as if they had once been very close. Ridiculous. Nangongjing was even more conflicted. Though he was certain his sworn sister hadn't been harmed by the Imperial Princess, she had indeed cut off one of his tails and the pain had been real. But why had their master-servant contract vanished? Earlier, to verify if she truly was the Imperial Princess, he had tried sensing the bond and discovered it was gone. She was vicious, vindictive, cruel. There's no way she'd release him willingly. She'd enslaved him, beaten him. How could she possibly let him go? What in the world was going on? The seductive Dao Yi still wasn't sure the woman before them was Feng Yueling, so he didn't dwell on it. If the disciples called her little uncle, so be it. Right now, dealing with the enemy came first. By contrast, Yan Feng's eyes never left her. She had advanced in cultivation again. Dong Yuan, lying on the ground, felt a surge of bitterness and resentment seeing everyone so devoted to this cool, aloof woman. How had she become even more beautiful in just a few days and advanced so quickly in cultivation? She was jealous. Her own cultivation had improved quickly too, but without much killing power. She wanted to challenge the Black Flame woman and draw everyone's eyes back to herself. But before she could get close, she shrank back. That fire could devour her. She was afraid. In the blink of an eye, everyone present had their own thoughts. The white tiger spirit beast restraining the enemy woman was starting to falter. Laws of all things spatial slow. Lei Jiukui was the first to cast a spell. With the white tiger's help, the enemy woman's movements really slowed. Seeing this, Chenze immediately transformed into his beast form and lunged. Senior brother. Feng Yueling was frantic. No one here could match that woman. Against such an absolute powerhouse, their cultivation seemed pitifully weak. Why wouldn't they listen? Azure Vine Soul Bind. Arthur struck without hesitation. Flaming sunburst. Nangongjing's molten hellfire wrapped around the woman. Swallowing Swan and I, let's finish her together. Ultimate spiral. Dao Shang spun toward her. Dao Mo drew a golden dragon that roared and charged into the black flames. Helpless, Feng Yueling joined in with Dao Yi and Yan Feng. But before they could attack, the woman waved her hand and sent everyone flying. The white tiger used its last ounce of strength to tear off one of the golden Rakshas's arms, but nothing more. The woman spat black blood. Bracing herself with one hand, the fury around her turned tangible. Black flames burned thick in every direction. What do we do? The injured disciples' faces were grim. There was no escape. You all deserve to die. The woman seized the badly wounded Chenze. You ants, did you think ganging up on me would change anything? Pathetic. Senior brother. Chenze. I won't allow you to be hurt. Come back. Come back. Imperial Princess. Even as she summoned him, it was useless, his neck was still in her grasp. Then crack. The white tiger's neck snapped without mercy. Chenze. Time seemed to freeze. A buzzing filled Feng Yueling's mind. The two of them kissed for quite a while. Sensing his body temperature gradually rising, Feng Yueling was about to push him away. But when she met those tender, affectionate eyes, she couldn't bring herself to reject him a second time. She'd heard that being rejected too often could damage a man's psyche. Whether it was a moment of madness or pity for Chenze or senior brother who so rarely took the initiative, she couldn't say. He'd always been so cold and aloof. The more she thought about it, the more she simply allowed him to lead the pace. But soon, Feng Yueling secretly bit her lip. She should never have pitted a man. It was torture. The next afternoon, seeing Chenze's utterly satisfied expression, Feng Yueling was so angry she didn't even want to speak to him. In the end, Chenze transformed into his beast form, a great white tiger, and coaxed her for a long while before she finally forgave him. Only then did Feng Yueling begin her serious cultivation. Her talent had always been high, and with Chenze's guidance, she became increasingly adept with the sword, especially when her blade was imbued with metal element spiritual power. Her swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. From the beginning, when she only knew how to slash and stab, she had progressed to performing 10,000 shadows return to the sect and 99 unite as one. In just a few days, she could already be considered a formidable sword cultivator. But perhaps it was just her imagination. Feng Yueling noticed that while Chenze's gaze toward her was always filled with dense, inescapable affection, his complexion was growing paler and paler. He seemed almost sickly, as if she had drained him of all his energy. It frightened her. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? One day, just as Feng Yueling was about to take out talisman paper and cinnabar to practice drawing charms, she caught sight of Chenze coughing blood while leaning on a tree branch. Your Highness, Chenze is fine. You're coughing blood, how can you be fine? What's wrong with him, Qianyue? She asked, the voice in her mind, knowing Chenze's temperament meant he'd never tell her the truth. Host, he cultivates the path of ruthlessness. Feng Yueling's fingers tightened. So he can't fall in love? That's correct, host. How do I help him? If he continues cultivating the path of ruthlessness while also engaging in intimate acts with you, his golden core will shatter completely. Feng Yueling's heart leapt into her throat. And? Unless he willingly abandons the path of ruthlessness, there is no way. Her heart sank to the bottom of a lake. In the original plot, Chenze ultimately fell in love with the female lead, Dong Yuan, causing his golden core to shatter. His cultivation was destroyed, and he vanished without a trace. The text never explained where he went. Thinking of this, Feng Yueling pressed her lips together. Senior brother, stop liking me. Chenze's pupils trembled. Your Highness, you don't want Chenze anymore? No. Your Highness, don't be like this, please? Seeing him like this, Feng Yueling couldn't bear it. But you. I'm fine. Truly, Chenze is fine. If your Highness leaves me for this reason, that's when I truly won't be able to go on. Becoming her beast husband had been his choice. He was willing to sink into this. He craved her warmth. Chenze had been cold and solitary since childhood. Cultivating the path of ruthlessness meant he'd never had familial affection or friendship. Though he was the crown prince of the White Tiger clan, envied for his noble birth and admired for his beauty, no one understood him. No one knew what he truly wanted. He didn't know when it began, but he started to care for the woman before him. At first, he'd barely noticed her. Later, she forcefully summoned him, barged into his gaze, made him learn about her. Openly showing affection to his other junior brothers made his heart uncomfortable, yet she would still come see him, saying she loved him. He knew the love she spoke of wasn't the kind he yearned for, yet he couldn't stop his heart from stirring. He had come to crave it. He had planned to sink into this with her. He had almost forgotten her once, and so the joy of regaining her made him finally face the budding of his own desire. He was no Buddha's son though he cultivated the path of ruthlessness, he had still come to long for mortal love, especially hers. Once a cold person is warmed, they will never want solitude again. Even at the cost of their life. Senior brother, listen to me, you can't fall in love. Your Highness. Chenzai's eyes flickered. Chenzai only wants to stay by your side. Don't drive me away, please? Feng Yueling sighed softly. How could I drive you away? I just... Chenzai pulled her into his arms. Your Highness, I know. You don't need to worry about me. I'll find a way, please, believe me, all right? Feng Yueling's heart was heavy with worry. How could she believe him? Qianyue had said there was no way. What could Chenzai possibly do? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yan Feng, also affected by the aphrodisiacal mist, had rescued Dong Yuan from it. But Dong Yuan's flushed cheeks made it clear that she had inhaled no less of the substance than he had. Senior brother. Dong Yuan clung to him, her voice needy. Senior brother. Yan Feng pried her hands away. Junior sister, I'll go get you some water. No, senior brother, love me, all right? His gaze flickered. Senior brother. Dong Yuan undid her clothes. Yan Feng immediately turned away. Dong Yuan hugged him again. Senior brother, look at me. Her scent was growing thicker. Yan Feng had long since noticed her unique fragrantia scent that clouded the mind, compelling people to draw close. Many times he'd nearly lost control, but reason had always prevailed. Now, after inhaling so much of the aphrodisiac mist, with her alluring scent lingering under his nose, his body stiffened. He closed his eyes. When he pushed her away, he realized the person lying on the ground before him had a face of peerless beauty. Those dark blue eyes shimmered with moisture, her cheeks tinged red, stunning beyond words. She called him senior brother. His mind trembled. You. Come here. He walked toward her involuntarily. The woman hugged him, whispering, senior brother. In the heat of the moment, he couldn't help but call out. Your Highness. Some people are strange. The more you respect them, the more they look down on you. Like the male lead, Yan Feng. Yuanqing tried every way to please him, but he dismissed it with scorn. Feng Yueling, however, had humiliated him, made him kneel. And from that kneeling, a different kind of feeling had grown. Yan Feng had fallen for Feng Yueling's cold, domineering empress. Dong Yuan, gentle as water, was stunned to hear him call out that name. Her eyes flew open, disbelief flooding her face. He called her your highness? Senior brother called her your highness. Feng Yueling saw how afraid Chenzai was of her pushing him away. She could only sigh again. At the same time, she asked Qianyu in her mind, Qianyu, are Qiao and Jin Xiaoyan all right? Her tone was a little unsteady. At first, she had only wanted to tease Chenzai. After all, Qianyu had said before that provoking him might help him remember who he was. She just hadn't expected that instead of a noble, untempted celestial, he'd turn out to be a fallen immortal who indulged himself sweetly greedy without limit. Sigh, thinking back on it now still made her blush and her heart race, an indescribable feeling. But since it was she who had initiated the provocation, how could she blame him for not holding back? Especially when she thought about these past days. The two of them had been intermittently together, which might mean Qianyu couldn't get any information from this period again. The thought gave Feng Yueling a headache. Not good at all. Something happened? Yes, host. What happened? Qiao is fine. Jin Xiaoyan is injured. She's currently being publicly whipped. Where? In White Snake Village. Show me the way. The moment the words left her mouth, Feng Yueling grabbed Chenzai to rush over. Unexpectedly, Chenzai transformed into his beast form. Where does the Imperial consort want to go? Chenzai will take you. Feng Yueling's eyes lit up, but thinking about how his current body wasn't as strong as before, she didn't want to tire him. But Chenzai bit at her clothing and carried her onto his back anyway. Imperial consort, Chenzai isn't so weak that he can't carry you. Feng Yueling, She couldn't help but run her fingers through his silver-white fur, then buried her head deeply into him and said listlessly, "Senior brother, if you dare to hurt yourself, I'll leave you." Feng Yueling was still worried about him. Chen Zai's eyes flickered slightly. Chen Zai won't. Chen Zai can't bear to leave the imperial consort. Feng Yueling's lips curled. Then let's go. All right. At the same time. In the most hidden cave of White Snake Village. Junior sister Feng, did you really do all this? Dressed in red, Dao Yi looked doubtful, but in front of him was a human rogue cultivator whose golden core had been dug out, several level 7 demon beasts lying lifeless on the ground, and Nangong Qing, whose demon core had also been taken. The Feng Yueling he remembered wasn't someone who slaughtered innocents. She had even taken a lightning tribulation for him. How could she be like this? Can you explain? Li Xiaochang, though not knowing her well, remembered that during the last tournament she had acted upright and forthright, not like someone who would harm her peers. That's right. Junior sister Feng, say something. Tell us this isn't your doing, that you're being framed. Several outer sect disciples from the Alchemy Peak spoke up in her defense. It was hard to imagine her being so utterly wicked. But the Feng Yueling on the stage sneered, "Are you all blind? I did all this. What can you do to me? Ugly freak, how could you become like this?" Lei Jiukui jumped to her feet in anger. Why are you doing this? Junior sister. Yun Zui pulled her back, afraid she'd rush up and fight. Senior brother, let go. Imperial consort, do you enjoy toying with us Fox clan so much? Among the disciples on this trial, only Nangong Jing looked at her with both grief and hatred. Because the woman tied to the rack, being humiliated, was his clanswoman, the adopted elder sister who had raised him. The imperial consort had cut off one of his tails before, and now she had captured Nangong Qing, cut off 3 of her tails, and dug out her golden core. She was still so cruel, never changing. Yet why, even after all this cruelty, did he still harbor unrealistic fantasies about her? He was truly foolish to the extreme. If the Ting Snake tribe did not ally with them, then the 9-tailed spirit fox clan could just as well rebel. Isn't it obvious? Of course I did it for these golden cores, they can help me restore my peerless beauty. Her laughter sent chills down everyone's spine. It was completely unfamiliar. This was nothing like the imperial consort they remembered. You're lying. You're not the imperial consort. You're not 6th junior sister. Ever since they were separated in the mist, Jun Xiaoyan and Chower had been brought here. Seeing the face identical to their 6th junior sisters, even while being tortured, Jun Xiaoyan tried hard to convince everyone not to be fooled by the impostor. Her reward was a merciless slap. Stop. What do you want? 4th junior brother, believe Mesh really not 6th junior sister, not your imperial consort. Arthur frowned. This imperial consort indeed felt strange to him. Pointing at the bound shower, he asked, "She's yours, why would you beat her too?" That servant was the imperial consort's most favored maid. And yet she had tied her up in front of everyone. As if she were overcompensating for something. Unexpectedly. Before the Feng Yueling could speak, Chower herself took the blame. Imperial consort, Chower should be punished. Chower failed to complete her task. You needn't care about me, kill them all for daring to offend you, they all deserve to die. Everyone fell silent. This Chower somehow felt familiar. Yes, when she had first arrived at Qingyun sect, she had been this brazen and arrogant. Even so, you shouldn't be so reckless. Dao Ye's expression turned stern. Seeing this, the Feng Yueling let a strange light flash in her eyes and said without avoiding it, "So Qingyun sect intends to openly defy this imperial consort? And what if we do?" Feng Yueling, you're so vicious, your crimes are unforgivable. Dong Yuan and Yan Feng, having arrived before the real Feng Yueling, didn't know this was an impostor. Remembering how her senior brother had just been entangled with her, calling this ugly hag imperial consort, Dong Yuan immediately attacked. The sect master had said that if it really was Feng Yueling's doing, she must be brought back for interrogation, and how she was brought back would be up to her. Junior sister. Yan Feng naturally couldn't watch Dong Yuan get hurt. At first, he thought this Feng Yueling couldn't possibly be his match. But unexpectedly, he didn't gain the slightest advantage. Seeing the situation turning bad, Dao Yu joined in. The Feng Yueling said darkly, "You dare challenge this imperial consort's authority? None of you will leave alive today." As the real Feng Yueling and Chen Zhe drew near, they exchanged a glance. Sure enough, someone was impersonating her. But who? The closer they got, the thicker the nauseating stench of blood. What shocked Feng Yueling and the others most? This Feng Yueling's cultivation was above all of theirs. And her goal was clear. To kill every single Qingyun sect inner disciple present. Yet not a single disciple fled. The 5 Peaks disciples might squabble daily like fighting cockerels, but at the critical moment, they stood united. No way. The 10,000 Sword Peak disciples drew their swords. They were no cowards. Yan Feng declared, "We'd never leave you alone to face this while we ran away." "Yes, little Uncle Master. We'll help you." "Right, we'll help you." The beast-taming Peak disciples, led by Li Shaochang, summoned their contracted beasts to join the fight. "Little Uncle Master, we're no cowards." From Treasure Peak, Lei Jiukui, Yun Zue, and Jiang Ning all stood behind Feng Yueling. "We don't know what's going on, but Qingyun sect disciples especially from Thousand Talismans Peak are never afraid to die." "Escape? Sorry, not happening. Even now, your Thousand Talismans Peak is so shameless." Dao Yi laughed. "Not shameless, just telling the truth." "You." "He's right." The Thousand Talismans Peak disciples stood solemn. Exactly. The Alchemy Peak disciples needed no prompting, handing out spirit-boosting pills to everyone present. All were prepared to die here. Feng Yueling, seeing this, didn't feel fired up. Instead, she felt bitter. She wished they would be a little more selfish. If they didn't run, they'd all die here. At least if they escaped, someone could testify that she hadn't done this, keeping her father, the human emperor, out of it. Feng Yueling wanted to get angry, but facing their determined gazes, she didn't know how to start. Nam Gongjing and Arthur kept glancing at her. They felt they'd seen her somewhere before. But this peerless face was one they were seeing for the first time. Why had senior brother been with her just now? Had he called her Imperial Consort? They were sure she had summoned senior brother just moments ago. They'd seen it. Yet faced with such beauty, they couldn't quite recognize her, and instead of hating her as they should, they couldn't stop wanting to look at her and even stand by her side. Especially Arthur. His memories and humiliation told him how cruel she had been to him before, yet his body's instinct screamed. Her pheromones. They fatally attracted him. As if he had once been very close to her. It was maddening. Nam Gongjing was even more conflicted. Though sure his adopted sister hadn't been hurt by the Imperial Consort, she had cut off one of his tails, and the pain had been real. But why had their master-servant contract disappeared? He had even tried to sense it earlier to confirm her identity, only to find it gone. She was so cruel and vengeful. How could she possibly have released him willingly? What was going on? The bewitching Dao Yi still wasn't certain she was Feng Yueling, so he didn't dwell on it. Since disciples were calling her Little Uncle Master, no matter the truth, defeating the enemy came first. Yan Feng, however, couldn't take his eyes off her. She had advanced her cultivation again. Dong Yuan, lying on the ground, felt jealousy and bitterness rising. Why had this woman not only grown more beautiful in just a few days, but also advanced so quickly in cultivation? Her own cultivation had improved fast, but lacked killing power. She was unwilling to accept it. In a rash moment, she wanted to challenge the woman wreathed in black flames to take back the spotlight. But before she could get close, she retreated again. That fire could consume her whole. She was afraid. In the blink of an eye, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. And the white tiger spirit beast restraining the imposter was reaching its limit. Law of all things spatial slow. Lei Jiukui struck first. Thanks to the white tiger's restraint, the imposter's movements really were slowed. Seeing this, Chen Zhe transformed into beast form and lunged. Senior brother. Feng Yueling was anxious. No one here could match that woman. Against an absolute powerhouse, their cultivation seemed so pitifully weak. Why wouldn't they listen? Qingting soul-binding art. Arthur seized the chance to strike. Blazing sun burst. Nam Gongjing's molten hellfire wrapped around the woman. Tun Tian Swani, let's finish her. Ultimate spiral strike. Dao Shang spun forward. Dao Mo immediately drew a golden dragon, which roared and charged into the black flames. Feng Yueling had no choice but to join in. But before she and Dao Yi or Yan Feng could attack, the woman swept her hand and sent them all flying. The white tiger, using its last strength, only managed to bite off one of the golden Rakshas's arms. The woman spat black blood. Supporting herself with one hand, her rage turned solid. Black flames roared around them. What do we do? The fallen disciples' expressions grew grave. They couldn't get out. You all deserve to die. The woman grabbed the badly wounded Chenze. You pathetic ants, did you think ganging up on me would work? Naive. Senior brother. Chenze. I won't allow you to get hurt. Come back. Come back. Imperial consort. Even with Feng Yueling summoning, Chenze by the woman was helpless. With a sharp crack, the white tiger's neck was broken without mercy. Chenze. Time seemed to freeze. A buzzing filled Feng Yueling's head. Raijin. The moment Raijin emerged, everyone else was stunned. A stunning beauty in a crimson dress, peerlessly graceful, struck toward the Feng Yueling with a single sword and then froze her with an absolute ice seal. Perfect timing. I was just wondering where to find you, and you've delivered yourself to my door. The woman impersonating her recognized Feng Yueling at a glance and, with a mere tap of her finger, shattered the absolute ice seal. Man and sword as one, 9 nines return to one. In an instant, Raijin transformed into a massive sword, covered with countless gales intertwined with violet lightning terrifying to the extreme. Slash. Hell path. Infinite gale break. While Feng Yueling, Dao Yi, and Yan Feng each unleashed their ultimate techniques to kill the woman before them, she only curled her lips in an evil smile. With a flick of her finger, she sent them all flying. Her protective barrier was terrifyingly strong, even with their combined strength, they could not shake it in the slightest. With just a wave of her hand, a heaven-shattering sword blade came crashing down toward Feng Yueling. Your Highness. Golden Mirage. Just as the peerless beauty was about to be slain, the silver-white tiger that had arrived with her transformed into senior brother Chenze, who rescued her. What's going on? Everyone knew that Raijin had once voluntarily recognized Feng Yueling as its master. And just now, didn't senior brother Chenze call her your highness? But that's little martial ant. That woman is clearly little martial ant. Although she was now obviously more beautiful than before and her spiritual power was stronger, she was still the sole disciple of the Grandmaster ancestor. Their little martial ant. Those who had seen Feng Yueling's true face before recognized her immediately, which only left them more confused. Why is little martial ant holding your highness's divine sword? Once a divine weapon recognized a master, no one else could wield it. Why did senior brother Chenze call little martial ant your highness? My brain can't keep up with this. Arthur was the first to notice the woman's scent was very familiar, and also the water-avoiding pearl. Seeing Feng Yueling even throw Ziyun at her with no effect, Arthur immediately joined the fight. After a long silence, Nangongjing joined in as well. Can't you guys handle this? So many people attacking one Feng Yueling, yet they were being completely suppressed. Something was clearly wrong, so she too joined the fray. Little junior sister. Little junior sister. Yun Zue and Jiang Ning both ignored everything else and rushed in. Especially Jiang Ning when he saw little junior sister ruthlessly slapped away, he instinctively tried to copy the opponent's move one for one, but at the moment of execution realized the massive gap between them. This person's cultivation was far above nascent soul. Everyone run. We can't beat her. Realizing this, Jiang Ning immediately called for retreat. Heh. Too late to run. With just one look, the woman froze everyone in place, unable to move. Only now did everyone truly realize. The woman before them could not possibly be the Imperial Princess. Because her cultivation could never be this monstrous. But why impersonate her? Cold sweat trickled down Feng Yueling's forehead. From Qianyue, she already knew the incomparably strong woman before her came from the upper realm, her cultivation far above great ascension, and she was about to break through to true immortal. Even if everyone present joined forces, they weren't enough for her to kill in a single strike. She had gone to such lengths to take Feng Yueling's appearance, provoking the crowd, stealing demon cores and blood all under the pretense of restoring her true face. And Feng Yueling really had restored her true face. By offending demon clans, beast clans, and rogue cultivators alike, her real goal was simply to make everyone hate Feng Yueling. To kill her. Then enrage the human emperor. To spark a war between humans and the other races. Now, seeing the Qingyun sect disciples defending her so staunchly, the woman decided to add fuel to the fire. She would slaughter all Qingyun sect disciples present, along with Feng Yueling. That way, both Qingyun sect and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, as well as the Serpent tribe, would unite in vengeance against the Imperial Princess. The human emperor Feng Yueling's cheap father would naturally believe she was killed by Qingyun sect disciples. Both sides would fight to the death, thus dividing their forces, giving her the chance to crush the humans. Upper realm people were truly vile. The woman coldly smiled and stepped toward Feng Yueling. With each step, black flames ignited beneath her feet. Ah! She grabbed Feng Yueling's throat, terrifying Dong Yuan beside her into collapsing in fear, thinking she would be the next to die. Only then did Feng Yueling notice her. Everyone else had been frozen in place. Only the female lead, Dong Yuan, was excluded. This woman deliberately spared Dong Yuan? Why? Go die. Feng Yueling had no time to think. With just the slightest movement of the woman's fingers, she would be dead. But Feng Yueling would not comply. The one who should die is you. Boom 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 boom. Feng Yueling had to cheat while others were frozen solid, unable to even realize what was happening. She could still move thanks to Qin Yue's aid. She had only pretended to be immobilized to set up a sneak attack. While the woman relaxed, Feng Yueling slapped 5 Great Ascension level explosive talismans right onto her face. Blood and flesh flew instantly. The ground shook violently. As the cave began to collapse, everyone finally came to their senses. They all gasped at the sight before them. Such a terrifying person had been blown to pieces by little martial ant. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the woman blown into a pile of bloody pulp reassembled herself again. Many disciples trembled in fear. What kind of monster is this? Cold sweat drenched Feng Yueling's forehead. She couldn't win. What to do? Your Highness. Chen Zai stepped in front of Feng Yueling. Enraged by being blown apart, the woman revealed her soul manifestation. A ferocious golden Rakshasa slowly emerged behind her. Wherever it passed, all turned to ash. Senior brother, get back here. Seeing Chen Zai about to take the fatal blow for her, Feng Yueling immediately used a summoning spell to pull him to safety. Your Highness. Soul manifestation go. With no other choice, Feng Yueling used the soul manifestation she had just acquired. A spectral white tiger appeared behind her and lunged at the woman's Rakshasa. The crowd was stunned beyond words. Against such a strong enemy, their own cultivation was utterly meaningless. Taking advantage of the tiger's interference, Feng Yueling shouted to the crowd, "Run!" However, not a single Qingyun sect disciple retreated. Although the 5 peaks of Qingyun sect usually bickered and looked down on each other, at critical moments they always stood united. No way. A Wanjian peak disciple drew his sword. They weren't cowards. Yan Feng declared, "There's no reason for us to run while you're left behind." That's right, little martial ant. We'll help you. Yes, we'll help. Li Xiaocheng of Beast Taming Peak summoned his contracted beasts, joined by the rest of his peak. Little martial ant, we're no cowards. Thunder Peak, led by Lei Jiukue, and Yin Zue and Jiang Ning took their places behind Feng Yueling. We don't know what's going on, but as Qingyun sect disciples, especially Thousand Talisman Peak, we're no craven weaklings. Run? Sorry, that's impossible. Even now, Thousand Talisman Peak is the shameless. Dao Yi chuckled. Not shameless, just honest. You. Who says otherwise? Thousand Talisman Peak disciples stood solemnly. Exactly. The alchemy disciples, needless to say, immediately handed out spirit-boosting pills to everyone. Everyone was ready to die. They wouldn't run. Feng Yueling, instead of being moved, was inwardly groaning. She actually wished they were a bit more ungrateful. Because staying meant disaster. If some escaped, they could testify that this wasn't her doing, keeping her cheap father, the human emperor, from being implicated. You. Feng Yueling wanted to scold them, but couldn't bring herself to when faced with their earnest, determined eyes. Gouging and Arthur instinctively kept their eyes on her. She felt oddly familiar, yet this was their first time seeing such a breathtaking face. Why was their senior brother with her? Didn't he just call her Your Highness? Was she really the Imperial Princess? They exchanged a glance. They had indeed seen her summon senior brother earlier. But faced with such beauty, they hesitated to believe it. Strangely, though they should hate her, they couldn't stop looking, not only looking, but feeling the urge to get closer and protect her. Arthur in particular. His memories and past humiliation told him how viciously she had treated him before. Yet his body screamed in protest. Her scent. It was lethally alluring. As if they had once been deeply intimate. It was insane. Gouging felt even more conflicted. Though he was certain now that his adoptive sister wasn't hurt by the Imperial Princess, she had indeed cut off one of his tails. The pain was real. Why, then, had their master-servant contract vanished? When he tried to sense it earlier to confirm her identity, he found it was gone. She was cruel, vengeful, merciless. How could she possibly release him willingly? She had enslaved and beaten him without mercy. How could she let him go free? What on earth was happening? The charming Dao Yi still wasn't certain this woman was Feng Yueling, so he didn't dwell on it. Hearing the disciples call her little martial aunt, he focused on the battle instead. Yan Feng, however, couldn't take his eyes off her. She had advanced in cultivation again. On the ground, Dongguan saw everyone rallying around this cool, ethereal woman. Jealousy and resentment welled up in her heart. Why had she become more beautiful and powerful in just a few days? Dongguan's own cultivation had risen quickly, but her attacks lacked killing power. She couldn't stand it. Impulsively, she wanted to rush in and challenge the black-flamed woman to steal the spotlight back. But before she got close, she shrank back in fear. That fire could consume her. She was afraid. In a blink, everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. Meanwhile, the white tiger manifestation was struggling to hold the woman back. Law of all things spatial slow. Lei Jiukui struck first. Thanks to the white tiger's interference, the woman's movements were indeed slowed, and Chenzhe immediately transformed into beast form to attack. Senior brother. Feng Yueling was frantic. No one here could defeat this woman. In the face of such an absolute power gap, why wouldn't they listen? Azure Vine Soul Bind. Arthur attacked without hesitation. Flame Burst Break. Gouging's hellfire erupted around the woman. Swallowing Swan. Let's finish her. Ultimate Spiral Strike. Dao Shang spun and charged in. Dao Imo drew a golden dragon that roared and dove into the black flames. Feng Yueling had no choice but to join the attack. But before she, Dao Yi, and Yan Feng could act, the woman waved her hand and sent them all flying. The white tiger, with its last strength, only managed to tear off one arm of the golden Rakshasa. The woman spat black blood, hand braced on the ground, her rage becoming tangible. Black flames erupted in layers all around. What now? The fallen disciples looked grim. They couldn't escape. You all deserve to die. The woman seized the gravely wounded Chenzhe. You pitiful ants, thinking a mob attack could harm me? Naive. Senior brother. Chenzhe. I won't allow anything to happen to you. Come back. Come back. Your Highness. Even Feng Yueling's summoning spell couldn't free him from the woman's grasp. Crack. The white tiger's neck was mercilessly snapped. Chenzhe. Time seemed to freeze. Feng Yueling's mind buzzed in shock. However, not a single disciple of the Qingyun sect fled the battlefield. Though the disciples of its 5 peaks normally looked down on each other, often squabbling like rooster sit was their usual way. Yet, when the critical moment came, they stood united against a common enemy. No way. A disciple of Myriad Sword Peak drew his sword on the spot. They were no cowards. Yan Feng declared outright, there's no reason for you to stay behind alone while we run away. Yes, little martial uncle. We'll help you. That's right, we'll help you. The disciples of Beast Taming Peak, led by Li Xiaocheng, echoed one after another as they summoned their contracted spirit beasts to join the battle. Little martial uncle, where no weaklings from Treasure Peak, Lei Jiukui took the lead, with Yin Zue and Jiang Ning stepping to stand behind Feng Yueling. We may not know exactly what's going on, but we Qingyun sect disciples, especially Thousand Talisman Peak, are absolutely not ones to cling to life in fear of death. Escape? Sorry, that's not going to happen. At a time like this, Thousand Talisman Peak is still so shameless. Dao Yi chuckled lightly. Shameless? I'm just telling the truth. You. Who's to say otherwise? The Thousand Talisman Peak disciples, led by Dao Yi, all wore solemn expressions. That's right. As for Alchemy Peak's disciples, it went without saying. They directly handed out spirit-enhancing pills to everyone on the spot. Every single person was prepared to fight to the death. They would not run. Faced with this scene, Feng Yueling not only failed to be stirred by their courage, she was actually groaning inwardly. She really wished they could be a little ungrateful. Because if they didn't run, something would happen. If they all died here, what would be the point? At the very least, if they escaped, someone could live to prove that this wasn't her doing, and her cheap old man human emperor would get dragged into the mess. You all. Feng Yueling wanted to get angry, but when she met those blazing, steady gazes one after another, she didn't know how to scold them. Nangong Jing and Arthur both instinctively kept their eyes on her. They both felt like they had seen this woman somewhere before. Yet clearly, this peerless face was one they were seeing for the first time. Why was Senior Brother with this woman? Just now, did Senior Brother call her Your Highness? She was the princess? Nangong Jing and Arthur exchanged a glance. She had indeed summoned Senior Brother earlier, they both saw it. But faced with such a breathtaking princess, they were hesitant to recognize her. At the same time, even though they felt they should hate her, they couldn't help but want to look at her, not only look, but also draw closer. The feeling grew more and more strange. Not only did they not feel repulsed, but they instinctively wanted to stand by her side and protect her. Especially Arthur. His memories and the shame of the past told him exactly how this woman had once cruelly mistreated him. Yet his body's instincts were screaming. Her scent. It was lethally attractive to him. As if he had once been very close to her. Utterly maddening. Nangong Jing was even more conflicted than he was. Although he was now sure that his foster sister's injuries had not been caused by the princess, the fact remained that she had cut off one of his tails, and the pain had been real. Why, then, was their master-servant contract gone? Just now, to verify whether this woman was indeed the princess, Nangong Jing had instinctively tried to sense the bond between them, only to realize. The master-servant contract they had once formed had completely disappeared. She was so vicious, vindictive, and cruel. How could she possibly have taken the initiative to dissolve their contract? She had enslaved him, whipped him, and still not been satisfied. How could she have willingly set him free? What in the world was going on? The seductive Dao Yi was still not entirely certain that this woman was Feng Yueling, so he didn't dwell on it. Hearing the disciples call her little martial uncle? Whatever the truth, the priority right now was to face the enemy. However, Yan Feng beside him couldn't stop his gaze from lingering on her. She had advanced in cultivation again. On the ground, Dongguan saw how everyone rallied around this cool, ethereal woman. Her heart once again filled with sour jealousy and unwillingness. How, in just a few short days, had she become not only more beautiful but also so much stronger? She was truly unwilling. Though her own cultivation had risen quickly, her combat power was still lacking. She was not content. Acting on impulse, Dongguan wanted to rush up and challenge the woman wreathed in black flames, to reclaim everyone's attention. But before she could get close, she shrank back again. That fire could consume her utterly. She was afraid. In the blink of an eye, everyone present had their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the divine beast White Tiger, restraining the enemy woman, was also struggling to maintain control. Law of all things spatial slow. Lei Jiukui was the first to unleash her technique. Because the enemy was being restrained by the White Tiger, she truly did slow down under Lei Jiukui's spatial magic. Seeing this, Chenze immediately transformed into his beast form and pounced. Senior Brother. Feng Yueling was frantic. None of those present could match this woman. Against an absolute powerhouse, their cultivation looked pitifully weak in comparison. Why wouldn't they listen? Why was no one listening? Azure Vine soul-binding technique. Arthur, without hesitation, tried to strike while there was an opening. Blazing sun explosion. Nangongjing's molten hellfire immediately wrapped around the woman. Swallowing sky swan nihilets finish her together. Ultimate spiral strike. Dao Shang spun toward the enemy at full speed. Dao Mo swiftly drew a golden dragon that roared toward the black flames. Feng Yueling had no choice but to brace herself and join in. But before she and Dao Yi or Yan Feng could even attack, the woman swept her hand, and everyone was sent flying. The white tiger, using the last of its strength, only managed to tear off one arm of the woman's golden Rakshasa manifestation. The woman spat a mouthful of black blood. One hand braced against the ground, the fury radiating from her body had become tangible. Black flames roared to life all around. What do we do? The many disciples lying on the ground looked grim. There was no way out. All of you deserve to die. The woman seized the badly injured Chenzai. You pathetic ants, did you really think that ganging up on me would work? How naive. Senior brother. Chenzai. I won't allow anything to happen to you. Come back to me. Come back. Your Highness. Even though Feng Yueling tried to use her summoning technique, it was useless. The woman had Chenzai by the throat. With a sharp crack, the white tiger's neck was mercilessly twisted and broken. Chenzai. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. A buzzing filled Feng Yueling's mind. DG, the word love is not something that can be spoken so lightly, otherwise, Chenzai will take it seriously. Something flashed across his ice blue eyes. Hard to read, hard to tell. DG, if you are deceiving Chenzai, then I beg you please, deceive me all the way to the end. My good DG, please don't abandon Chenzai, alright? I'm sorry, DG. I didn't recognize you right away. Senior brother, it's wonderful you remember me now. Feng Yueling didn't want to believe it was real yet. In the blink of an eye, Chenzai's neck was twisted by the enemy. She could no longer sense his breath. Chenzai was dead. Dead. A sharp, tearing pain gripped Feng Yueling's heart. Why? Why? Having witnessed with her own eyes Chenzai's neck being broken, Feng Yueling could no longer suppress the collapse inside her. At this moment, her heart held only killing intent. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. She roared. A storm of golden flames instantly whipped around her. Her whole body felt as if it were being torn apart. Clang. A clear phoenix cry rang through the heavens. Far away in the imperial capital, the human emperor was the first to sense this incomparably familiar aura of divine fire phoenix power. Ling? Xiaoyu? On Yushua Peak, the holy ancestors' gaze abruptly turned toward that direction. My disciple. I'm going to kill you. Everyone was struck breathless by the sight before them. They didn't want to believe senior brother Chenzai had just died. But the fact was right in front of them. There was no room for doubt. In her loss of reason, Feng Yueling didn't even think to call upon Qianyue in her mind. A phoenix divine bird, reborn in flames, manifested behind her. At the same time, the strange flame mark at the center of her brow began to glow faintly gold. In an instant, golden divine fire engulfed her whole body. Sixth junior sister. Jun Xiaoyan's heart ached painfully as she looked at Feng Yueling's rampaging state. DG, she is the DG? Shower, though only a mortal, wasn't stupid. DG's several beast husbands had all recognized her. As her personal maid, even a fool would, at this moment, realize who Feng Yueling was. Now she was trembling, curling into herself in fear. Never had she seen her DG so desperate. DG was truly angry. She had done something wrong. Floods of memory surged into her mind. Do you heed my words? DG, this servant would never dare go against your will. Good. From this day forth, you are never again to call my 5 consorts lowly slaves or the like. You are to show them some respect after all. To slap their face is the same as slapping mine. Do you understand? DG, if not lowly slaves, then what should I call them? Su. Shower, do you see anything different about your mistress now? Shower, you're already very useful to me now. Huge teardrops spilled from Shower's eyes. She shook her head desperately. Heavens! What had she done? She had been led into doing so many things harmful to DG. Don't harm yourself. Sixth junior sister would feel distressed. Jun Xiaoyan pulled her into an embrace. DG. Seeing Feng Yueling unexpectedly awaken the divine fire phoenix power, that woman who had always stood loftily above others finally showed a trace of panic in her eyes. This is impossible. How could you have awakened so soon? However, the golden phoenix divine bird beat its flaming wings and soared straight into the sky, then suddenly wheeled and dove, gouging out the eyes of the golden Rakshasa behind the woman. Ah! The woman's whole body shuddered with agony. You die now. Feng Yueling's fury was boundless. The others exchanged glances. Quick. Purgatory path. Qingting soulbinding art. Seeing Dao Yi and Arthur restraining the golden Rakshasano blinded and missing one arm, Yan Feng immediately summoned Qing Tian to deliver the fatal blow. Soul capture. At the same time, Feng Yueling thrust out her hand. And without having ever learned it, she instinctively cast a divine technique. The phoenix divine bird flared its flaming wings twice, and the golden flames transformed into chains of consuming fire, plunging straight into the woman's soul. The phoenix whirled in place, wrapping the woman in a sphere of golden divine fire, inch by inch dragging out her living soul. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. Her body began tearing apart from the pain. The phoenix divine fire and her black flames seemed born to oppose each other. The woman's disguise burned away, revealing her true face. A man. His soul appeared a red-haired male, muscles knotted, a ring of human skulls around his neck. His eyes were bloodshot, arms clutched around himself, rolling in agony, screaming in torment. No, no. Neela watched in disbelief as his very soul was dragged out by a mere human cultivator, rage and unwillingness twisting together. This god will never let you go. Die. Just as Feng Yueling ordered her phoenix to devour his soul, a sudden demonic gale swept the surroundings, forcing everyone's eyes shut. A newcomer arrived, body glowing gold. Feng Yueling couldn't see his face. But those venomous eyes glared coldly at her. A mere human cultivator daring to harm my kind, utterly beyond your station. His voice was like a curse in the ear, instantly making everyone clutch their heads in pain. At the same time, Feng Yueling felt an invisible divine power clamp viciously around her heart. Her pupils shrank sharply. That man had caught her phoenix in his bare hands, then squeezed. Pfft. Blood sprayed from her mouth. DG. 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 Sixth junior sister. Little master aunt. Seeing the intruder about to tear the phoenix's wings apart, yet everyone else was pinned in place and unable to move, what to do? Just as Lei Jiokue prepared to use the law of time to warp space. The man's body froze for an instant. Hey, your timing is good. A moment later, and they would have succeeded. A trace of displeasure flashed in Luanhui's eyes, yet his figure vanished instantly. Ah Ling. In the next moment, the human emperor stepped through a tear in space, appearing before them. He immediately sensed the presence of the divine race, his gaze turning dark. But seeing his daughter on the verge of collapse, he rushed forward and caught her in his arms. Ah Ling. The instant Feng Yueling saw her cheap old man, her tears could no longer be held back. Father. Senior brother, he's dead. Chenzhe was dead. A crushing weight pressed on her chest. For the first time, she realized just how much she cared for Chenzhe. She cared so much. My disciple. At the same time, a white figure on the other side called to her. Master. Ah Ling. Ah Ling. When Feng Yueling woke again, it was already a month later. Although she had already formed her core, this mortal body of hers had yet to ascend. Thus, she was still unable to withstand the strain of awakening her divine bloodline. Especially after using the soul-capturing divine technique of the God Clan and taking a direct hit from Luanhui. Her body simply could not bear it. Fortunately, the human emperor had fed her large amounts of elixirs, and the holy ancestor had watched over her without leaving her side for an entire month. Only then did she finally regain consciousness. The instant Feng Yueling opened her eyes. A tearing pain suddenly came from her chest. And at the same time, she felt as though her whole body had been thrown into molten lava. Even her breathing unconsciously slowed. Every inch of skin felt as though it no longer belonged to her. But even so, the very first thing she did, ignoring everything else, was to ask the voice in her mind. Chen. Her fingers clenched and unclenched. She still couldn't bring herself to say those last 3 words out loud. But she believed Chen Yu would know what she meant. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the ancient bloodline Fire Phoenix divine power. Reward granted, God Clans Eye of Heaven. Eye of Heaven, the strongest ocular technique on the Tianqi continent, capable of piercing through all matter and power to see exactly what anyone is doing at any given moment, as well as discerning their true form. This includes, but is not limited to, human cultivators, celestial races, and gods. None can hide under its gaze. Usage limit, unlimited. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully triggering the hidden skill, soul capturing. Reward granted, 1 God Clan Divine Technique Manual, complete restoration of severely damaged meridians, heart, and skin. Restoration time, immediate. It was only then that she suddenly noticed something. Looking down, she pulled back her sleeve. Her skin was burned? But the moment Chen Yu's words fell, the skin that had been scorched by divine fire instantly returned to its former snow-white smoothness. At the same time, the tearing pain in her chest vanished. Her whole body felt light. The pain was gone. Ding! Now updating host's personal status panel. Host, Feng Yueling. Identity, Human Emperor's Princess. Age, 18. Appearance, 100 peerless beauty. Figure, perfect, 98 pounds. Cultivation level, late golden core, top grade lightning, fire, ice, and metal spiritual roots restored. Skills, black belt 9th dan, teleportation, purple thunder slash, beginner beast taming art, spiritual energy absorption, 5-fold lightning strike, beginner talisman smith, 10,000 volts, 9/9 return to 1, soul capturing, God Clan divine technique, Eye of Heaven, God Clan. Treasures, heart protecting scale, water avoiding pearl, thunder god sword, crimson soul whip, heaven grade jade bone flute, mountain and river talisman brush, azure furnace, heavenly silkworm scarlet ribbon, defensive, universe pouch, kunlun fan, purple cloud sword, star river cloud robe, defensive, netherworld divine sword. Magic tools, Shantian red umbrella, immortal binding rope, phantom immortal bell, rare seashells, pair. Cultivation methods, introductory chi induction, premium beast taming, heaven grade lightning technique, supreme alchemy, heaven grade talisman arts, premium fire technique, heaven grade ice technique, heaven grade metal technique, 1 heaven grade sword cultivation manual, 1 God Clan divine technique manual. Charm value, inner charm 92, outer charm 100. Unlocked, spatial mall, spatial spirit spring. Bloodline, awakened fire phoenix bloodline. Balance, 7.2 million, cash. Recommendation, repair other spiritual roots and raise combat power quickly. Ding! Updating host's inventory. Netherworld Ice Ganoderma ×3, Flame 7-petal Red Lotus ×1, 3 petals, Upper Realm Nectar ×1 bottle, half, Spirit Taming Grass ×10, Hemostasis Pill ×1, Beauty Pill ×1 bottle, Marrow Cleansing Pill ×2 bottles, Core Forming Pill ×1, Nascent Soul Pill ×1, Tribulation Talisman ×5, Golden Core, Explosive Talisman ×2, Divine Transformation Plus, Invisibility Talisman ×3, Divine Transformation Plus, Explosive Talisman ×5, Great Ascension Plus, Immortal Spirit Grass ×10, Weight Loss Pill ×0.5, Obedience Pill ×3, Dragon Clan Past Experience Ticket ×1, 10,000 Year Purple Wisteria ×3, Suburban Villa ×1, 9 Wilderness Secret Realm Treasure Key ×1, Gold Winged Tiger Tail Orchid ×3. Chen Yu, can you answer me first? Right now, Feng Yueling had no interest in examining the new rewards. She called to Chen Yu again, her voice slightly muffled. Even if the answer might not be what she wanted to hear, she wouldn't run from it. Host, you lost your head in the moment. He's an ancient bloodline, how could he die so easily? Feng Yueling froze for a second. Then suddenly smiled. That's right. Chen Zhe was an ancient bloodline. The divine white tiger phantom she had gained after intimacy with him was already so powerful. How could the real ancient white tiger himself die so easily? They say love clouds the mind. How true. Thank goodness, Chenze wasn't dead. He wasn't dead. Her eyes reddened again, which annoyed her to no end. She hated herself like this, crying from joy. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she heard. What's wrong? Just moments before waking, her little disciple had been utterly lifeless. Now, she suddenly smiled, then cried. The holy ancestor, concerned, walked over. Master, where's Chenze? As she asked the holy ancestor, she was also questioning Qianyu in her mind. Where is he now? How is he? Seriously injured, currently soaking in a medicinal bath in the Imperial City. The Imperial City? Yes, host, you've already returned to the Imperial City. You care about him that much? Care enough to risk your life for him? What does that big cat mean more to you than that black snake? His long, slender fingers first brushed away the tears she had just shed. Then tilted her chin upward, forcing her dark blue eyes to meet his cool gaze, making sure she saw only his reflection within them. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but something in her supposedly desireless master's tone seemed off. The atmosphere between them now also felt strangely charged. She pinched her own palm, trying to stop herself from overthinking. He had no romantic feelings. Didn't understand love. And yet, that godlike, handsome face slowly drew closer. His familiar scent surrounding her. And those beautiful lips pressed against hers. Her head was held firmly in place by his hand. Her palms braced against the bedside, forced to endure his kiss. For a moment, Feng Yueling's mind went completely blank. Her master, her pure, love-ignorant holy ancestor master, had kissed her? Was this even right? Why can't your master kiss you? Seeing her wide, startled eyes, the holy ancestor's brows drew together slightly. And then he scooped her into his arms. Startled, Feng Yueling instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Master, you. Why was it so hard to say? Clearly she was the one being taken advantage of here. Feng Yueling was all tangled up inside. Your master can't kiss you? The Saint Ancestor Master looked at her. His face showed no trace of emotion, yet for some reason his gaze made one's scalp tingle. The pressure was suffocating. Subconsciously, Feng Yueling blurted, it's not that, but we're master and disciple, you're my teacher. Which inch of your body has your master not seen? Feng Yueling. How could anyone say something so ambiguous, so misleading, so utterly roguish yet dress it up in such a dignified, righteous tone? And keep a straight face while doing it. Qianyue, he's being a lecher with me, isn't he? He definitely is, right? Not necessarily. Maybe he really likes you, host. Heh. Could a man without any feelings even understand what liking was? She'd sooner believe the Saint Ancestor Master just wanted to taste for himself whether her lips were sweet or salty. Master, this isn't right between us. After thinking it over, Feng Yueling still felt the atmosphere between them was getting far too suggestive. She was already a woman who had favored two beast husbands. She couldn't go playing at having an affair. Absolutely not. Yes, the Saint Ancestor Master was an extraordinarily handsome man, but still, no. Unless he was willing to be her concubine. Otherwise, she absolutely would not take advantage of him in his current state. The man raised an eyebrow. What would be right, then? Like this? To her surprise, he reached straight for her waist. Feng Yueling jumped in fright. What a joke! She was no paragon of maidenly restraint, and especially after experiencing intimacy before, she'd found herself noticeably more lustful. To keep herself from instinctively reaching for his abs, she pushed his hand away without thinking. Seeing her panic, the Saint Ancestor's eyes darkened slightly. Disciple, are you rejecting your master? Feng Yueling. Looking into those deep green eyes, staring at that outrageously handsome face, Feng Yueling said with a pitiful smile, no, master, you've misunderstood. Then why are you unwilling to be close with your master? How could you even say that? You just didn't want me to touch you. Feng Yueling. Fine, she just wouldn't overthink it. Controlling herself, Feng Yueling deliberately took the Saint Ancestor Master's hand and placed it back on her waist. The Saint Ancestor appeared calm, but his gaze flickered ever so slightly. "Master, I'm a little hungry." She tilted her head up to look at him. With a casual wave of his hand, the table in the room was instantly filled with a spread of dishes, all steaming with mouth-watering aromas. He had clearly prepared the food long ago, just waiting for his little disciple to wake up and eat. Glancing over the glistening plates of braised pork, roast chicken, roast rabbit, fresh green vegetables, and country chicken soup, Feng Yueling instinctively swallowed. Even though she'd already formed her core, she was still someone who'd come from the modern world. There was no escaping the lure of good food. On top of that, she'd been bottling up her emotions earlier out of worry for Chenze, which wasn't good for her body. Now was the perfect time to indulge herself. Without a shred of politeness, Feng Yueling was about to sit down for a hearty meal. But the Saint Ancestor Master simply picked her up and sat her down himself. At the same time, he noticed the changes in her body. "What did you use on your injuries?" "They've healed well." Feng Yueling blinked. "I'll tell you later." When he moved as if to personally feed her, Feng Yueling quickly caught his hand and, in a coaxing tone, said, "Master, let me eat by myself, all right? You can help me tie my hair instead, please?" Meeting her expectant gaze, the Saint Ancestor's hand inside his sleeve clenched slightly. "All right. Thank you, Master." Feng Yueling grinned. Her master was wonderful in many ways. It was just that he always treated her like a fragile porcelain doll, which could be a real headache. She needed to find a way to show him she wasn't weak. While chewing on braised pork and scooping a few mouthfuls of rice into her mouth, Feng Yueling enjoyed the Saint Ancestor's hair-tying service. When she happened to glance up, she caught sight of a furtive shadow outside the door. Recognizing the figure, she called out at once, "Shower, come in." With a thump, Shower dropped to her knees before Feng Yueling. The little maid stayed silent, her eyes swollen like walnuts, dark circles under them. Obviously she hadn't slept in a long time and had been crying endlessly. "Come here." When she shuffled forward on her knees, Feng Yueling immediately said, "Get up." Once Shower had gotten to her feet, Feng Yueling grabbed her wrist, pulled her into an embrace, and patted her back. "Missed your princess, haven't you?" Shower burst into tears with a wail. "Your Highness." "Alright, there's no need to blame yourself. Your princess doesn't hold it against you. But if you dare cry again, or keep brooding over this, then you won't be allowed to follow me anymore." "Shower won't cry." "Good. Sit down and eat." Feng Yueling wiped away her tears and pulled her to sit beside her. But Shower seemed a little ill at ease. This was the Imperial City. How could she sit at the same table as the princess? She stammered, "These dishes, they were all personally made by your master, your highness." Only then did Feng Yueling realize something. She turned her head a bit awkwardly toward her master. As she moved, the freshly tied red silken cord slipped a strand forward to rest on her chest. Of course they were at her master's place. "Master, can I give this plate to Shower?" She pointed at the roast chicken. "You can. The rest, if you can't finish them, then she can have them." Feng Yueling, Why did that sound so strange coming out of the pure and immaculate Saint Ancestor Master's mouth? "Master, you should eat too." "I don't need to." But seeing his little disciple watching him, he sat down beside her, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. During a lull in the meal, Feng Yueling finally had time to ask Qianyue what had been going on lately. When she learned that not only had her beast husbands come to the Imperial City, but every disciple of Qingyun's sect had arrived as well, she felt unsettled. "Junior sister Feng, so you've already woken?" Just as she was talking to Qianyue in her mind about the sect disciples, they appeared. "Greetings, Master." Dao Yi first bowed respectfully to the Saint Ancestor Master before turning back to Feng Yueling. "Junior sister Feng, is your body feeling better? You're awfully attentive. Anyone who didn't know better might think you were the princess's beast husband." Not as Arthur couldn't help himself. While Feng Yueling had been unconscious, he'd secretly come to see her no fewer than 800 times. He knew he should hate her, but he just couldn't stop worrying about her, wanting to check if she'd woken up, if she was doing better. Even he wondered if he was pathetic. Wasn't this the moment they should be cheering the venomous, cruel princess finally struck down and unconscious? And yet his heart had a dull, aching throb. Feng Yueling cast a glance at Arthur. The instant their gazes met, Arthur froze in place. He had caught a glimpse of her transformation that day, but it was nothing compared to seeing her so directly now. The Empress had become so beautiful. Those dark blue, lively eyes once clouded with malice were now clear and pure, making it impossible to look away. The crimson robe she wore suited her perfectly. Every movement carried a natural allure. Cold yet captivating. She didn't have to do anything, just sitting there, she was like a painting brought to life. A celestial maiden stepping straight out of the scroll. He couldn't help but take 2 steps closer, closing the distance between them. At the side, Gouging found himself unable to take even a single step forward. He had meant to ask her something. But for some reason, the moment he followed Arthur in here, an instinct told him to run. Arthur didn't notice Gouging's strange behavior. From the moment he stepped into the room, his eyes had been fixed on Feng Yueling. Looking more closely now, he realized. Her beautiful eyes, cool as ice, seemed to hold a trace of indescribable anticipation. His breathing slowed without him meaning to. The very first moment the Empress saw him, she had expectations? Expectations for what? Didn't she dislike him? Then why, when he looked at those softly pressed lips, did he feel an irresistible urge to reach out and wipe away the trace of oil on them? Such a beautiful physique couldn't help but want a taste of it. And in fact, he really did lean in. Only, before he could get close, an immense pressure blasted him straight back. Presumptuous. The Holy Patriarch spoke in a tone of deep displeasure. Dao Yi, who was at the door with Gouging, was also caught in the shockwave and flung out alongside him. Arthur's misfortune was worse. His head slammed straight into an ornamental rock with a loud thunk, splitting the skin and drawing blood. A splash of water followed, almost soaking the fine brocade robe he had just changed into. What a battle injury. Arthur could understand why he was sent flying, had just been making eyes at Feng Yueling, but what about him? All he did was greet junior sister Feng, and he got blasted too. Senior brother Dao Yi, senior brother Arthur, senior brother Gouging, what happened to you all? The Qingyun sect disciples who rushed over looked completely baffled. They all turned to glance into the room. Inside stood the Holy Patriarch in pure white robes, ethereal as an immortal, expression utterly cold. Beside him sat Feng Yueling in her crimson gown, her skin pale as snow, beauty unmatched. Neither spoke, yet their combined presence was overwhelming. And for the onlookers it was a feast for the eyes. So pleasing to look at. Beautiful. They're a perfect match. Junior Master is getting prettier by the day. Ah, I want to paint a little flame mark on my forehead too, hee. Feng Yueling. These disciples really didn't know how to lower their voices when gossiping. She had heard everything. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Junior Master. The disciples, caught mid-whisper, quickly bowed respectfully when Feng Yueling stepped to the doorway. The Holy Patriarch deliberately turned his gaze on Dao Yi, who was still fussing with his hair. His voice was like ice. Did you hear that? Dao Yi. Could he pretend he hadn't? Ah, well, it was his own fault for trying to play along. Dao Yi rubbed his nose. Yes, this disciple was wrong, Master. Then he turned to Feng Yueling and bowed with utmost respect. Disciple Dao Yi greets Junior Master. Feng Yueling. She snuck a glance at her cold-faced master, only to find him wearing an expression that said this was exactly as it should be. She nodded. All right then. No problem. The group exchanged glances, then all together bowed again. We thank Junior Master for saving our lives. Feng Yueling smiled. We're all from the same sect. There's no need to be so formal. Yan Feng looked up at her. She nodded slightly in return a greeting. Junior Master is too modest. Without you, we wouldn't have made it out alive. That's right. If it hadn't been for her that day, they would have died for sure. So when they later learned that Junior Master was actually the Empress Feng Yueling, although they had been shocked, they quickly accepted it. Especially the disciples of the Alchemy Peak. When the Empress had been an intersect disciple there, she had helped them vent a century-old grudge during the grand competition, and later risked her life for them in White Snake Village. Such a righteous Empress, such a fairy like Junior Master. Why wouldn't they acknowledge her? Not only was her cultivation formidable, but her treatment of others was impeccable. They truly didn't understand how her terrible reputation had started. Who had been the bastard to spread those lies? Even before she knew it herself, Feng Yueling had already become someone the Qingyun sect disciples stood firmly behind. In fact, worried for her safety, all the disciples who had gone down the mountain to train except for the lone one Wuheng, Qizhe, and Miao Ye had come to the imperial capital together. Until they saw Feng Yueling awake and unharmed, they couldn't bring themselves to continue their training. In the meantime, they had already sent a detailed account of the events at White Snake Village back to the sect, so that the sect leader and peak masters would no longer misunderstand her. The incident had not been her doing, but the work of a mysterious red-haired man. The disciples didn't yet know that Nilo and Luanhui were gods, but they still described the whole matter clearly and reported it to the sect leader. Now, with disciples from several peaks standing united, Elder Daoqing was uncharacteristically pleased. When he learned that his junior sister was none other than Feng Yueling, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The younger generation was truly impressive. Lei Yuan, however, had been startled, worried that his precious daughter Lei Jiukui might have met with danger. Fortunately, all had ended without incident. Still, the fact that someone was stirring conflict between humans and demons, and even dragging Qingyun sect into it, was something they could not take lightly. Baichuan agreed. Zongrong's expression, on the other hand, was sour. This only meant they had to be even more careful not to offend that little con artist girl. One human emperor was already enough to give them headaches. And now she had the holy patriarch behind her as well. The grudge of losing face to Feng Yueling earlier might never be avenged. He was so angry that he barely heard a word of the discussion, his usual calm gone. By contrast, Luochen appeared calm, though his fingertips, hidden inside his sleeve, were digging deeply into his palm. Then let them continue training outside a while longer. Agreed. After all, the annual 9 Desolation secret realm had yet to open. It would be good to let the youngsters gain more experience outside. Feng Yueling knew nothing of these discussions. She looked at Arthur, who seemed full of words yet held them back. She really wanted to ask if second senior brother had remembered her. But if he had, he surely wouldn't just be standing there in silence. Second senior brother, are you hurt? That single question drew 3 pairs of eyes toward her at once. Little martial aunt, the one who's hurt is me. Dao Yi pointed to the barely noticeable scratch on his forehead, wearing a wounded expression. Little martial aunt, you're so biased. You even took a tribulation bolt for me before, but now you see me bleeding and ignore me. Sigh, after just a few months, have you already lost interest in me? Feng Yueling couldn't help but chuckle at his teasing. Senior brother Dao Yi, you're overacting. Seeing her smile so gently made everyone around draw in a sharp breath. No wonder they said a beauty's tears could stir hearts. Turns out her smile could be just as intoxicating. Little martial aunt is so beautiful. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. Yan Feng pressed his thin lips together. Nangong's gaze darkened. The Saint Ancestor Master, watching quietly, took in everyone's shifting emotions. His dark green eyes grew even colder, and the air pressure around him seemed to drop sharply. Seeing her smile, Dao Yi regained his usual suave demeanor, snapping open his folding fan with a flourish and giving it a shake. Now that we see you're fine, we can all rest easy. He had actually wanted to hug Feng Yueling. But under the pressure of the Saint Ancestor's presence, he didn't dare. Thank you all for coming to see me. Feng Yueling was genuinely touched, especially after learning that these fellow sect members had insisted on staying only because they were worried about her. At the side, Nangong Jing's fingers curled tightly. Why did the princess only ask after Arthur and completely ignore him? So she still despised him, didn't she? Ding. Detected, target character Nangong Jing's mood remains in prolonged decline, severe internal conflict present. Please comfort him immediately. Forms of comfort can include verbal reassurance, kisses, or embraces. Mission reward, 10 immobilization talismans effective against Great Ascension cultivators and above. Feng Yueling. Immobilization talismans that work on Great Ascension and above? That was very tempting. Wouldn't that mean that as long as the immortals or gods she encountered hadn't reached the true immortal stage, she'd have nothing to fear? This was good, very good. For a reward like that, she'd complete the task no matter what. And it wasn't as if she hadn't noticed Nangong Jing. Arthur and Nan Jing were both her beast husbands. Naturally, from the moment the three of them stepped into her room, they were the first ones she'd noticed. One was clearly captivated by her beauty, yet still hesitant. A schemer, probably just like her eldest senior brother had been, not knowing why he had forgotten her, but still unable to control the urge to draw close. That was something she needed to get to the bottom of. Why had all her beast husbands, as well as Chower, forgotten her? She glanced sideways at Nan Jing. This one clearly wanted to get closer too, yet couldn't take even a single step forward. And yes, she was still angry with him. Just thinking about how Nan Jing had secretly colluded with the Ting Snake clan to try to kill her made her furious all over again. Seeing him act all awkward only irritated her more. Qian Yue said he was in inner turmoil? What, guilty? Had he realized it wasn't her who tortured his clansmen, and now felt ashamed for misunderstanding her? This fox was always like that. Whether in the past or now, without his memories, whenever someone hurt him, he might appear gentle and well-mannered on the surface, but if pushed too far, he'd bite to the death. And he had never truly trusted her from beginning to end. The difference was, even without his memories, eldest senior brother hadn't had the heart to harm her. Second senior brother now was the same. Both had suppressed their possessiveness toward her but never made a move to attack her. Unlike the Red Fox and Little Poipo. One had already wanted to kill him. And the other had used the life-saving talisman she'd given to blow her up. Just thinking about Little Poipo made her vexed, so she couldn't help but ask. Qian Yue, what's Wen Wuhing doing right now? Currently helping care for Qixia, whom you seriously injured, and Miao Yi, whose secret technique has flared up. He's also discovered that Miao Yi has been afflicted by a Merman clan secret art and is looking for a cure. Alright, stop. Now I'm just more annoyed. Princess, wherever you go, Arthur will follow. You've only just recovered, so you should have someone by your side to look after you. The Saint Ancestor Master may be your teacher, but compared to him Arthur thinks he's the better choice. He said it with complete sincerity. Immediately, the surroundings filled with a chorus of teasing voices. Wah! Senior brother Arthur is smooth. Will the princess choose senior brother Arthur or the Saint Ancestor Master? These disciples really didn't fear stirring up trouble. Feng Yueling coughed lightly. But somehow, when she thought about how Arthur probably didn't remember her either, yet still openly showed his possessiveness toward her, her heart felt sweet. See, there's the difference. She glanced at Nangang again. Great, his head was lowered even further now. Still, this seductive fox in front of her was her beast husband after all. And with such an enticing reward, she couldn't just leave him stewing in his thoughts and keep treating him with cold indifference. She sighed. At the same time, maybe it was her imagination. But she kept feeling like her master standing beside her seemed angry. So, without thinking, she reached out and grabbed the Saint Ancestor Master's hand. With his height of over 1.92 meters, her tug naturally brought his hand right up against the front of her robe. For someone usually so calm and composed, he actually froze for a moment, his body unconsciously tensing. Feng Yueling, oblivious, even scratched the palm of his hand with her fingers. Completely unaware she was unsettling him. Then rose up on tiptoe to bring him level with her and whispered boldly into the ear of her breathtaking master. Master, don't listen to their nonsense. The dark green eyes of the Supreme Master were surging with hidden undercurrents. But before he could respond, Feng Yueling had already turned her head toward Nangang Jing in front of her. With a charming smile, she said. Fourth senior brother, what do you think? Those beautiful orange-red eyes suddenly locked onto her. Your Highness. Feng Yueling's heart gave a sudden jolt. What was going on? Why did she suddenly feel that her fourth senior brother looked so captivating? She swallowed hard. Her heart was pounding wildly. Why had she never noticed before that fourth senior brother might actually be the most handsome among them all? She instinctively pulled her hand out of the Supreme Master's grasp. Stepping forward, she reached out to touch his handsome cheek. Fourth senior brother. Feng Yueling, for once, showed an expression of infatuation. Bang. Before anyone could react to the intimate gesture between the two, Nangang Jing was suddenly blasted away by a single, sharp look from the Supreme Master. This strike was clearly heavier than before. Because as soon as he hit the ground, Nangang Jing coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale as paper. Ah! With just a wave of the Supreme Master's hand, the fallen Namgongjing suddenly let out a cry of pain, his face contorted in agony. It felt as though his whole body was being torn apart. Master, don't. Seeing that her master was truly enraged, Feng Yueling quickly stepped in front of Namgongjing. She looked at the Supreme Master. Master, he's my beast husband. Even if he uses charm magic on me, it's nothing serious. You. Ding. Detected, target Namgongjing's favorability plus 99. Current favorability progress, normal 10%. Ding. Target's favorability upgraded to normal. Task reward issued, vermilion fruits times 3, mystery box times 1, spirit nurturing grass times 10. Vermilion fruit usage, direct consumption raises the host's cultivation by 1 level. Feng Yueling's heart leapt with joy. Office is the art of speaking. Look, such unexpected surprises coming effortlessly. He. She also glanced back at Namgongjing. Meeting her eyes, he instinctively lowered his head in shame. He hadn't been able to control himself. Just now he had only wanted to draw a little more of her attention onto himself. He didn't even know why he cared so much. Namgongjing was confused. He should hate her, avoid her, so why did he care? Feng Yueling wasn't stupid. A moment ago she hadn't realized what was going on, but when the charm spell was interrupted by her master, she immediately understood. She was also curious. Why would Namgongjing use charm magic on her before he even liked her? But as she said herself, even if he used charm magic on her, it wasn't a big deal. For the sake of her mission, a little use of the art of conversation was actually pretty sweet. Besides, she had cheats. She could just think of it as a little husband and wife fun. Qianyue would definitely wake her up from it anyway. So she really wasn't angry. Especially since she had unexpectedly gained a vermilion fruit that could raise her cultivation by a whole level. There was nothing more exciting than that. Step aside. Master. Why are you so angry? Jun Xiaoyan sighed. It was so obvious, yet sixth junior sister still couldn't see it. The Supreme Master. He was clearly jealous. The others exchanged glances. This scene felt oddly familiar, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. They didn't know whether to leave or stay, so they all pretended to be calm and focused inward. Of course, a few had very different expressions full of indignation. Yan Feng's fingers clenched tightly around Qing Tian, his knuckles pale. He had clearly seen Namgongjing use fox charm magic on Feng Yueling. Her beast husband treated her like this, yet she still defended him? Did she really spoil her husband this much? Dao Ye's eyes flickered. Using charm magic is no big deal? Junior sister Feng was truly kind. Arthur's face darkened. That seductive fox had actually made a move before him right in front of everyone. Did he have no regard for the princess's dignity? Though he couldn't fully understand his possessiveness toward her, just couldn't stand seeing her defend such a selfish fox. So he spoke directly, Your Highness, fourth junior brother must be out of his mind. To behave so presumptuously, he deserves punishment. You shouldn't indulge him. Second senior brother, you can't talk about fourth senior brother like that. You're my beast husband. Whether he's punished or not, decide. Ding. Detected, target Namgongjing's favorability plus 80. Current favorability progress, normal 90%. Ding. Target no longer in inner conflict. Main mission completed. Reward issued, 10 immobilization talismans, Great Ascension stage and above. Please check your inventory. Feng Yueling grinned. Oh. Turns out a broody fourth senior brother wasn't so hard to coax. She would have to pay him more attention from now on. Who knew he was actually a craves attention type with a flair for dramatic displays? She had never noticed before. Ding. Detected, target Arthur's favorability plus 30. Current progress toward 69%. Please maintain the momentum. Feng Yueling glanced at Arthur. She understood why Namgongjing's favorability went up. After all, she had defended him. But Arthur? What was going on there? Your Highness, would you defend me like that too? The moment he said it, Arthur felt he had been too forward. He was about to brush it off casually when... I would. Second senior brother, I've always cared for you the most. Have you forgotten? Arthur's sapphire blue pupils contracted sharply. She had always cared for him the most? But... Before Feng Yueling could say more, a tall, slender figure in white suddenly pulled her into his arms. Startled, Feng Yueling looked up at that infuriatingly handsome face and blurted out, "Master, what are you doing? Hugging her in public like this? Had Master lost his mind? What do you think I want to do?" His expression remained impassive. Looking into his cold, deep eyes, Feng Yueling's heart pounded wildly again. Why did it feel like the way he was looking at her was becoming more and more strange? She instinctively tried to pull away. But the Supreme Master caught her small hand and pulled her close. Feng Yueling's whole mind went blank. A blush quickly climbed up her cheeks, and she was completely flustered. She instinctively glanced around. Only to realize that, at some point, her icy-cold master had frozen everything in the surroundings in place. While she quietly let out a breath of relief. She stammered, Master, I'm your disciple." She was his disciple. He didn't even have any romantic emotions, so why on earth was he suddenly acting out some kind of forcible romance on her? Feng Yueling shook her head hard, wanting to fling away the indecent images popping into her mind. Reminding herself not to think nonsense. But her hand was held firmly in his grip. Oh heavens! She was done for. Master, could it be you've been possessed? She asked stiffly. The atmosphere between them was practically burning her alive. Especially when she looked up and saw that, unbelievably, the 10,000-year ice mountain that was her grandmaster's lips had curved into an impossibly beautiful smile. The kind of beauty that could seduce a soul. Monster. Gulp. Feng Yueling shamefully swallowed. Disciple, is your master good-looking? She nodded dumbly. Good-looking. There wasn't a single flaw in his face. Add to that his height and proportion. She had the body of a top male model, paired with a face no 3D model could ever replicate. Absolute perfection. How do I compare to your beast husbands? Feng Yueling. His long fingers lifted her chin. That cold yet intimate breath lingered between them, making her legs feel unsteady. The Grandmaster suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Feng Yueling clung to his neck. Answer your master. His other hand was still holding her chin. Their breaths tangled. His impossibly handsome face came closer, brushing a dragonfly-like kiss across her lips. Feng Yueling's breath nearly stopped. What was happening? What was happening? What was he doing? What's on your mind? Do you think your master isn't as good-looking as your beast husbands? Feng Yueling. Speak. The moment she looked up, he kissed her again. One hand firmly supporting her waist, the other cupping her neck, placing her in the most comfortable position to receive that tenderness. He didn't let her go until she was limp in his arms, gasping for breath. With his forehead pressed to hers, he coaxed. Disciple, why won't you answer? Do you not like your master? Am I not as handsome as they are? No, master. Still dazed from his kiss, she suddenly realized that at some point, the two of them were soaking in the bathing pool together. She gave a startled jolt. In just the blink of an eye between kisses. Her Grandmaster had taken her back to snow-edged Peak and into the bath with him? Oh heavens! With a beauty like this in her arms, it was truly hard to remain chaste. Your heart is beating so fast. Of course it's fast. She practically wanted to bury herself in his robes. Maybe it was the curling mist of the bath. But the steam surrounding them shrouded everything in a hazy, intimate charm dangerously alluring. Damn it, I keep wanting something to happen. Right now, Feng Yueling really was on the verge of losing control. How could her master be this seductive? She bit her lip, deciding she should at least struggle a little for appearance's sake. Pushing him away. Splash. She backed to the other side of the pool, muttering sulkily. Master, I'm your disciple. The white dragon man pulled her right back into his arms, catching her small hand and pressing it against his firm chest, his tone dripping with suggestive heat. And that's why only you can touch. Feng Yueling. In her mind, captions were flashing like a barrage of arrows. Only you can touch, only you can touch, only you can touch. That's not the point, damn it. What happened to the aloof, abstinent master? When you were teasing your master just now, did you not know you were playing with fire? He closed in on her again, backing her into a corner. Feng Yueling. I wasn't. I so wasn't. MMPH. Elsewhere. When the Grandmaster left the Imperial capital with Feng Yueling, the barrier he had set up automatically dispersed. Everyone exchanged looks. Where's little martial aunt? Imperial Princess. 6th junior sister. What just happened? Why did none of them remember anything? Arthur's fingers clenched so hard they creaked. What damn cold and pure master. So shameless. The Imperial Princess. She was probably going to be completely devoured by him. Arthur's eyes went red with rage. Even they, as the princess's beast husbands, hadn't served her once. Yet someone else had stolen the first move. How could he not be furious? Namgong Jing's emotions were equally tangled. Just now, the princess had defended him like that. It was hard for him to feel any dislike toward her. But what right did he have to stop her from favoring someone else? Especially since he had nearly made a grave mistake. Thinking of the Ting Snake clan, Namgong Jing immediately decided to head back there. Otherwise, he couldn't avoid blame. Yan Feng and Dao Yi exchanged glances. This time, they were the ones in charge of leading the disciples down the mountain. Since they had seen Feng Yueling safe and sound. And clearly with the Grandmaster. As for what they were doing, they were wise enough not to ask. They knew full well they had no right to pry into others' private matters. And that there was no longer any reason to stay in the imperial capital. They began instructing the disciples to prepare their belongings. They would bid farewell to the human emperor and continue their training journey. As for little martial aunt, Jun Xian immediately said, I'll leave a message for 6th junior sister. Shower, when your princess comes back, tell her to find us. All right. Where's junior sister Dongnuan? Someone suddenly asked. I think the first and second princes invited her to view the palace, a 10,000 sword peak disciple said softly. Should we wait for her? You all go ahead, I'll find her, Yan Feng said at once. All right, signal flare if needed. Got it. Feng Yueling had never known that her Grandmaster, who outwardly appeared desireless, was actually 3 parts more unrestrained than even Mo Xian. He had kept her busy for a long, long time. Since they were in the bathing pool the whole time. Whenever she got hungry, he'd bring out pre-prepared dishes for her to eat. And once she was full, he'd start on her again. She honestly had no idea how many days had passed. Looking at the bruises on her knees, though they didn't hurt much, Feng Yueling still shot her master a deeply resentful glare. Master, look. This is all you're doing. She draped her legs over his lap. Let me rub it for you. Next time, be gentler. If I'm gentler, will you not like it? He actually seemed to be seriously thinking about that question. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden mission and obtaining the Dragon Clan mark. Now issuing mission rewards, Heavenly Grade Purple Gold Treasure Gourd ×1, Indestructible Dragon Scale Battle Armor ×1 set, One-Time Gold Touch Finger Experience Card ×1. Heavenly Grade Purple Gold Treasure Gourd, can collect any living creature, human, god, demon, soul, spirit, beast if the host wills it, all races can be drawn into the gourd. Indestructible Dragon Scale Battle Armor, can block all external damage. Gold Touch Finger Experience card, the host can turn any mountain into a mountain of gold and exchange it for RMB. Please check your rewards yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to Nascent Soul stage. Now issuing mission rewards, Solid Core Pills ×5 bottles, 10,000 Year Purple Gold Moro Fruits ×3, Ice Lotuses ×3. Solid Core Pills, can stabilize your early Nascent Soul cultivation. 10,000 Year Purple Gold Moro Fruit, can stabilize your early Nascent Soul cultivation and enhance metal element spiritual power. Ice Lotus, can rapidly repair cracked golden core and greatly boost ice element spiritual power. Feng Yueling stepped through the air toward her incomparably handsome master. Hearing Qianyue's voice in her mind announcing the rewards, especially when she heard that the ice lotus could repair a cracked golden core, she couldn't help but let the corner of her lips lift. Could senior brother's golden core be saved? Qianyue, if I give the ice lotus to Qinzhe, can it fix his cracked golden core? Yes, host. However, if he still harbors feelings for you, the golden core will crack again in the end. So it would only treat the symptom, not the root cause. She pressed her lips together. At the same time, Feng Yueling clearly felt that the lightning spiritual root in her dantian had grown a whole head taller than her ice spiritual root, thicker and sturdier, and it was constantly poking at the ice spiritual root, which had its back turned to it. Grinning wickedly. Then, boom! It zapped the ice spiritual root until it wilted. The nearby metal spiritual root tried to stop it but couldn't. Next, the lightning root wanted to attack the fire spiritual root, scaring it into trembling. Luckily, the metal spiritual root pulled it back. Seeing how the lightning root was bullying the others as soon as it gained power, Feng Yueling was so annoyed she snapped, "What are you doing?" The fire root looked pitiful. The lightning root pointed at the ice root it had rolled up. Feng Yueling frowned. "What is it?" The ice root turned around, tears streaming down its face, staring right at her. Her scalp tingled. "Really, is it that bad?" "Good grief. Alright, I'll absorb more ice element energy. Don't feel so wronged." The ice root gave her a sideways glance, as if asking, "Really?" She sighed. But then the fire root grew even more dejected. It started pulling out its own root. Feng Yueling jumped in shock. "What nonsense are you up to now? I'll absorb more fire element energy too, please don't self-harm." The fire root looked at her, a bit dazed. She unexpectedly understood what it meant. When have I ever lied to you?" But it didn't work, it kept pulling, for real. Feng Yueling could even feel the pain. Honestly. Even though the metal root was trying its best to stop it, because the two roots were far apart, it couldn't help much. Seeing at least one sensible spiritual root, she felt comforted, but she still wanted to soothe the fire root. After all, it was understandable for it to feel insecure ever since being repaired. The metal root had grown taller than it. Luckily, she had fruits that could boost fire element power. She ate all 3 vermilion fruits. The moment she swallowed them, intense fire spiritual energy flooded her whole body. A bit chaotic. She instinctively sat back down to meditate. Her master quickly set up a barrier around her. After a while, Feng Yueling's eyes snapped open. 3 vermilion fruits had only raised her 1 level? A bit of a loss. But seeing the now-grown fire root looking rather content, she didn't mind anymore. She didn't plan to take the 10,000-year Moro fruit or the ice lotus herself. One was for metal, one for ice. She wanted to save them for Qinzhe. After all, he was still soaking in a medicinal bath. As for the ice lotus estual for Qinzhe, and the remaining one for Imo Xian. She hadn't seen him in a long time. She wondered if his injuries had improved. When she looked up, her master was nowhere in sight. Thinking for a moment. She opened her inventory, clicking on a treasure chest she had obtained earlier, curious what it contained. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained spatial tier privilege. Uses remaining, 3. Feng Yueling's lips curled up. This was really good. She noticed a new Dragon Clan mark on her status panel. She remembered Qianyue had mentioned it earlier. She asked instinctively, "Qianyue, what's this Dragon Clan mark for?" "Host, as long as you wish, you can summon your master to your side." Her dark blue eyes instantly lit up. Well now. She'd ridden a ting snake. She'd ridden a white tiger. But she'd never ridden a white dragon before. How cool would that look? A sly glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She immediately used the summoning spell. "Master." The next instant, her master, who had been cooking for her, suddenly transformed into a magnificent, enormous silver white dragon, appearing before her. Master? Disciple, did you summon me for something?" Feng Yueling. So he knew? Well, of course. He was the one who had pushed her down first. How could he not know that after that, she could summon him? "Master, could you maybe?" She suddenly grew shy. Ugh, why was it that with Chenzhe or Mo Xian, she could act all bold? If she wanted to pet them, she did. If she wanted Mo Xian to lie down, she told him to. But faced with her cold, aloof master, she wilted. Unexpectedly, he seemed to know what she wanted. Get on. Feng Yueling? Master, I'm coming then. Haha. If her master was offering her a ride, was she going to be polite? Of course not. Feng Yueling immediately climbed onto the white dragon, touching here, touching there, then hugging her master and burying her face in him, grinning from ear to ear. Master, you feel so nice. Master, your fur is so soft. Master, your dragon scales are so beautiful. Master, your dragon tail is so pretty. Master, fly lower, lower. Wow. So many clouds. I want to roll around in them. Master, you smell so good. Disciple, don't move around. The cold master's voice was a little hoarse. Feng Yueling, who had been excited, immediately sat still. Linger? In the midst of Feng Yueling's excitement, she couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. This master was truly wonderful. Not only was he fully skilled in every aspect of daily life, he was also a powerful figure who doted on her. Master was so good to her. She couldn't resist rubbing her cheek against him again. Under the sunset's glow, those silver-white dragon scales shimmered with a rippling brilliance, breathtakingly beautiful. The afterglow of the setting sun cast over Feng Yueling, giving her an almost dreamlike, unreal quality. She gazed at the beautiful scene before her, her breathing slowing unconsciously. So beautiful. But just then, a voice she knew all too well startled her, making her whip her head around. There stood her cheap father, radiating a murderous aura, majestic and imposing yet wearing an expression of surprise as he looked at her. Father Emperor. Feng Yueling immediately raised her hand high. Father. It's me, it's me. She had just been fretting about not knowing where her cheap father had gone, and never expected to run into him here. However, not only did her cheap father not respond, he actually drew the Shanyuan sword toward her grandmaster. The burst of overwhelming sword energy that followed almost knocked Feng Yueling right off her master's back. She quickly threw her arms around his neck to steady herself. When she looked up again, she saw her cheap father's face twisted with fury. Father. Azu. You shameless, spineless dragon, this emperor trusted you so much, and you dare. You dare. I'll kill you. Father. Feng Yueling quickly stood up in alarm. But it was as if her cheap father couldn't even see her, making her so anxious she nearly stamped her feet. Father, look at me. Look at me. Disciple, return first. Without another word, her grandmaster tore open space and sent Feng Yueling straight back to the imperial capital. Master. Father. Father. Watching the two of them start fighting the moment they met, Feng Yueling was just about to use space rending to go back and stop them when Shura suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Your Highness. Your Highness, you're back? Shura was overjoyed. Shura, be good, let go for now. Ding. Detected, target individual when Wuhing is in critical condition, life in extreme danger. Host must proceed immediately to Fairy Lake to save target individual when Wuhing. Mission rewards, 10 soul-nourishing herbs, 10 Kirin fruits, 10 snow lotus fruits. Soul-nourishing herb, repairs damaged souls of humans, demons, immortals, beasts, etc. Kirin fruit, rapidly increases host's fire element spiritual power. Snow lotus fruit, enhances host's ice element spiritual power and also repairs/boosts the spiritual power of earthroot cultivators. Warning. Warning. Detected, target individual when Wuhing's vital signs are rapidly declining. Host must proceed immediately. Feng Yueling was furious. Even without thinking, she could guess that he'd been stabbed in the back by those two venomous bastards. Honestly, Feng Yueling didn't really want to go. Xiao Feifei might be well-behaved, sensible, and lovable, but he was far too naive, far too quick to trust others, and utterly lacking his own judgment. Especially when she remembered how he'd used the protective talisman she gave him to blow her up, she was still angry. Yes, she knew it was probably because he hadn't recognized her at the time, and maybe he still didn't remember her now, and perhaps he'd even been swayed by the female lead. She knew there was a reason, but she was still angry. She really didn't want to deal with it. She'd been planning to go find her cheap father and her beautiful master. But when she heard Qianyue say his vital signs were fading, she angrily pulled out her mountains and rivers talisman brush and used her own spiritual power to draw a teleportation talisman. There was no helping it. If he died, she'd still be heartbroken. Arg. Miao Yi Shixiang, Qizhi Shixiangui? When Wu Heng looked at Miao Yi, who had just stabbed him again, and at Qizhi, who was firmly restraining him, he simply couldn't understand. He had painstakingly healed both their injuries. Even if it cost him his own cultivation, he believed fellow disciples should help one another. But as soon as their wounds healed, they turned around and stabbed him. At this moment, when Wu Heng's face was deathly pale, his Dao heart wavered. Why? Miao Yi sneered. You idiot, did you really think we'd be grateful? If it weren't for you, third brother, and I wouldn't have been cast aside by little junior sister. What exactly makes you better than us? You're a man with a pair of cat or so, I almost forgot, you're a lowly member of the demon race. What, couldn't please your ugly master, so you came sniffing around our little junior sister? Going on and on about protecting her. You ungrateful wretch, your master is far too merciful. You're her enslaved beast, she could make you suffer unbearably, yet she left you alone. And here you are, fawning over us, trying to please our little junior sister so she'll pamper you? Pathetic. No, that's not it, Miao Yi Shixiang. Die. Miao Yi didn't want to hear another word. He yanked the sword out of Wen Wuheng's chest, then kicked him hard into the lake. But at the last second, a red figure suddenly appeared before them. At the same time, a terrifying nascent soul stage pressure crushed Miao Yi and Qizhi to their knees on the spot. You. Both men were filled with shock. Who would have thought that in such a short time, this woman had advanced from the golden core stage all the way to nascent soul? Held tightly in Feng Yueling's arms, Wen Wuheng's face showed disbelief. He was covered in blood, his body riddled with wounds, blood gushing from them. But in those emerald eyes was only fear. Not worth it. He had nearly killed her. Yet she bore no grudge and saved him anyway. Wen Wuheng felt ashamed, and insisted on breaking free from her embrace. He deserved death. He wasn't worthy of sympathy. After all, he had been blind to right and wrong, aiding the wicked. He didn't deserve to be saved by this fairy before him. It would sully her hands. Feng Yueling's gaze turned cold. Don't move. Wen Wuheng froze. Feng Yueling turned to face the two men before her. She had let them escape before, but now, not even the King of Heaven could save them. Dare to harm what's mine? Court death. Wen Wuheng's pupils trembled. He was hers? Why would she say that? Before he could react, Feng Yueling summoned the Thunder God. With one hand forming seals, she called out, Great Dao Sword Shadow 10,000 shadows return to one. In an instant, the Thunder God, wrapped in endless gale force winds, split into countless blades wreathed in purple lightning, all aimed straight at the two men. They had stabbed Wen Wuheng so many times. She would repay them double. She would turn them into human sieves. Go. Under her oppressive aura, the two had no way to escape. They were instantly pierced into bloody messes by the Thunder God, only to collapse into two wooden sticks. ChatGPT to NOI. Puppet art? Heh. That was exactly the kind of thing that cautious, scheming Qizhi would do. Truly, those people were getting off cheap. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main storyline mission. Successfully rescued the target, Wen Wuheng. Now distributing mission rewards, soul nurturing grass times 10 stalks, Qilin fruit times 10 pieces, snow lotus fruit times 10 pieces. Items have been placed in host's backpack, please check yourself. Hearing the broadcast of Qianyue's voice in her mind, Feng Yueling looked at the stiff figure of Wen Wuheng in her arms. The sky was gradually darkening, and she could only let out a silent sigh. She then took him to her own cave dwelling. She placed him on the stone bed where she used to meditate, but had not returned to for a long time. A thick layer of dust had accumulated there. Thanks to Jun Xiaoyan's previous organizing, the cave dwelling was still complete with everything she might need, despite the dust. Especially the peach grove in front of her caveat was in full, lush bloom. The fragrance of peach blossoms lingered throughout her entire dwelling. With a casual wave of her hand, she brushed away all the dust with ease. She took a porcelain cup, filled it with spiritual spring water, and held it to Wen Wuheng's lips. Drink. Fairy, why are we here? Wen Wuheng looked at the peach grove before him, finding it strangely familiar. But clearly, this was his first time here. Especially when he saw the sign in front of the peach grove with the character carved into it, his heart tightened sharply. This was the princess's cave dwelling? That vicious princess, the one who had humiliated and trampled on him multiple times? She actually had a cave dwelling? What, do you want me to feed you? Wen Wuheng blinked in confusion, his green eyes shimmering. Feng Yueling curved her lips into a smile. She drank the spiritual spring water in the cup in one go, then grabbed Wen Wuheng's chin and leaned down to kiss him. Wen Wuheng froze completely. Gulp. After swallowing the spiritual spring water, he instinctively transformed into a small silver-gray Arctic beast, his body blazing hot. How could he? How could he be doing something like this with the fairy before him? Feng Yueling raised an eyebrow. What, I can't kiss you? Fairy, Wuheng already belongs to someone else. I am truly unworthy of such favor. When Wuheng dared not get too close to her, because she gave him a deeply familiar feeling. It was different from the feeling he had toward junior sister Dongwon. He didn't know why, but smelling the faint fragrance from her body made him uncontrollably want to protect her. Yet instinctively, he didn't want to get too close. Still, he couldn't resist that elusive scent. This fairy before him was different. He couldn't stop himself from wanting to be near her. But whenever he thought about how he had nearly blown her up before, and that she still saved him without holding a grudge, he felt even more ashamed. Moreover, he already belonged to the princess. The princess. The memory of that woman was clearly of someone fierce and malicious, terrible beyond words. Yet, when he thought more carefully, he found he couldn't truly hate her. Fairy, I'm sorry. Wuheng was ignorant and offended you before. Thank you for saving my life. Wuheng will surely repay you. But Wuheng is someone else's possession. I would only sully you. Sigh. Feng Yueling let out a soft breath. This was exactly why she couldn't bear to leave the little beast to die. He always placed himself in such a low position. How could she harden her heart to ignore him? Let him be simple then. She would just keep him by her side in the future. Only. Why has your cultivation dropped again? Feng Yueling was truly angry when she noticed that not only had his cultivation not increased, it had actually fallen. Wen Wuheng's eyes widened in surprise. Fairy, you. Change back. The feeling was strange. Why did the fairy before him make him obey without thinking? It was like the feeling one only had after forming a master-servant contract. But before he could think more, the fairy yanked open his blood-stained robes. Feng Yueling looked at his now healed, strong chest, and instinctively reached out to touch it, making the little beast shudder violently. She looked up at him. What are you thinking? When Wuheng's handsome face was flushed crimson, his whole body frozen in that position, too startled and embarrassed to move. He hadn't even noticed that his injuries were already healed. And he didn't dare look at the fairy before him at all. I asked you, why has your cultivation fallen? Host, he dropped 2 realms to break the Merman clan's secret technique placed on Miao Yi. He regrets it terribly now. Please don't blame him. Heh. Feng Yueling let out a short, cold laugh. Wen Wuheng's body tensed even more. Oh, so he'd grown bolder now. Sacrificing his own cultivation to save a fellow disciple. Feng Yueling was truly furious. Couldn't her little beast be a bit smarter? So stupid, get played to death like this. Looking at him, cowering like a bullied little wife, she grabbed his chin and shoved 3 stalks of golden-winged tiger tail orchid from her backpack into his mouth. Chew, she commanded. The little beast's eyes grew misty, but he still obeyed. The bitter medicinal fragrance spread in his mouth. Wen Wuheng swallowed it all with difficulty. His attention was fixed entirely on Feng Yueling, so he didn't even realize what she had fed him. Qianyue had mentioned long ago that if refined into a pill, its effect would double, but Feng Yueling thought it would be good for him to suffer a little, so he'd learn his lesson. She fed it to him raw. Then, to quickly restore his cultivation, she shoved a core formation pill into his mouth and told him to swallow. The little beast obeyed every order. Even he didn't know why he was being so obedient. The next moment after swallowing, he felt the spiritual energy in his body surging violently. He looked at the fairy before him and stammered, "Fairy, Wuhing feels like he's about to break through?" Sit and meditate. I'll guard you. Thank you, fairy." Just as when Wuhing rose into the air, a massive, dark cloud gathered above. Daoqing and the others were puzzled again. This is a core formation tribulation? From the direction of Alchemy Peak, who is it? Luochen was equally confused. Should we go take a look? Baichuan suggested. After all, this was Luochen's junior disciple, they couldn't just ignore it, right? When they arrived, they were stunned. 9 core formation tribulation bolts were descending, each one world-shattering, seemingly determined to strike Wen Wuhing back into his beast form, but every strike was blocked by their little junior sister. She even caught one erratic, snake-like lightning bolt with her bare hands and absorbed it. Daoqing sucked in a sharp breath. Luo Chen's brows furrowed slightly. She had grown this strong already? How could this be? It didn't make sense. Even Elder Zongrong looked utterly shocked. Lei Yuan and Baichuan both broke out in cold sweat. Is this the terrifying power of the Thunder Spirit Root? Catching heavenly lightning with bare hands. She might very well be, after the Holy Patriarch Uncle, the only nascent soul cultivator capable of catching heavenly lightning. Indeed. And all of this happened under her absolute protection. In front of her, Wen Wuhing remained completely unharmed. The moment he opened his eyes, Wen Wuhing was utterly stunned. He had actually sensed something strange before. Why hadn't he felt the thunder strike him, even though the surrounding commotion was so intense? He had noticed. It's just that during the tribulation, he dared not let his mind wander. Little did he expect that the woman before him had taken it all upon herself. Why? Why would this celestial maiden take the lightning for him? He had assumed a protector's role, but not like this. He never asked for this. When Wuhing looked at the celestial maiden, battered and scorched by lightning, her hair slightly disheveled, yet still gazing at him with gentleness, her eyes full of concern. Even after enduring all the lightning for his sake, she still worried about him. When Wuhing's emotions collapsed in an instant. No one had ever treated him this way, risking their life to protect him. He, a lowly member of the demon clan, had never received such selfless care, never. Why was she so good to him? Why? When Wuhing was deeply addicted to this kindness. Her protection had somehow entranced him. He could not bear to push her away. He couldn't. When Wuhing grabbed her into his arms, his voice trembling violently, "Why, celestial maiden, why are you so good to me?" He really wasn't worthy, not at all. He belonged to someone else, he was someone else's possession. Feng Yueling cleared her throat lightly, seeming a bit helpless. "Fifth senior brother, when will your thick skull finally open?" When Wuhing abruptly looked at her. "Fifth senior brother?" She called him fifth senior brother? When Wuhing couldn't help but reach out to caress her face. Their eyes met, the deep, dark blue eyes. When Wuhing's mind went completely blank. His body froze on the spot. "Fifth senior brother? Fifth senior brother, are you in there?" "Fifth senior brother, I've told you before, we're at Qingyun sect now, not the Imperial City. Besides, you're my fifth senior brother and also my husband, the person closest to me apart from my father. We don't need to be so formal. What I did before, I won't do it again. Please trust me, okay? Fifth senior brother, I won't hurt you. Fifth senior brother, you planted a peach grove for me, I'll give you endless peach wine. A month from now, we'll drink together beneath these peach trees. How about that? Fifth senior brother? Fifth senior brother, you're amazing. I truly love you. Yes, you're my husband. If I have good things, naturally you get them first. Fifth senior brother, you must cultivate your golden core quickly. Fifth senior brother, take what I give you. Whatever the Imperial Princess has, you will have too. So just stay by my side, understand, fifth senior brother? Fifth senior brother, will you listen to me? Wuhing will always listen to the Imperial Princess. Good. The talismans I placed with you, you can use them freely in this great competition. Even if they're all used up, it's fine. got it? Understood, Imperial Princess. Wuheng will win for sure. Yes. Then do exactly as I say. As his memories returned, the face before him, the incomparable face, slowly merged with the delicate face from his memories. Tears had long blurred his vision. His heart ached, his body nearly unsteady. He stumbled and fell to his knees before Feng Yueling, holding her tightly. You Imperial Princess. You are the Imperial Princess. You are the Imperial Princess. Imperial Princess. Imperial Princess. Wuheng is so foolish, Wuheng is really so foolish. He was damned. He deserved to be punished 1,000 times. He had hurt the Imperial Princess. He was unworthy of life. Imperial Princess. When Wuheng held Feng Yueling tightly, his entire body trembling. He was so scared, terrified that the Imperial Princess might abandon him. Imperial Princess, Imperial Princess. Feng Yueling's nose tingled slightly. It was wonderful her little Wuheng had finally remembered her. Yueling, you've really gone too far. Luochen flew in front of him. Looking at Wen Wuheng, who was sobbing uncontrollably, he said, Wuheng, come with me. When Wuheng shook his head, no, master, I don't want to leave the Imperial Princess. You. She seemed slightly angry. Then she handed him a pill that stabilizes the golden core stage. You just cultivated to the golden core, your energy is unstable. Take this first. However, when Wuheng hesitated at the sight of the pill, he wasn't naive. After the competition, he remembered that after taking the special pill of stabilization from his master, upon reopening his eyes, he would forget the Imperial Princess, even if his master, who seemed otherworldly, was right there. He began to have doubts. But Luochen in front of him was his nominal master. Moreover, even the sect leader and several senior uncles were present. Yet seeing the Imperial Princess who had shielded him from the thunder, Wen Wuheng still couldn't swallow this. He had to find out. It was because he had forgotten the Imperial Princess that he had hurt her. After careful thought, Wen Wuheng's expression became solemn. Master, why did I forget the Imperial Princess after taking the pill of stabilization you gave me? This single question stunned everyone present. Especially Feng Yueling. All along. Because the person was her master, who was also beautiful and kind to her, Feng Yueling had consciously ignored the fact that Luochen actually had feelings for some of her beast husbands. In the original story, Luochen did like some of her beast husbands. However, the intoxicating scent on the heroine Dong Yuan was irresistibly tempting, and Luochen had once thought to act on it, but ultimately reason prevailed. Now, with Feng Yueling, had her master still made a move? A cold, killing aura radiated from Feng Yueling. She immediately pulled Wen Wuheng 3 zhang away from Luochen. You were once my master. I could have let the past be, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Yueling. You actually don't trust your master? Luochen's face darkened. She never expected her usually obedient disciple to confront her so directly. I trust 5th senior brother won't speak nonsense. You. Luochen was visibly furious. Wen Wuheng stood there dumbfounded. ChatGPT said. The Imperial Princess trusted him without asking a single question, she chose to believe him. He had assumed that her first reaction would be to think he was bluffing, but unexpectedly, she trusted him so completely. He was such a scoundrel, and yet he had even hurt the Imperial Princess. Wuheng, are you suggesting that I tampered with the pills? Luochen approached Wen Wuheng for the first time with a commanding gaze. Master. Wuheng just wants to understand what happened. When Wuheng's tone was unusually firm. Does Master not know of any irregularities? This was essentially a confrontation. He couldn't let this go unclear, he would feel guilty toward the Imperial Princess. After all, losing face wasn't a first for him. He didn't care about that this time. All he wanted now was the truth. He couldn't let the Imperial Princess take the brunt of his mistake. Impudent. Bai Chuan immediately stepped forward. You, as a disciple, are utterly ungrateful. Your master has spent so much effort to help you all improve your cultivation quickly. How many resources and heart did she expend on each of you? These pills are ordinarily unattainable for disciples. And now that your cultivation has improved, you dare to turn on her. Senior brother, it's fine. Wu-Hing simply misunderstood me. I can explain to him myself. There's no explaining between master and disciple. Junior sister, you're too protective of them, but they don't understand your kindness. To falsely accuse you like this if we hadn't been present, would you, as the head of Alchemy Peak, have been threatened by a mere junior disciple? That wouldn't happen. Lei Yuan and Dao Qing exchanged glances. Zhong Rong scoffed, Junior sister, your leadership of this peak is really something. Hearing Zhong Rong mock his own master, when Wu-Hing lowered his eyes. Master, Wu-Hing truly didn't mean anything else. I just didn't want to hurt the Imperial Princess again. And moreover, what? Bai Chuan shot him a glance. When Wu-Hing braced himself and said, Wu-Hing's advancement to Golden Core wasn't due to the pills from Master. It was the spirit fruits from the Imperial Princess. It was the Imperial Princess who protected Wu-Hing. Only then could Wu-Hing advance safely. You. Alright, junior sister, listen to me. Your disciple really is ungrateful, Bai Chuan fumed, glaring. Feng Yueling blinked. Fifth senior brother was telling the truth, so why was senior uncle Bai so angry? Even Luo Chen, unusually, seemed about to laugh at the anger. Wu-Hing, your point is that master didn't really help you in your cultivation, right? When Wu-Hing straightened his neck. Master, Wu-Hing is only speaking the truth. Good. Luo Chen's hand, hidden in her sleeve, clenched. Her aura turned sharply fierce. Master, please enlighten your disciple. When Wu-Hing knew it was improper to confront his master directly, but the thought of Feng Yueling made him throw caution to the wind. Alright. Truly, my good disciple. Luo Chen was genuinely angry. Her usually calm eyes flashed with a trace of fury. When Wu-Hing remained silent. Yueling, may I speak a few words to you? Feng Yueling looked at her. What could she say? Very well. Wu-Hing, do you still have any of the solidifying pills I gave you? Yes. When Wu-Hing immediately produced them. He had saved some for the Imperial Princess and hadn't taken them all. Luo Chen poured the remaining pills into her hand and then swallowed them herself. Junior sister. Bai Chuan and Lei Yuan spoke in unison. Dao Qing, however, thought it was reasonable. After all, the young junior sister was now a disciple of the Saint Patriarch. Luo Chen's disciples and Feng Yueling were on equal footing. The disciple had spoken in person, it was only fair to give an explanation. Feng Yueling frowned slightly. Had she really been wronged? But why? When Wu-Hing saw Luo Chen swallow the remaining solidifying pills, he felt a moment of confusion. Had he misjudged his master? Did the master truly not know there was something wrong with the pills? Then, didn't this mean he had been making a fuss for no reason? How would his master see him from now on? Would the Imperial Princess think he was a lunatic, lashing out at everyone? Actually, what his master thought mattered less. He was truly worried that the Imperial Princess would think him reckless and disordered. His cultivation was already low, and now he had the reputation of being indiscriminate. How could he expect the Imperial Princess to look at him differently among so many senior brothers? Sensing his dejection, Feng Yueling transmitted, Fifth senior brother, there's no need to blame yourself. I would have done the same. You're very brave. Most people wouldn't confront someone like that directly. He truly was special. Honest in a rare way. Imperial Princess. When Wu-Hing was deeply moved. The Imperial Princess always forgave him, yet he. Though Luo Chen's expression showed nothing, inside her eyes flashed a trace of affection the moment she swallowed the pill. This solidifying pill was indeed special. Anyone who took it, besides consolidating their current cultivation, would also forget the person they cared for most. In other words, the pill would make the taker forget the person they cherished most at that moment. Yueling, your master has not forgotten you. Luo Chen, who had just taken the pill, looked at Feng Yueling. Seeing her remain silent for a long while, she lightly sighed. I suppose I should call you junior sister now. I forgot to change my form of address. Please don't mind. Master. Luo Chen gestured for her to remain silent. Feng Yueling frowned. She didn't entirely trust it, but the master had taken the pill and yet hadn't forgotten her. How could she press further? Alright, you have just passed the tribulation to nascent soul, and now you even blocked a lightning tribulation for wooing. Even with your lightning spirit root, you shouldn't overexert yourself like this. I had prepared some solidifying pills for you as well, but under the circumstances, it's better not to give them to you now. Master. Luo Chen stopped looking at her and instead turned to Wen Wuheng. Wuheng, do you believe your master now? But, master, why would Wuheng forget the Imperial Princess? Wen Wuheng was still confused. Lei Yuan was silent for a moment. Dao Qing sighed, perhaps it was due to instability of your Dao heart. In meditation, the greatest danger is being distracted. Minor lapses ruin cultivation, severe lapses lead to going astray. At this, Feng Yueling's aura sank even lower. If fifth senior brother's low cultivation and unstable Dao heart during meditation had caused him to forget her, she might believe it. But what about the other senior brothers? The eldest brother was usually meticulous but could forget her at certain times. The second brother was cautious, and the fourth brother had never truly trusted her. It was reasonable that others might have forgotten, but if it had been her master Luo Chen. ChatGPT said. Quietly and without anyone noticing, she gave them some pills to take. Not a single person refused. After all, the image of immortal Loken was far too deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. She was the head of the pill refining peak, the youngest Dan master in the entire Tianqi continent. Half of all the pills consumed by the sect came from her hand. If she truly had ill intentions, it would be like striking a major artery. Thus, Feng Yueling initially had no defenses against her. Unexpectedly, she really did tamper with the pills. Even now, with Loken having taken that Guhuan pill herself, Feng Yueling still did not trust her. Intuition. It was mysterious. She couldn't explain it, but she just didn't believe her. However, when Wuheng felt that he had misjudged Loken, this child was still too naive. He immediately began to admit his fault. Sect master, it was all Wuheng's fault. I was too impulsive and should not have doubted master so easily. I apologize, master. Please punish me. Rise, Wuheng. As long as you are willing to trust your master, that is enough. Loken helped him up, her aura still cold and composed. You understand now, just don't act recklessly again. Baichuan looked slightly angry. I will remember, senior uncle Baichuan. Feng Yueling frowned. She was about to speak when Elder Dao Qing reached out and patted her shoulder, speaking with gravity. Yueling, after you finish your tasks, remember to go seek your junior disciples. They have already descended the mountain for experience, and you should go train alongside them. Feng Yueling stared at him in surprise. Elder Dao Qing's eyes were narrowed into a smile, as if suggesting something without saying it. Feng Yueling unexpectedly understood. She sighed helplessly. It seemed Elder Dao Qing was intentionally avoiding a confrontation between her and Loken. Very well. Feng Yueling glanced at Loken. This master, has he really harbored the thought of taking her beast husband? Loken's gaze, however, remained fixed on Wen Wuheng. Wen Wuheng smiled warmly at Feng Yueling. Following Wen Wuheng's gaze, Loken finally met her eyes. Yueling, do you still not trust your master? Loken transmitted through soundless speech. Does it matter? She replied. Loken looked at her deeply. He said nothing more. Yueling. Sect master. Feng Yueling knew what he wanted to say. As the head of a sect, Elder Dao Qing only wanted to convey that everyone makes mistakes, forgiveness is the greatest virtue. Loken may not have accomplished anything, but he did endure hardships. This matter could be let go. She could give him a thin measure of face. Elder Dao Qing was skilled at smoothing things over. Come to think of it, she had indeed received quite a few valuable things from him. So Feng Yueling intended to seek Jun Xiaoyan and the others after finishing her tasks and descend the mountain to train with them. As for other matters, she would not say more for now. She was always straightforward, she didn't need Elder Dao Qing to speak much. However, before she could finish her words, a boom shattered the sky. Immediately, a divine thunderbolt from the nine heavens struck directly at Feng Yueling. She suddenly had an enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully attained enlightenment. Advanced to late nascent soul cultivation. Reward granted, 3 magic luo azure dragon fruits, 3 finger-sized flame ginseng fruits, 3 snow lotus fruits. Magic luo azure dragon fruit, rapidly enhances wood-type spiritual roots. Finger-sized flame ginseng fruit, rapidly enhances fire element spiritual power. Snow lotus fruit, enhances ice element spiritual power or aids earth-type spiritual cultivators in repairing spiritual power. Rewards have been placed in the host's inventory. Please check. Feng Yueling's eyes shone brightly. This enlightenment was truly unexpected. She hadn't done anything in particular. Yet she had attained enlightenment. Honestly, she was still in shock. She had only delayed confronting Lachlan for now. After all, in a world where strength dictates authority, talking too much was useless. Only power spoke the ultimate truth. Once she became strong enough that no one dared to covet her allies, all that had happened would merely fade into the past. Anyone who dared touch them, she would crush. Just thinking this briefly. And she had attained enlightenment? Everyone else. Her cultivation speed seemed like she had a cheat code, which made Elder Zongrong grind his teeth in frustration. Let's go. Annoying. Seeing Feng Yueling immediately sit cross-legged to meditate and regulate her breathing, Dao Qing, Lei Yuan, and the others exchanged glances and set up a defensive formation around her. Then they all left. Wen Wuheng, who remained, had just reached golden core stage and needed to stabilize his cultivation, so he also sat cross-legged beside Feng Yueling. When Feng Yueling opened her eyes again, night had already fallen. Wen Wuheng had been waiting for her for quite some time. Empress, congratulations on advancing to late nascent soul. Wen Wuheng genuinely felt happy for Feng Yueling but also increasingly self-conscious. The Empress had surpassed them in just a few months. He could no longer remain stagnant. Fifth senior brother, did you roast the rabbit meat? Feng Yueling immediately noticed the fire beside Qianqiu, with 2 wild rabbits and a wild chicken roasting on it, along with some spiritual fruits. She didn't know when he had gathered them. Yes, Empress. I thought you might be hungry later, so I took the initiative to roast 2 rabbits and a chicken. Empress, here. They sat around the fire together. Feng Yueling reached for a roasted rabbit handed to her by Wen Wuheng. She had already caught a faint whiff of the aroma during her meditation. It had distracted her from meditation, but luckily, she had absorbed all the internal thunder energy. Now she could open her eyes. So fragrant. She immediately took some cumin and Sichuan pepper from her storage pouch and sprinkled them on the meat. Seeing Wen Wuheng looking curious, she added a bit for him as well. Then she took a hearty bite of the rabbit. Crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. Not dry at all, and incredibly flavorful. So satisfying, Feng Yueling sighed. She had finally figured out what happened with her senior brothers. Until she had fully grown stronger, she had to remain wary of Lachlan. After all, once a seed of doubt was planted in someone's heart, it would grow uncontrollably. She needed a plan. Empress, what is this? Sprinkling it really makes it taste even better. Feng Yueling smiled, human. She tore off a rabbit leg and ate a couple of bites. Then she felt a bit thirsty. She intended to exchange for some iced cola in the market and let Wen Wuheng try it as well. They had never seen such a thing before. But gazing at the endless peach blossoms, her thoughts drifted. She vaguely remembered asking Wen Wuheng to plant this peach grove, and had also asked Shura to collect some peach petals to brew wine when she had free time. Back then, she was in a rush to cultivate. Many things had happened in the meantime. By the time she returned, her cave had gathered quite a layer of dust. She wondered if Shura had buried the wine under the peach trees. The task she had instructed, given Shura's nature, was most likely already done. So Feng Yueling immediately transformed a small hoe. While eating the roasted wild rabbit, she began digging under the tree. Imperial Princess, what are you doing? Wen Wuheng also came over. Feng Yueling took another bite of the rabbit leg. Then she handed the extra portion to Wen Wuheng, because she had actually dug it up. Shura really was reliable. She finally had the peach blossom wine. Hee hee. Imperial Princess, you have some oil on your mouth. Wen Wuheng took the roasted rabbit from her hand and instinctively wiped the oil from her lips with his sleeve. Feng Yueling glanced at him. Their lips brushed lightly. Her eyes blinked once. Wen Wuheng's cheeks flushed instantly. His gaze began darting everywhere. Feng Yueling suddenly pinched his chin. Thump thump thump. Wen Wuheng felt as if his heart was going to leap right out of his chest, even his cat ears trembled lightly. Feng Yueling's lips curved slightly. The atmosphere turned a little flirtatious. Her bright, sparkling eyes forced him to look at her. Her soft, pink lips moved gently. Fifth senior brother, do you remember? I said that if you gave me a peach grove, I would repay you with endless peach blossom wine? I'm Imperial Princess. Wen Wuheng couldn't even hear what Feng Yueling said. His gaze was completely locked on her tempting lips. He set the rabbit aside. His body acted faster than his mind. He pressed his lips to hers. Realizing what he had done, Wen Wuheng felt utterly panicked. What was he doing? He had kissed the Imperial Princess without her consent. Oh heavens! Would the Imperial Princess think he was disrespectful? Would she start to dislike him? Feng Yueling looked at her normally reserved fifth senior brother, who had taken the initiative to kiss her but now froze in place after just one kiss. Her beautiful green eyes flickered with light and shadow. She couldn't help but find it amusing. She tossed the small hoe aside, hooked her arm around his neck, and pressed her lips fully to his, deepening the kiss. Feeling her response, Wen Wuheng's entire body seemed to ignite with heat. Feng Yueling was lifted horizontally in his arms. They flew together to the peach tree. While kissing Feng Yueling, Wen Wuheng awkwardly tried to undo her clothes, tossing his own to the ground as well. Imperial Princess. You're so beautiful, Imperial Princess. Feng Yueling's lips curved slightly. Fifth senior brother, let's go inside. She was still a little uncomfortable on the tree, it was too hard. Wen Wuheng's ears were practically burning. Fortunately, the little one obediently followed, always prioritizing her feelings. Feng Yueling kissed him again. Then. You little cat. How dare you touch her? Are you looking for trouble? Just as Feng Yueling was being carried horizontally, about to return to the cave, a powerful aura hit Wen Wuheng, causing him to cough up blood. Fifth senior brother. At the same time, a familiar domineering voice startled Feng Yueling. She looked toward the source and saw Emo Xian, covered in blood. His usually androgynous, handsome face was full of rage. His dark pupils glinted with killing intent, and a flash of pain crossed his eyes when they met hers. Under his feet lay the bloodied gouging. Emo Xian. At first, Feng Yueling worried about him. Why was he so heavily injured? The second she saw him, she was furious. He had nearly killed gouging. And now, in front of her, he was about to kill Wen Wuheng. Outrageous. Emo Xian. How dare you? Feng Yueling dressed quickly and protected Wen Wuheng behind her. She was shocked at Emo Xian, completely enveloped in murderous energy. What happened to you? Up close, she noticed he was shrouded in black energy from head to toe. Imperial Princess, so you also care about Emo Xian's life? What do you mean by that? Host, while you and your senior brother, as well as master, were doing things, Emo Xian knew. Feng Yueling's heart skipped a beat. She felt strangely weak. How did he know? You have a red string tied to your foot, remember? Feng Yueling recalled that ever since Emo Xian had taken her to the Tingsha clan and she woke up again, there was a red string on her foot visible only to her. At the time, because Emo Xian had voluntarily lifted the seal on her body, she deliberately ignored it as a kind of tacit consent. She hadn't expected the red string to have another use. So, this red string lets him sense what exactly? Your location, what you are doing, whether you are in danger, and whether you are in intimate contact with someone can sense it. Feng Yueling. So, when she was with Chen Zhe and Master, Emo Xian could feel everything through this red string? Humph. She was about to cut it. Seeing her form a gust of wind with one hand to sever the red string, Emo Xian's heart ached. Imperial Princess, is Emo Xian's service unsatisfactory? Emo Xian is that bad? Do you despise me so? Feng Yueling. What was he even saying? She wasn't despising him at all. Cutting the red string was for his own good. Imagine if every time she was intimate with other lovers, he could sense it through this string. How awkward would that be? It would be no different from watching a live broadcast. No wonder he was so upset. Feng Yueling just didn't want him to suffer unnecessarily. But he misunderstood her intention. If it's only emotion, really is that not possible? His tone held a plea Feng Yueling could hear, but she had already told him long ago, at most, he could be the main partner. That was already the biggest concession. She didn't know if master and senior brother would agree. Sigh, having too many men was a headache. Feng Yueling stepped forward. Emotion. Imperial Princess, why are you doing this? Without getting the answer he wanted, Emotion's murderous aura grew even stronger. He could hardly endure seeing the white dragon and the white tiger so reckless and contradictory being intimate with someone else. Every second he sensed her willing consent was like a hammer driving needles into his heart. He bled internally, utterly tormented. When he sensed she was doing it willingly, he became so furious he even vomited blood on the spot. When he learned she was in danger, Emotion disregarded his own life, using the secret arts of the Tingsha clan to forcibly raise his cultivation by 2 levels just to arrive in time to save her. At the same time, because he had previously released half of his essence, his internal energy had become chaotic, making it impossible for him to maintain human form. Fortunately, in the end, he sensed that the Imperial Princess was out of danger, and only then did he collapse into unconsciousness. Unexpectedly, when he woke up again, he perceived the Imperial Princess being so intimate with someone else. Emotion almost went berserk instantly. His serpent body destroyed the entire palace. Covered in countless wounds, he forcibly increased his cultivation, damaging his Tao heart, while a sinister voice continuously pulled at him. Kill that white tiger. Skin him alive. Kill that white dragon. Rip out his dragon sinews. Kill every male who stands near her. Then hide her. Hide her. Imperial Princess, 3rd senior brother, something's wrong. When Wu Heng instinctively stepped in front of Feng Yueling to protect her as Emotion, exuding black energy, loomed over them. 3rd senior brother, what's wrong with you? You cowardly cat. How dare you hurt her? You deserve to die. Die. Emotion seemed to recall something. The murderous aura around him intensified, and his eyes turned a deep crimson. A long serpent tail emerged, dripping with blood. Feng Yueling's hand trembled as she reached for the Thunder God Sword. Emotion, he was seriously injured. In a fleeting moment, his long tail almost crushed Wen Wuheng. He had even summoned the slaughter blade. You bastard! Emotion, how dare you! Just as he was about to strike, Feng Yueling shouted, flying to his front. She gently touched his cheek, full of concern. What's wrong with you? Why are you so badly injured? Go away. He violently turned away, leaving her hand in midair. Feng Yueling's eyes flickered. Instinctively, the serpent tail wanted to coil around her, but its master's rage forced it to restrain itself. Feng Yueling lifted her gaze. Emotion, who hurt you? Tell your Imperial Princess, and I'll kill them. Her expression was resolute, sincere. Emotion's dark pupils trembled. The Imperial Princess cared for him? A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, but his face remained unreadable. Feng Yueling immediately threw herself into his arms, rubbing softly. Emotion, I missed you so much. Clang. The slaughter blade was thrown to the ground. The black energy around him gradually dissipated, and his strong arms instinctively wanted to press Feng Yueling to his chest. Imperial Princess, Imperial Princess. Imperial Princess, don't go near him. Emotion has gone mad. He will hurt you. At that moment, the barely conscious Nangong Jing suddenly woke. One sentence reignited Emotion's fury. You traitor! And you! Emotion's gaze at Nangong Jing and Wen Wuheng turned their anger into something tangible. One dared to conspire to seize the Imperial Princess's head from the Ting Snake clan. The other dared to harm her with the life-protecting talisman she gave. Neither deserved to live. Emotion. Listen to Methi didn't know. They didn't do it on purpose. Don't hurt them. Please, listen to me. Seeing him about to lose control again, Feng Yueling stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Emotion froze. Wen Wuheng and Nangong Jing were utterly hopeless. They couldn't defeat Emotion. Not only had they failed to protect the Imperial Princess, they almost harmed her. Especially when Wu Heng, who seeing the Imperial Princess trying to calm this feral Ting snake recklessly charged forward. Originally, he was about to be with the Imperial Princess. All because of this black snake. Third senior brother was far too domineering. Imperial Princess. Without warning, Mo Xian's tail flung him away. When Wu Heng felt as if his organs had been shattered, his face pale. Imperial Princess. Meanwhile, Mo Xian pinned Feng Yueling in place, glaring at the fallen Wu Heng. Gouging was also powerless. Feng Yueling frowned. Mo Xian, what do you intend to do? Your Imperial Princess forbids you from harming them, understand? Imperial Princess, these two annoying things, Mo Xian will handle them for you. They're useless to you, only a burden. He had long wanted to kill them all. Now, he had justification. Why wait? Mo Xian. Seeing his evil grin and murderous gaze, there was no room for negotiation. Feng Yueling angrily shouted, down. Bang. Down. 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 Bang. 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 Bastard Mo Xian. How dare you disobey? Come untie them for your Imperial Princess. Do it now. Mo Xian's entire serpent body smashed a huge crater into the ground. But bound by Feng Yueling's command, he could not defy her. Even if he wanted to deal with Wu Heng and Gouging first, he had to go over and help Feng Yueling remove the immobilization spell. Feng Yueling grabbed his collar and punched him hard, knocking down the towering Mo Xian. Her jade foot pressed on his chest. Did you treat the Imperial Princess's words as nothing? Fuming, her beautiful dark blue eyes sparking, this was the first time Mo Xian had seen such an Imperial Princess. Strangely, he didn't want to fight her. Though Feng Yueling had advanced to late nascent soul, and Mo Xian had forcibly increased his cultivation to full nascent soul, if he wanted, they could fight evenly. But he didn't want to. This Imperial Princess, he cherished her too much. He instinctively turned his face and said, I didn't. Say I didn't again. Feng Yueling angrily kicked him. Unexpectedly, Mo Xian grabbed her foot, caressing it twice. Feng Yueling was even more furious. This black snake. He actually held her foot and kissed it. W. She kicked him repeatedly, but this only made Mo Xian chuckle quietly, replacing the terrifying aura with indulgence and pampering. Feng Yueling hadn't hit him hard. Knowing this, Mo Xian confidently pushed off the ground and stood up. Looking at her, he said, Imperial Princess, don't be angry anymore, alright? Feng Yueling let out a mocking laugh. She couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Mo Xian froze in momentary panic. Your Highness? Feng Yueling didn't respond to him at all. Instead, she walked over to Gouging's side to check his injuries. One glance was enough to make her gasp. This bastard Mo Xian had been really ruthless. Nangong's meridians were completely severed. No wonder he hadn't been able to get up the whole time. Your Highness, Nangong knows he has no excuse to face you, third senior brother, he did nothing wrong. Indeed, he did deserve some punishment. Don't talk. Feng Yueling immediately pulled him up and let him lean against her chest. Ding. Detected, target character Gouging's affection plus 30. Current affection progress, 20%. Ding. Target character's affection level increased to fondness. Mission rewards issued, Hongguwandi fruit times 10, Xiling grass times 10, mystery golden core times 1. Hongguwandi fruit, boosts cultivation for earthroot spiritual cultivators. Xiling grass, cures all poisons. Items have been placed in the host's backpack. Please check them yourself. Feng Yueling paused in surprise. Meeting those orange-red eyes, she hesitated for a moment. Fourth senior brother, open your mouth. She gave him a sip of spirit spring water. The moment he swallowed, Gouging felt his body changing. Your Highness, what is this? Feng Yueling didn't answer. Instead, she fed him 3 Qilin fruits. The moment they hit his stomach, Gouging felt his spiritual power raging violently inside him. Seeing this, and unsure if his soul might also be injured, Feng Yueling hurriedly shoved a soul-nurturing grass into his mouth as well. Before he could even resist, he was forced to swallow it all. When smoke began rising from his whole body, Feng Yueling's heart skipped a beat. Had she overdone it? Your Highness, Nangong is fine. It's just I think I'm about to break through. Seeing her uneasy expression, Nangong Jing quickly explained. Feng Yueling let out a quiet breath of relief. On the surface, she only said, Then all these heavenly treasures I poured into you won't have gone to waste. But as long as you're well, that's what matters most. Ding. Detected, target character Nangong Jing's affection plus 60. Current affection progress, 80%. Feng Yueling was secretly delighted. Sure enough, when you're good to someone, you have to let them know. Silent devotion? Not in her dictionary. When Wuheng came over as well. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It startled Feng Yueling. Fifth senior brother, what happened to you? Where are you hurt? She immediately began examining his injuries. Your Highness, Wuheng is fine. Please, look after fourth senior brother first, that needs treatment more than I do. Off to the side, Mo Xian's aura turned so cold it could freeze a man to death. Compared to his own injuries, theirs were nothing. And yet they were acting so shameless. Just as he was about to collapse into Feng Yueling's arms, Mo Xian yanked him upright. Where are you hurt? Your Highness. At Feng Yueling's look, Mo Xian reluctantly let Wen Wuheng go. But because he was angry, faint black mist began to seep from his body again. Feng Yueling sighed. Come here. Mo Xian froze. Your Highness, are you calling me? She shot him a sidelong glance, then handed him 3 snow lotus fruits, 3 nether ice spirit mushrooms, and 1 ice lotus. Eat them all. They'll help heal your injuries. Mo Xian's lips pressed into a thin line. Your Highness, you now have the ice spiritual root too. You should keep these for yourself. Mo Xian doesn't need them. Feng Yueling felt a warmth in her heart. Still, she said, if I'm giving them to you, you take them. If something happens to you, the one who'll feel it the most is me. Your Highness. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Feng Yueling then hurried to give Wen Wuheng some spirit spring water. Thinking that his recent breakthrough to the golden core realm might not yet be stable, she also fed him 1 snow lotus fruit and 1 earth fruit. Your Highness, you've given so much to Wang, what about you? She glanced at Nangong Jing and saw that he was carefully storing away everything she'd just given him. She smiled suddenly. You eat. Ding. Detected, target character Wen Wuheng's affection plus 30. Current affection progress, 80%, like. Go on, eat. Your Highness, Wuheng will raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. I won't let you down. She patted his furry ears. Fifth senior brother, I believe in you. Your Highness. Quiet, focus on regulating your breath. Yes. Watching the two of them meditate, Feng Yueling finally dragged over Mo Xian, who was standing there like a wooden post, and pinned him against a tree. She stared at him. Mo Xian, I will never have only you as my man. I've made that very clear before. If you truly can't accept that. Her gaze deepened as she spoke with finality, then let's dissolve our engagement. No. Your Highness, just coax Mo Xian and everything will be fine. He pulled her into his arms, greedily inhaling the scent that was uniquely hers. She hadn't even said anything yet, and he'd already surrendered? For some reason, Feng Yueling suddenly wondered if she'd been too harsh on him. He always seemed to take her feelings into account, but she, toward him, had never been gentle, doing whatever she pleased right in front of him. So she returned the embrace, considering maybe she should be a bit kinder to him. Your Highness. Mo Xian missed you so much. At that, he cupped the back of her head with one hand, and with the other, swept her into his arms. Feng Yueling immediately pressed her hands against his chest. Stop fooling around, Yuri, still injured. It's nothing. No. You need to recover first. She refused him outright. Sigh. To think she'd just been planning to make it up to him. What a waste of thought, this man only knew how to fight and compete. He didn't need her pity at all. Naturally, Nangong Jing and Wen Wuheng, sitting in meditation nearby, also noticed the commotion between Feng Yueling and Mo Xian, making it impossible for them to enter a proper cultivation state. Fortunately, Feng Yueling was the stronger-willed one in the end. As long as Mo Xian's injuries weren't fully healed, she would never let him touch her. So, before Feng Yueling's cave dwelling, a rather peculiar scene unfolded. Mo Xian, Nangong Jing, and Wen Wuheng all sat cross-legged in meditation, while Feng Yueling sipped peach blossom wine on the side. Thanks to all the heavenly treasures she had fed them, the three men's spiritual power was soaring. The first to break through was Nangong Jing. Having been stuck at early golden core stage for so long, Mo Xian's beating and Feng Yueling's accidental overfeeding of heavenly treasures had set off the perfect storm. The spiritual power that had been building up in his dantian finally began to flow freely, carrying him straight from early golden core to the peak of the golden core stage. Feng Yueling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Fourth senior brother, amazing! With a whoosh, Nangong's tail slowly unfurled behind him, each one exquisitely beautiful, like burning flames releasing dazzling light, making his already stunning figure even more dangerously captivating. Feng Yueling's hand, holding the peach blossom wine, paused for a moment. Her head was feeling a little dizzy, and she saw Nangong Jing slowly walking toward her. As he moved, the 8 fox tails behind him spread out like a peacock fanning its feathers, dazzling Feng Yueling's eyes. She gulped down a mouthful of peach blossom wine. So beautiful. At that moment, her fourth senior brother looked as though he were stepping down from the clouds, each step tugging at her heartbeat. Like an immortal, like a spirit. A single word flashed quickly through her mind. Fox spirit? That must be what they were like. Brilliant red and pure white intertwined, paired with that face capable of enchanting all beings in an instant, her little heart was pounding wildly. Your Highness, Nangong begs your Highness for forgiveness. At some point, Nangong Jing had already come to stand before her. He remembered now. It was the Imperial Princess who had taken the initiative to dissolve their master-servant bond and set him free. She had even told him that if he wished to annul their engagement, he could come to her any time. He had never realized until now that every word she had said to him had been in earnest. She had never been trying to fool him. It was he who had never trusted her, always guarding himself against her. But she had given him her trust without reservation. Even knowing that he was wary of her, if she had something good, she would still think of him. If she saw him in danger, she would even confront the Saint Ancestor Master to protect him. Why had he never noticed her goodness before? She simply wasn't good at expressing herself. She did far more than she ever said. She was truly good to him. He was supposed to be her nominal beast husband, responsible for keeping her safe, yet thinking back, he had always avoided her, and later had never truly trusted her. But as for her, she had seemed indifferent, but in truth had already placed him within her circle of protection, quietly shielding him. None of them really understood her. She was so good to them. She willingly shared her resources with them, and yet he had always suspected her motives. Nangong felt a deep sense of shame. And now he finally understood why he had been feeling something missing these past days. Without realizing it, he had already come to care for the person in front of him more than he had imagined. He slowly moved closer to her. Looking at Nangong Jing kneeling before her, Feng Yueling really wanted to ask, "Can I rue your fox tails? They're so beautiful. So beautiful." She really wanted to touch them. Omega, Omega? In truth, Feng Yueling was already itching to make a move. Your Highness. Nangong Jing suddenly pulled her into his arms. That embrace. Cold and still, yet carrying a trace of warmth. Fourth senior brother? Looking at the Imperial Princess, now transformed into someone even more dazzling, Nangong Jing couldn't help but lean closer. But Feng Yueling's eyes had been fixed all along on the beautiful fox tails behind him, and when she tilted her head, she just happened to avoid his touch. He felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. His mood plummeted almost instantly. He thought she didn't want to be close to him. He was about to step back, feeling a bit dejected. He understood why she would act this way. It was only natural. After all, he had never trusted her before. She was so noble, so untouchable, so beautiful. She was growing stronger and stronger, surrounded by people to protect her. Why would she care about him? But then, Feng Yueling suddenly grabbed one of the fox tails behind him. Nangong Jing's body went stiff in an instant. She. The Imperial Princess, she. Feng Yueling grinned. Fourth senior brother, I caught you. For some reason, Nangong Jing's eyes grew moist. She didn't despise him. She hadn't abandoned him. She had never cast him aside. When their eyes met, he suddenly smiled. How wonderful. She didn't despise him. It was just. She was drunk. The Imperial Princess before him, with that hazy, unfocused gaze, was extraordinarily captivating. Normally, she seemed warm and easygoing, but deep down she had a certain chill to her, especially when she was angry. In fact, he was a little afraid of her. Earlier, when she had beaten up Mo Xian, it was the first time he had seen her like that. She had clearly been furious. Though he had been afraid, his heart had inexplicably raced faster. The domineering Imperial Princess and the tipsy one before him formed such a striking contrast. Quite cute, actually. A rare softness appeared on Nangong Jing's usually guarded face. He cupped her flawless face in his hands and whispered, "Your Highness, Nangong will forever submit to you." As he spoke, a mark appeared simultaneously between their brows. It was the unique master-servant bond of the nine-tailed spirit fox clan. This time, he was willingly letting her become his wife and protector. He didn't want to dissolve the bond. Even less did he want to annul the engagement. So, selfishly, he bound himself to her again while she was tipsy and unaware. He was truly afraid she might refuse him. That's why. Feng Yueling blinked in surprise. What just happened? It felt like something had flashed into her forehead, gone in an instant. She shook her head. Her dazed look was so adorable that Nangong Jing felt his heart melt. Instinctively, he cupped her cheeks again, and as he gazed at her alluring pink lips and felt her small hand still holding his tail, his whole body trembled slightly. His voice was low and husky. "Your Highness, won't you love Nangong a little? Nangong also needs your Highness's affection." Feng Yueling blinked. Before she could react, a large hand covered her eyes. MMPH. "Your Highness, forgive Nangong for taking advantage of you. I'm just too afraid you'll reject me." Nangong kissed her until she felt dizzy. She had already been tipsy from the alcohol, and now she completely melted in his arms. His heart was pounding like a frantic deer. "Your Highness, so sweet." "Eh? Fourth senior brother, don't you have 9 tails? Why do you only have 8? She was truly drunk now, her eyes misty and adorably dazed. She didn't even register what he had just said. Seeing her like this, Nangong Jing said gently, "Because the last one is hidden by your Highness." Feng Yueling tilted her head. She touched her lips. Wait, had she just kissed her 4th senior brother? 3, Epsilon. Wow. He had actually taken the initiative to bite her lips. Only now did she process what had just happened between them. Oh right, what had he just said? That she had hidden his tail? I hid it? The Hm, hidden by your Highness. Feng Yueling suddenly stood up, pulling Nangong Jing's hand as she grinned. Come on, 4th senior brother, I'll take you to find it right now. Can we find it? It was rare to see the Imperial Princess looking so cute and bashful, and a trace of indulgence flashed in Nangong Jing's eyes. The Hm, Nangong will go with the Imperial Princess to find it. He spoke with complete seriousness. Feng Yueling jumped up and threw her arms around him, then planted a light kiss on his lips, smiling like a cat that had just stolen a bite of fish. Nangong froze on the spot. He couldn't recover for a long while. The Imperial Princess had just kissed him on her own initiative? Did this mean she didn't dislike him? A strange emotion welled up in his chest, spreading through his whole body. It was a little sour, but it made him deeply attached. This feeling of being unconditionally accepted. So good. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that he still hadn't followed, Feng Yueling went back and pulled his hand. Nangong Jing's lips curved slightly. A shimmering drop rolled from the corner of his eye, making Feng Yueling's breath hitch. Like a graceful nobleman, his elegance outshone all others. Her 4th senior brother really was a breathtakingly handsome little fox spirit. That smile of his left Feng Yueling so dizzy and dazed that she couldn't resist kissing him again. But this time, he pulled her firmly into his arms. And deepened the kiss. His kissing skills were on point, but at the moment Feng Yueling's brain was running on a rather unusual track. Her small hands tapped against his chest. She kept humming insistently. Fourth senior brother, let's go find your tail, let's get your tail back. Though reluctant to stop, Nangongjing could only let her go. Feng Yueling tore open space itself, pulling him straight back to the imperial capital. Nangongjing was stunned. The Imperial Princess could tear space with her bare hands? Wasn't she only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm? Why was she so powerful? How did she even do that? Before he could recover. Greetings, Imperial Princess. Greetings, Imperial Princess. The two guards at the city gate spotted her instantly. Back when she was unconscious, the human emperor had publicly released her portrait. First, to clear up the rumors from before. Second, to make sure no one in the capital failed to recognize his daughter and caused an embarrassing scene. So now, all the guards knew her face. They were all astonished at how much she had changed. And none of them dared offend her. Open the gate. Yes, ma'am. Imperial Princess, shall we? Shoo. Feng Yueling put a finger to her lips. Nangongjing nodded meekly. Fourth senior brother, I know where your tail is. Come with me. It was strange. Just now, when she asked about his tail, a few hazy images flashed through her mind. Though blurry, she could still see it clearly. His tail. Her fourth senior brother's tail was hidden in the Imperial Palace's treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was located in the northwest corner of the palace, quite close to the city gates. But since the palace was huge, walking there would still take half an hour. Because it was nighttime and she had been drinking, at one point Feng Yueling stepped on a stone and almost fell flat, her steps already unsteady. Luckily, Nangong caught her in time. She obviously didn't want to walk anymore. Imperial Princess, shall Nangong carry you on his back? Feng Yueling gave him a mischievous smile. No piggyback, I want hugs and kisses and to be lifted high. I want to ride on you right now, okay? A flicker of light passed through Nangong's eyes. He instantly understood what she meant. After all, she had once ridden on their eldest senior brother's back in full view of everyone. She had looked so smug back then, so perhaps the Imperial Princess had a fondness for riding them? Did she prefer their beast forms over their handsome human faces? Whatever thought crossed his mind made Nangongjing's ears quickly flush red. And somehow it felt nice. Still, he asked with feigned nonchalance. In beast form, Imperial Princess? Her eyes instantly lit up. MHM. Fox, nine-tailed fox. Nangong gave a helpless chuckle. Very well. As long as the Imperial Princess was happy. But, Imperial Princess, Nangong now only has 8 tails. I'm afraid it won't be as pretty as you imagine. He couldn't help but care. Yet Feng Yueling grabbed his hand immediately. And began her shameless sweet talk. No, fourth senior brother, do you know? When you showed your tails earlier, you nearly killed me with how gorgeous they were. Your tails are so beautiful, so shiny, so soft, softer even than eldest senior brother's silver fur. I've never seen such a handsome fox as you. I really love your fox tails, fourth senior brother. Change for me, fourth senior brother. With a soft whoosh. In the night. Nangongjing's 8 fox tails slowly unfolded once again, casting a breathtaking halo under the moonlight, making Feng Yueling grin from ear to ear. The 8 tails closed around her like petals. Soft and warm. The next moment. 2 of the fox tails firmly caught her arms, and before she could react, a massive red fox appeared before her. In the blink of an eye, one of his tails gave a firm tug. And she was seated on his back. Feng Yueling's head swayed for a moment. When she realized her fourth senior brother had pulled her onto his back, she instantly hugged his fox body. She rubbed her head against his shoulder. Her hands couldn't stop playing with his fox tails. So soft. If it were winter, how warm would it be to sleep hugging a fox like this? Sitting on the fox's back, Feng Yueling completely forgot the time or place. She kept rubbing against him, her little head burrowing into him again and again. Until one of his tails firmly circled her waist, setting her upright. Only then did Nangongjing dare to breathe normally. Fourth senior brother, giddy up. Nangongjing. Fourth senior brother, go. Sigh. At least she knew the one she was riding was him. Feng Yueling beamed, hugging his neck as she pointed the way. This way, see that pagoda over there, fourth senior brother? It's inside. The treasure pavilion? MHM. She nodded with a smile. Imperial Princess, are you sure Nangong's tail is in the treasure pavilion? Fourth senior brother, you don't believe me? No, that's not what I meant, Imperial Princess. Hearing her say he didn't trust her made Nangong Jing visibly anxious. Feng Yueling gave him a sly look. Why are you so nervous, fourth senior brother? Don't worry, it's in there. Nangong quietly let out a breath. Thinking for a moment, he added while carrying her on his back, but the treasure pavilion Imperial Princess, do you know how to get in? She was drunk. Even when sober, she might not know exactly how to enter, let alone in this fuzzy state. Nangong Jing truly feared she might do something reckless. If she alarmed the human emperor, things would not end well. The royal treasury pavilion in the palace was heavily guarded year-round. Moreover, because the Imperial Princess had once nearly burned down the entire palace, the human emperor had issued an order forbidding her from approaching the treasury pavilion. That was why Nangong Jing was a little apprehensive. After all, many ministers in court still held grudges against the Imperial Princess, and it hadn't been long since the incident where she dug out the demon clan's golden core. At this point, she absolutely couldn't cause any more trouble. Feng Yueling had no idea what Nangong Jing was thinking. Right now, she was riding a fiery red nine-tailed fox, looking extremely majestic. She kept glancing around, touching this and that, her little face beaming with joy. Password? When the two arrived at the treasury pavilion, before Nangong Jing could even wonder why such a massive treasure hall had no guards at all, the fifth-tier gatekeeping beast on the door opened its mouth and asked. Nangong Jing instinctively turned to look at Feng Yueling. Your Highness, do you know the password? Feng Yueling crossed one arm over her chest, propped her chin with the other hand, and studied the gatekeeper beast that looked like a blazing sun. After thinking for a while. 6 6s? Wrong. 8 8s? Wrong. 4 0s? Wrong. After she rattled off a bunch of guesses, all of which the beast rejected, it arrogantly shut its eyes and ignored her entirely. Feng Yueling's forehead veins popped in irritation. She punched its face flat. Open the damn door. Ding dong. Correct password. Master, please come in. The gatekeeping beast, its face still squashed from the blow, shed 2 lines of tears and obediently opened the treasury pavilion's doors for them. Nangong Jing. Humph. Feng Yueling casted a proud glance, then swaggered inside the treasury pavilion still riding on Nangong Jing. The moment they entered, the previously dark pavilion lit up brightly. The treasury pavilion had 7 floors, each filled with all kinds of books and magical treasures. Feng Yueling hopped down from Nangong Jing's back. He immediately shifted into human form, but she grabbed his hand without hesitation and pulled him toward the 2nd floor. However, before they could reach it, an invisible barrier bounced them back. Your Highness, careful. Luckily, Nangong Jing caught her in time, preventing her from hitting her head. Feng Yueling pushed him away. Raijin. Nangong Jing tried to stop her, but it was too late. Slash. Buzz. After a powerful sound wave rang out, Feng Yueling strutted her way up to the 2nd floor. Behind her, Nangong Jing was terrified she had almost used fire escape just now. Thankfully, he had managed to stop her in time. Fourth senior brother, come on up. Seeing him still lingering below, Feng Yueling leaned over the stair rail to look at him. Hurry up, hurry. I'm coming. But Nangong Jing's attention had been caught by a painting on the 1st floor. The woman in it bore a 3/10 resemblance to the princess, though her demeanor was far gentler. Could it be the princess's mother consort? Fourth senior brother, quick. It's in here. All right. Feng Yueling placed her palm on a stone wall, and the tightly sealed stone door opened automatically. She immediately pulled Nangong Jing inside. When faced with a mountain-high pile of top-grade spirit stones, Nangong Jing was completely stunned. Feng Yueling dug out a box from a corner. Opening it inside lay a single red fox tail. She smiled brightly. Fourth senior brother, look, here it is. Gouging murmured, Returning it to you. Gouging reached out to take it. He had always thought the princess had tossed it away after getting bored with it. He hadn't expected her to have kept it all along. Your Highness, if you don't mind, why not use it as an ornament? Gouging offered the tail back to her. Feng Yueling held it lovingly. Sure, I'll hang it at my waist, it's like keeping fourth senior brother on me every day. Gouging lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. Your Highness, let's go back. The princess was still a bit muddled. Who knew if she would even remember tonight's events once sober? Before anyone noticed them, they had best leave quickly. No, I took your tail, so I should repay you. Here. That pile of spirit stones, absorb them. Feng Yueling pointed at the mountain of top-grade spirit stones. Gouging panicked. Your Highness, better not. No. I said absorb, so absorb, she ordered forcefully. Really? He stammered. Of course. But just then, a loud noise came from the third floor. Who's on the third floor? Your Highness, let's just go back. Instead, Feng Yueling shoved Gouging toward the spirit stone pile and then slipped out to the door, grinning mischievously before locking him inside the secret chamber. Your Highness. She then silently made her way to the third floor. What are you doing? Dongyuan, who had been about to destroy a soul lamp, nearly jumped out of her skin when Feng Yueling suddenly appeared behind her. Why you? How are you here? Dongyuan's face went pale. Feng Yueling curved her lips. This is my home. If I'm not here, where should I be? And no, that's not what I meant. What were you just doing? At this close distance, Dongyuan caught a strong whiff of wine from Feng Yueling, and a gleam of delight flashed in her eyes. She's drunk? Heaven is helping me. Dongyuan lunged, stabbing straight at Feng Yueling. But with just a look from Feng Yueling, she froze in place. How can this be? Feng Yueling narrowed her eyes. Dongyuan, are you courting death? She reached out, and with a grasp, lifted the other woman into the air without touching her. A little martial ant, what are you doing? Put me down. Feng Yueling sneered. You just tried to kill me, didn't you? And no. Little martial ant, you misunderstand. Feng Yueling ignored her excuses. But then. Wait. Why you're really my imperial sister. Imperial sister, what are you doing? Two rather disheveled figures appeared behind her. Feng Yueling looked at the chubby one and the thin one before her, feeling they looked vaguely familiar. Imperial sister, let go of Fairy Dongyuan. Although Feng Jingyang was shocked at how much the Imperial Princess had changed, slimmer, more beautiful, and far stronger than him or their elder brother, still instinctively stepped forward to grab her. But Feng Yueling casually waved her hand, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. How had she gotten so powerful? Imperial sister. It's been so long, yet you still haven't learned. You come back only to stir up trouble in the entire palace? Feng Beishi spoke gently, but directly unleashed his fire element techniques. However, before Feng Yueling, those fireballs weren't even appetizers. She simply absorbed them with a hand. Looking at the neatly dressed and rather handsome Feng Beishi before her, Feng Yueling propped her chin, puzzled. And you are? I'm your imperial brother. Royal brother? Oh, you're that bootlicker. Feng Yueling remembered. No wonder these two looked so familiar. Turns out they were the two sycophants hanging around Dongyuan. Hearing her say that, Feng Beishi could no longer keep up his gentlemanly facade. He didn't care how Feng Yueling, who was suffering from slow-acting poison, had managed to slim down right now. His greatest concern was the comfort of Fairy Dongyuan. Moreover, Feng Yueling clearly seemed off. Her gaze was wandering a little. Was she drunk? Heh. So he patiently said, little sister, quickly let Fairy Dongyuan go. As for you trespassing into the treasure pavilion, your second brother and I won't tell father about it. Given her usual dim-witted nature, she'd definitely listen to him. After all, she used to obey his every word. Feng Beishi was absolutely certain. But unexpectedly, Feng Yueling simply sealed his mouth. So noisy. She summoned the immortal binding rope and tied the two of them up. Feng Yueling was startled. He blurted out, "You idiot, what are you doing?" Feng Yueling shot him a cold glance and slapped him across the face. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Feng Yueling immediately changed his tone. "Little sister, that's not what I meant, don't be angry." Feng Yueling sealed his mouth too. MMPH. Feng Yueling was only 1 year older than her. Seeing her current cultivation level, and that she didn't even listen to their eldest brother, but had tied them both up with the immortal binding rope. Given her past style of handling things, she might very well make an example out of them. He was so frightened, tears began streaming down his face. Feng Yueling was also furious. This idiot. Since when did she stop listening to him? Did she grow a brain along with her new looks? But the most terrified was Dongwon. Earlier, seeing the two high and mighty princes fawn over her had made her quite proud. Especially after learning from them that the treasure pavilion contained a love gun. No matter how high the victim's cultivation, once planted, they could never leave her. That temptation was enormous. The key was, the two princes had actually brought her to the treasure pavilion. They distracted the guards, told her the password to open the door, and so she had successfully reached the 3rd floor. However, upon arrival, the first thing she saw was a soul lamp glowing with a strange brilliance. Her instincts told her, destroy it. She didn't even know why, she just desperately wanted to destroy that soul lamp. But before she could act, Feng Yueling appeared behind her. And now she had even summoned Raijin. The purple lightning at the sword's tip was pointed straight at her. Dongwon's lips trembled. Little martial ant, the first rule of our sect is never to harm our fellow disciples. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Feng Yueling smiled sweetly, harmless on the surface, and completely ignored her. Rules? What rules? What did they have to do with her? You don't attack me, I won't attack you. In her line of work, mercy was the greatest taboo. You just tried to kill me. Now it's my turn. Her voice was cold to the extreme. She unleashed Raijin. No. At the last moment, a flash of white light appeared. The glare made Feng Yueling instinctively shield her eyes. Through her fingers, she saw Dongwon being rescued by a masked woman in white. Heh. She formed a seal. Lightning Phantom Thunder Butterfly Tracking Technique, go. At once, bolts of purple lightning transformed into swarms of purple butterflies, flying in the direction the white figure had disappeared. Let's see where you run. With a flicker, Feng Yueling followed. On the ground, bound with the immortal binding rope, Feng Yueling and Feng Yueling groaned in misery. They were still here. Couldn't she untie them first? Who are you? Though Dongwon was grateful to be saved. She had almost called her rescuer Master Zongrong earlier, but it turned out to be this masked woman instead. The woman didn't answer. She had intended to drop Dongwon somewhere safe and then return. Her true goal had been to check on Shinzei, whom she'd heard was badly injured and currently in the Imperial City. But along the way, she had accidentally witnessed Feng Yueling trying to kill Dongwon. For reasons she didn't fully understand, she didn't want Feng Yueling to see her real face, so she'd altered her appearance and covered her face. Now, just as she set Dongwon down. Run, go on, let's see where you're trying to take her. Feng Yueling suddenly appeared before her. Luochen was surprised that Feng Yueling could keep up, and though the killing intent in her attacks was clear, Luochen deflected them all with ease. Feng Yueling tilted her head. You're pretty good. Luochen stayed silent. In truth, she was surprised by Feng Yueling's growth. Though she was only at the late nascent soul stage, her spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, and her mastery of fire, ice, lightning, and metal techniques was flawless. Even her swordsmanship had become fierce and domineering. I have no intention of harming you. Leave. Seeing that her opponent's repeated attacks couldn't break through, Feng Yueling said at once, such big talk. Human and sword as 199 returns to 1. Cut. Raijin transformed into a massive divine sword, cleaving down toward Luochen. Although Luochen specialized in alchemy, her deity transformation cultivation meant that Feng Yueling still wasn't strong enough to harm her. Even with her ultimate technique, she didn't manage to inflict a scratch. At this, Dongwon was overjoyed. Senior. Seeing Feng Yueling's weakness, Dongwon realized that the woman who had saved her clearly outclassed Feng Yueling. If they didn't seize this chance to kill her now, she would only become a greater threat in the future. Senior, I beg you kill her. You saw it yourself just now, she tried to kill me. If you let her go today, she'll surely kill me in the future. Please, carry this through to the end and kill her for me. Luo Chen's fingers trembled. Her spiritual aura surged violently. Her gaze toward Feng Yueling shifted subtly. Kill her? She had originally planned to let Chenze kill her. But not only was Feng Yueling alive and well, her appearance and cultivation had both skyrocketed. Perhaps she really shouldn't be soft-hearted. She glanced at Dongwuan again. If she killed Feng Yueling now, there would be someone else to take the blame. That way, Chenze, Mo Xian, Arthur, Nangong, Wen Wuheng, and who else? Her eyes flickered with doubt. There was still someone. Senior. Step back. Thank you, Senior. Luo Chen instantly released her deity transformation level pressure. The crushing force made Feng Yueling's throat fill with a coppery taste. Sensing the killing intent aimed at her, the strange flame mark on Feng Yueling's forehead began to faintly glow with gold. At the start, Chenze had been reflecting on why his usually calm self would try to kill the Imperial Princess. Turns out, he had eaten a pill given by Luo Chen. That loose thread is finally tied up today. Did you guys remember this foreshadowing? Clang. A phoenix's divine cry pierced through the entire dark night. Before long, Feng Yueling was engulfed in the divine phoenix flames, and behind her, a phoenix slowly materialized, fanning the sacred fire. Luo Chen was utterly shocked. Phoenix fire power. How is this possible? Why had she awakened so soon? Dongwuan, who had seen Feng Yueling before, was so terrified that her legs went weak. It's over. They were doomed. Feng Yueling raised her hand, and in an instant, roaring flames erupted all around, quickly encircling the two of them. Her water-based techniques, which resembled phoenix fire in their ferocity, couldn't put it out. This was why Dongwuan was so afraid. Despite having an exceptional water spiritual root, she couldn't escape. Her water-based techniques were powerless against these divine flames. No. Dongwuan didn't want to die. After repeated attempts to flee, Dongwuan, like a cat chased by Feng Yueling, was still trapped in the fire. She immediately broke down. I don't want to die. Little senior uncle, please spare me. Master, big senior brother. Shut up. In a life-or-death moment, Dongwuan's instinct was to call for help. Luo Chen immediately flung her away. If Zongrong heard her, the situation could spiral out of control. She didn't want to be dragged into this mess. Yet, seeing Feng Yueling awaken her phoenix fire power before her, Luo Chen's palms were already sweating. Heh. You just wanted to save her earlier. Now, you don't care about her at all? Feng Yueling looked at the masked woman who had knocked Dongwuan unconscious with a single strike. A faint, inscrutable smile curved on her lips. Let me see, who are you really? Ziyun. Feng Yueling immediately hurled Ziyun away. Boom. Luo Chen, who had been defending little Ziyun, was struck directly, and her veil finally slipped from her face. Huh? Seeing this unfamiliar face, Feng Yueling's eyes turned sharp. You've disguised yourself? Could it be someone I know? Heh, interesting. Today, I'll peel off this disguise and see who you really are. Luo Chen was surprised that, even in her drunken state, Feng Yueling remained so perceptive. She immediately realized a prolonged battle wasn't wise, and her eyes darkened. Blood sacrifice. In an instant, the surroundings were bathed in crimson. Rah. Drip, drip. A thread-like steel wire cut across Feng Yueling's face, drawing blood that fell to the ground in ripples. Simultaneously, countless razor-sharp threads bound her tightly. Ah. Her entire body felt as if countless blades were slicing through her skin, sending shivers of pain throughout Feng Yueling's body. She was forced to hang midair. The pain triggered by her own blood activated the array. The agony brought Feng Yueling back to a sharp awareness. Her fingers clenched tightly as she coldly stared at the woman emerging from the blood. Who exactly are you? Luo Chen's eyes glimmered with killing intent as she approached. You should have died long ago. Her palm, wrapped in powerful spiritual energy, pierced directly through Feng Yueling's heart. Blood trickled from her lips, yet she curled them into a strange smile. Is that so? Soul capture. Clang. The phoenix, trapped outside the array, flew in from the darkness, carrying blazing solar flames that pierced through Lo Chen's body, rendering her immobile. You. Are you trying to die? Then let's see who dies faster. At this moment, Feng Yueling's madness frightened Lo Chen. Because one of her hands had already pierced Lo Chen's body, she could have escaped the attack, but Feng Yueling froze her in place with an ice seal. The phoenix's strike hit her full force. Moreover, the two soul-seizing iron chains were about to bind her life essence. Lo Chen panicked. Due to the suppression of lower realm cultivation, Lo Chen had no power to escape Feng Yueling's divine soul projection. Stop. Stop. Who would use such a self-destructive, 800 harm 1000 harm technique? Was she truly not afraid of death? Feng Yueling saw the flicker of fear in her eyes, yet her lips curved into an extreme smile. Fear good. Knowing fear makes her easier to deal with. Let me see, who are you really? Her words caused the woman's expression to change. Do you really want it this way? Ahem. Feng Yueling coughed up a mouthful of blood, finding it all rather amusing. You wanted to take my heart, I take your soul, that's only fair. You. Fine, then let's die together. She was about to self-destruct her golden core. A great being at the nascent soul stage had been forced to the point of self-destruction. Normally, Feng Yueling would have been proud of this, but now. If she self-destructed, Feng Yueling would definitely die with her. What to do? Before she could react, Lo Chen self-destructed her golden core. Rather than letting Feng Yueling's divine soul devour her life essence, she dragged Feng Yueling into the abyss with her. Lo Chen might not die from self-destruction, but Feng Yueling's life would certainly be at stake. Boom. Feng Yueling's eyelids trembled. Master. In the last moment of consciousness, she summoned the Saint Patriarch. Impudent. A terrifying aura flung Lo Chen 10 meters away. It was the fragment of the Divine Emperor's consciousness left in Feng Yueling's forehead. How dare you harm the Emperor's princess? I will kill you. Lo Chen, who had planned everything, never expected Feng Yueling to carry a trace of the Divine Emperor's consciousness. Normally, she wouldn't be a match for it. Especially now. She was crushed in the Divine Emperor's powerful grip, unable to breathe from the pain. At the same time, a silver-white figure tore through space and caught the severely injured Feng Yueling. When he turned to look at her, Lo Chen's soul shook. That handsome, hauntingly familiar face, familiar enough to be remembered even through reincarnation. Master, Master, may I stay by your side? Master, I will be very quiet, very quiet. Master, Master. You have great talent in alchemy. Large swaths of memories poured into her mind. The long-forgotten past she had lost due to the tampered Guyuan pill struck her heart again. Lo Chen's eyes gradually grew wet. She could never let him go. In a single glance, all her past memories returned. Because of him, she had abandoned her divine identity in the upper realm to descend to the lower realm, becoming the head of the alchemy peak at Qingyun sect, Lo Chen. Because of him, she had silently protected him for thousands of years. She never expected that he had long forgotten her. Perhaps he had never truly regarded her, which was why he had completely erased her from memory. Every time she thought of this, her heart ached. Master, why were you so heartless to me? 1,000 years ago. She was only one emotional tribulation away from attaining the position of flower goddess. Thus, the already human-shaped Luo Chen descended to the mortal realm to undergo this tribulation. Unfortunately, the immortal Lord of Fate had mistaken her life record. Originally, Luo Chen was supposed to reincarnate in the palace as the princess of the current dynasty, but by accident, she was reborn in the mortal world as an abandoned infant hunted by the demon clan. The moment she was born, her parents were killed by demons. Not a single member of her clan survived. Just as she was about to be killed by the demons herself, a white light flashed. Before she could even see what was happening, all the demons turned to dust in an instant. The sacred ancestor descended like a god from the heavens. He saved her. Not only that, he raised her. Taught her how to survive. Taught her how to enter the immortal sect. Every day spent with him was filled with happiness for Luo Chen. The Qingyun sect, the greatest cultivation sect established by the sacred ancestor, became her home. Under his guidance, she quickly grew from a babbling infant into a graceful young lady. And because of his words, you have great talent in alchemy. Luochen diligently studied alchemy. She eventually became the youngest Danzun, alchemical master, in the entire Tianqi continent. During this time, the person who was originally destined to be her tribulation partner fell for the sacred ancestor instead. Unfortunately, until the moment she died, the sacred ancestor had never once said he liked her. Seeing her turn to ashes, his eyes were calm and unreadable. This was the knot in her heart that she could never untie. Could it be that, in the sacred ancestor's heart, she truly held no weight at all? Even a single tear, a single look of pity, would have been enough. But there was nothing. Regarding her death, her master remained utterly unmoved. No surprise. She had failed her tribulation. Unwilling to accept this, after returning to the upper realm, she secretly descended to the lower realm again. Her appearance had not aged a bit, yet the sacred ancestor did not recognize her. Though one day in the upper realm equals a year in the lower realm. For cultivators, several hundred years are but the blink of an eye. Luochen could not understand why the sacred ancestor she met again treated her so casually. After all, she was the one he had raised. His cold indifference made her chest tighten. Several times she wanted an explanation, but she feared that her impulsiveness would only make him dislike her more. So, she approached the sect leader instead. By displaying her talent in alchemy, she became Luochen of the Qingyun sect. During this time, she never forgot to stay close to him. She also understood the sacred ancestor's nature. He liked peace. He disliked disturbances. Before, she had always quietly stayed by his side, nearly invisible, and he had never driven her away. So she didn't rush to prove her identity. Instead, she would occasionally approach Yushua Peak to see what he was doing. Seeing him still enjoying scattering vegetable seeds from the mortal realm onto Yushua Peak, she couldn't help but soften. The sacred ancestor had never changed. Later, she accidentally learned from sect leader Dao Qing that the sacred ancestor had no emotional attachments. The moment she realized he had no emotions, her mind became suddenly clear. Because the sacred ancestor remained indifferent even to Dong Yuan, who had always tried to get close to him. He only accepted her vegetable seeds and did not know that girl. She inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She even began to self-hypnotize, maybe because he has no emotions, he treats everyone coldly and mercilessly. So he forgot her. Perhaps he forgot her because he had no emotions. Without emotions, he could not fall in love with her. Without falling in love, he had no feelings for her. Naturally, he would not remember. It seemed like something she could accept. She kept comforting herself this way. Although the sacred ancestor never recognized her, Luochen quietly continued to protect him. Days passed silently, and she slowly felt that just being able to watch over him from afar, accompany him, was enough. Until Chen Zhe, Arthur, Mo Xian, Nangong, and Wu Heng became her disciples. Gradually, Luochen's attention shifted from the sacred ancestor to them. Each was outstanding in appearance and character, yet all were from great demon clans, not as noble as humans, and were bullied and abused by Feng Yueling. Even ruthlessly tormented. Every time she saw them covered in wounds, her long-dormant heart ached again. Qinzhe, the prince of the White Tiger clan, with his noble status, was disciplined, calm, and never spoke harshly even when bullied by Feng Yueling. Yet the cruel empress still did not spare him. His body was often covered with whip marks, and his cold expression was filled with deep fatigue. She could see that Ace was truly exhausted. But for the sake of his family, he endured humiliation. Even if it meant being beaten to death, he would not retaliate. This wild and stubborn girl, even if she were, should not have tormented them so. Moreover, this was the lower realm. Arthur, the prince of the Shark clan, tried to avoid conflict with her, but it was impossible. Every few days he ended up bleeding. She treated them as if they were not human. Even Mo Xian, such a formidable person, would yield to her. Yield when she dug at his protective scales. The most tragic was Nangong. Such a beautiful spirit fox had a tail severed due to Feng Yueling's recklessness. Finally, seeing the girl grow increasingly outrageous, even attempting the unspeakable with Wu Heng and a fox demon, Luochen could no longer stand it. She secretly added spirit herbs to their pills to help them unleash their power. These people should no longer have to endure. Furthermore, she did not want Feng Yueling to return alive to the upper realm. Unexpectedly, Feng Yueling did not die. Not only did she survive, she regained her true form, lost weight, and bore the marks unique to the dragon clan. Luochen knew exactly what that meant. She had just summoned the sacred ancestor. He was supposed to have no emotions. Why was he cultivating spiritual power with her? Why did he pretend not to recognize her? Thousands of years ago, she had once told him personally that she would marry no one but him. If the sacred ancestor did not marry her, she would turn to ashes. Though it was a poisoned oath of her own making. But at that time, they had been together for so many years. She could not believe that the sacred ancestor truly had no feelings for her. Why then did he not recognize her? She had to find out. She could not die. She still could not die. She had to confront her master and get a clear answer. What was she lacking compared to Feng Yueling? Why would her master want a notorious Feng Yueling but not her? Why? Why? Save me, save me. Far away in the upper realm, a blindfolded man suddenly looked toward the lower realm. Lotus? It's me. Save me, save me. At this moment, if Feng Yueling activated the celestial eye of the divine race, she could immediately see that the true form of Luochen in front of her was actually a white lotus. Unfortunately, due to the shockwave from the explosion of Luochen's golden core, combined with the heavy injury to her heart inflicted by him, she was now unconscious and unable to wake. Luochen looked at Feng Yueling deeply. This girl, despite having done so many inhuman, despicable things, being cruel, cold-blooded, and heartless, still had all her disciples loyally protecting her. She had only slightly improved, and yet A's, normally so aloof, transformed into his beast form just to make her happy. Mo Xian, so cold and domineering, still followed her every command. Arthur, who had broken her heart so many times, publicly displayed intimacy with Feng Yueling, and Nangong, to avoid misunderstandings, endured a curse that left him riddled with wounds rather than let her treat him. Was he afraid she would misinterpret his actions? Even Nangong, who had once despised her, changed his attitude because of her kindness. As for Wu Heng, he called her empress at every opportunity. She even made the unsuspecting master willing to accept her as his Tao partner. Feng Yueling, you are truly fortunate. Even with your destiny interfered with and altered by others, you can still defy fate. A gust of wind blew. At the moment Luochen dissipated, the saint ancestor frowned slightly. Divine race? 3 days later, at dusk, Feng Yueling finally woke from her drunken sleep. Because she had drunk the peach blossom wine, activated her soul manifestation, and taken a blow from Luochen, she now suffered from severe headaches, her body in pain, and her brow tightly furrowed. Her skin probably bore fresh burns from divine flames. Empress, you're awake? A gentle voice sounded near her ear. Feng Yueling turned and saw Chenze, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, looking at her with deep concern. But why was her senior brother half-dressed? Wait a second. She was in a medicinal bath? Realizing the situation, Feng Yueling's face instantly turned red. Oh no. She was, in fact, sharing a bath with her senior brother. Hee. Empress, feeling better? Does your chest still hurt? Feng Yueling grasped his hand and nodded. Yes, it hurts. Senior brother, you. Chenze's eyes darkened. Empress. Senior brother. I missed you so much. Seeing that you're safe makes me so happy. Did you miss me? Do you know how I've been these days without seeing you? I couldn't eat, couldn't drink tea, my mind was completely distracted. Empress, it's all my fault. Feng Yueling placed her hand on his lips, eyes glistening, not sure if it was from the pain in her chest or the steam-filled atmosphere. Her cheeks flushed white and pink, her lips incredibly tempting. Chenze was strikingly handsome as ever. His face was exquisitely chiseled, exuding restraint. Wet silver hair clung to him, and the medicinal bath's water droplets ran down his toned abdomen. Both of them were immersed in the steaming bath. Having missed her for so long, he had been yearning to see her, to hold her again. Seeing her speak like that, he completely lost control. Feng Yueling was even faster, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her soft lips against his. Feeling her passion, Chenze couldn't restrain himself. Empress. He pulled her into his arms, deepening the kiss. His kiss was tender and lingering, every breath making Feng Yueling's fingers tremble. Senior brother. Meanwhile, Gouging, who had been meditating next door, suddenly opened his eyes. The Empress, she was indulging her senior brother. He instantly couldn't sit still. Her injuries weren't fully healed, so how could her senior brother? Usually calm and composed, the senior brother was now completely unrestrained. Humph. A hypocritical pseudo-gentleman. But thinking further, what right did he have to tell the Empress not to indulge her senior brother? He had no right. The Empress wouldn't like him getting jealous. The Empress had just accepted him again. He couldn't act impulsively. Yet the bath scene was far too lively. Hearing such alluring sounds from the Empress, Gouging blushed deeply, unable to focus, and stormed out of the palace in frustration. Mo Xian's face turned green with jealousy. Empress, you really... When he sensed danger to her, Mo Xian had stopped his meditation and traced her aura back to the palace. Yet the white dragon got there before him. Seeing the Empress asleep in the dragon's arms, he was heartbroken. Who had hurt her in just a short time? Who? Out of concern for her injuries, Mo Xian had stayed near the bath, waiting for her to wake so he could check on her. Unexpectedly, the first thing he witnessed upon her waking was the Empress entwined with that big tiger. Arthur's eyes were cold and dark. That big cat had actually beaten him to it. Humph. With his ruthless path of cultivation, he probably didn't have the fortune to receive such favor from the Imperial Princess. Truly courting death. Inside, Feng Yueling didn't know why the night felt so long. It took her a long time to finally drift into a deep sleep. The moment she fell asleep, the people outside could no longer restrain themselves and launched their attacks. First to act was Mo Xian. He snatched the sleeping Feng Yueling from Chenzai's arms, holding her tightly against his chest. He pulled over her clothes to cover her body, his eyes icy as he glanced at Chenzai. He really wanted to pierce him with an ice hammer, but he knew that if he truly did it, the Imperial Princess would never forgive him. Mo Xian let out a cold snort. Then he silently went to clean Feng Yueling's body. Arthur glared at him coldly. You really aren't afraid of dying? When Wu Hing's nose tingled, his voice choked. Senior brother, you, he couldn't bring himself to say anything that would hurt Chenzai, and in frustration, turned and left. Gouging, looking at Chenzai with his disheveled clothes, had the corners of his eyes tinged red. You clearly know the Imperial Princess hasn't fully recovered, yet you act so impatient. Ha, truly the epitome of hypocrisy. Chenzai's expression remained cool and detached. With a casual gesture, he formed a dust-clearing seal, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. He didn't temper his words just because Gouging and Arthur were his juniors. Instead, he said plainly, this is none of your concern. You. Humph. Arthur sneered repeatedly. Is that so? Just remember, when your golden core collapses, don't come blaming us. He flicked his sleeve and left. As Gouging was about to leave, Chenzai suddenly spoke, fourth junior brother, weren't you always indifferent to the Imperial Princess? Why now? Gouging naturally didn't respond kindly. Do you think only you, the White Tiger clan's great prince, can like the Imperial Princess? Chenzai's eyes flickered. Gouging didn't speak further and left. He had wanted to pursue Mo Xian to find the Imperial Princess, but before he could get close, Mo Xian severely struck him to the ground. Stay away. Seeing Arthur and Wen Wuheng fallen at the side, Gouging fell silent. Their strength wasn't a match for Mo Xian. They could only watch helplessly as Mo Xian, with a wet towel, carefully wiped the sweat from the Imperial Princess's body, holding her close, kissing her tenderly. Everyone else's teeth itched with frustration. Third senior brother, the Imperial Princess is tired, don't trouble her anymore. Wen Wuheng, though bleeding from his injuries, still spoke up at the scene. But Mo Xian didn't even glance at him. He held the back of Feng Yueling's sleepy head, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. Feng Yueling let out a soft moan. Something was rubbing against her. When she lifted her eyelids, Mo Xian's hair stood on end. He hadn't meant to wake her. Now he had to slow his breathing, afraid that she might slap him in displeasure so many people were watching. He had no choice but to endure. Oh. However, seeing Mo Xian's cautious expression, Feng Yueling lazily tugged at his hair, yawned, and said, Mo Xian, I'm tired. Let me sleep, don't bother me. Then she snuggled closer into his embrace. Mo Xian's heart immediately melted. This Imperial Princess so gentle. So cute. He then glanced at the others nearby. They all fell silent. Mo Xian smirked, holding Feng Yueling as he returned to his own chamber. Even in the palace, no matter how much Feng Yueling disliked them before, each of the 5 had their own chambers. And since they were married into the human clan, even while they accompanied the Imperial Princess to Qingyun sect, their chambers in the palace were still maintained daily. Thus, when Mo Xian brought Feng Yueling back, the room was still clean and tidy. Seeing her sleeping soundly, Mo Xian's snake tail curled around her again. The weather was hot. Holding onto his tail could help cool the Imperial Princess. Watching her, Mo Xian felt a bit drowsy, also wishing to avoid being disturbed by anyone else. He set up a barrier outside his chamber. Anyone weaker than him couldn't enter until he lifted it. Feng Yueling slept deeply. The rhythm of her breathing was familiar like Mo Xian's heartbeat, cool yet strong, the tail occasionally winding around her waist. She could hardly discern who was lying beside her. At the same time, she was puzzled. Why was it Mo Xian beside her and not Qinzhe? Hadn't she been with Qinzhe? Maybe her memory was confused. Was it actually Mo Xian? Her eyes fluttered. Her eyelashes were delicate as butterfly wings. Upon waking, she hugged Mo Xian, who opened his eyes. Seeing her still half asleep and adorable, he couldn't resist kissing her forehead. Imperial Princess. Her eyelids twitched. Well. Imperial Princess. No, I'm hungry. Mo Xian is hungry too. Imperial Princess, you promised Mo Xian before that when your injuries healed, you would, His handsome face leaned closer. Feng Yueling kicked his chest. But he held her firmly. Imperial Princess, you promised. Mo Xian, I'm really hungry. Can I eat first? She shook his large hand, looking irresistibly cute. Mo Xian's Adam's apple moved twice. Imperial Princess. These 2 calls made it even harder for him to control himself. Imperial Princess, do you know how enchanting you are right now? Feng Yueling's eyelids twitched violently. No. She couldn't take it. Her small waist could break. She knew Mo Xian's strength too well. Wasn't as gentle as Qinzhe, nor would he stop like her master might. He would. Mo Xian, listen to me. You bastard. Damn it, do you want another beating? Feng Yueling, pinned beneath him, was furious. She just wanted to eat. She was truly hungry. But he refused to listen at all. Even acting cute had no effect. She was infuriated. Imperial Princess, don't you like Mo Xian at all? Seeing her resistance, a flash of pain crossed Mo Xian's dark eyes. Eventually, he released her. Preparing to leave. Stop. Such a bastard. Mo Xian's eyes were dark and turbulent, but warmth spread through him. The Imperial Princess truly was different with him than with others. She would care for him. She would care for him. ChatGPT said. Come here. Mo Xian didn't move. Feng Yueling, furious, got down from the bed and went straight to him. Seeing the despair on his face outweighing any semblance of mourning, she got even angrier and shoved him to the ground. She had never realized that he was actually so delicate and soft-bodied, so easy to push over. By the time she realized what she'd done, her face turned pale. Mo Xian proceeded to torment her for a full 3 days and nights. He looked utterly satisfied. Feng Yueling regretted it so much she felt like her insides had turned green. At the dining table, her master kept emitting a cold aura. The other beast husbands sitting nearby all looked sorrowful, especially Arthur, whose hesitant, conflicted gaze made her feel inexplicably guilty. Little Boo Boo couldn't even eat a bowl of rice, looking pitiful. Fourth senior brother exuded an intense aura of grief all around him. Feng Yueling suddenly felt that the braised pork in front of her had lost all appeal. Oh. Disciple, sit on me while you eat. Feng Yueling. The others underscore? Master, please, no. Didn't the harem already have enough chaos? Don't add more. Feng Yueling wailed in protest. Mo Xian, on the other hand, didn't indulge the holy ancestor master. He grabbed one of Feng Yueling's hands. Empress, let Mo Xian feed you instead. Feng Yueling. Chen Zai saw Feng Yueling's awkward expression and immediately said, "Third senior brother, don't make Empress feel uncomfortable." But Mo Xian didn't even care about his words. Chen Zai then actually tried to fight Mo Xian. Arthur and Nangong exchanged a glance and joined Chen Zai's side, 3 against 1. Feng Yueling was about to speak. Disciple, don't pamper that black snake too much. Look at you, you've grown thin from hunger, yet when you're with me, you don't act so infatuated. Could it be that I haven't yet grasped the essence? Tell me, how do you like it? Master will surely do better than him. Why not try after the meal? Feng Yueling. Master, you can release your anger, but don't tease her. Please speak properly. She could clearly sense her master was angry. His hands were gripping her waist. On the side, when Wu Heng looked at Feng Yueling. How does the Empress like it? He had been quietly listening, trying to learn something. Sigma, A. Nope. Just one glance from the master and when Wu Heng instinctively rose from his chair, forced to join the fray. Disciple, now that they've left, you can answer me. Feng Yueling. Answer what? She really wanted to die. His well-defined fingers pinched Feng Yueling's chin, forcing her to meet his eyes, gazing into the master's clear, cold eyes, and the strikingly handsome face so close to hers. Feng Yueling swallowed hard. Moss. Outside, seeing the white dragon take advantage of their absence to kiss the Empress, the others were outraged and immediately directed their sword aura at the holy ancestor master inside. But alas! The disparity in strength was too great. Even together, they couldn't faze him, and with just a slight raise of his hand, the others were instantly sent flying. Master, don't. Feng Yueling pressed herself against the holy ancestor master's chest to prevent herself from being bewitched by his divine visage. Seeing this, the holy ancestor master's eyes darkened slightly. Disciple, do they hold more weight in your heart than I do? Feng Yueling. Could she not answer this question? Unaware, the others all looked at her. Meeting their longing gazes, Feng Yueling felt her scalp tingling. Empress, Mo Xian is different to you, isn't he? Mo Xian said with deep affection. Empress Chen Zai stared straight at her. Empress Arthur wanted to hug the Empress. It had been a long time since he'd had any close contact. Empress. Nangong also mustered courage to look at Feng Yueling. Empress, Wu Heng knows his cultivation is the lowest among the senior brothers, but Empress, Wu Heng is obedient. Whatever you ask him to do, he won't refuse a single word. The others glared at him with murderous eyes. When Wu Heng shrank his neck. Just look at Wu Heng, Empress. Everyone underscore? Seeing Feng Yueling reluctant, the holy ancestor master sighed and stepped back. Pushing her too hard might backfire. Thus, the master said, Disciple, who is the main consort? Almost simultaneously, the others all looked at Feng Yueling. Feng Yueling. Alright, today you really want to drive me crazy. Feng Yueling angrily refused to look at anyone. Disciple, you must choose a main consort. Only the main consort can control those who don't follow the rules, he said with interest. Mo Xian snorted coldly. Empress, you said before to let Mo Xian be the first senior consort, remember? Feng Yueling cleared her throat. Of course I remember. First senior consort? Then what about the main consort? Disciple, master is asking you a question, Chen Zai quietly looked at Feng Yueling. Feng Yueling. Arthur looked expectantly. Feng Yueling. Only Mo Xian, who would receive the first senior consort title, looked smug. He secretly glanced at the holy ancestor master. Such a bargain. Chen Zai already knew the answer. Arthur too. Even when Wu Heng nearly cried. Seeing Feng Yueling still hesitant, the master returned her to her chair and, feeling a bit lonely, chose to leave. Master. Feng Yueling grabbed his sleeve. The holy ancestor master glanced at her. Disciple, since you refuse to speak, I will go. No. The others were furious but didn't say a word. Seeing the slight disappointment in the master's eyes, Feng Yueling forced herself to say, "The main consort is, of course, the strongest, that is, whose?" The master's eyes flickered with a lingering smile. "How about my strength?" Sigh, her beautiful master obviously wanted her to say it out loud. "Really, truly? You?" The others all showed a flash of disappointment. "Who is your main consort, master?" "Main consort? Huh? Husband? Good." The others angrily left in unison, and Feng Yueling frowned slightly. Sure enough, they were angry. But within half an hour, one by one, they all came back. Feng Yueling's lips curved slightly. The senior brothers couldn't bear to leave her, and neither could she. Because the relationships with the White Tiger clan, Ting Snake clan, Merman clan, Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox clan, and Cat clan heirs and Feng Yueling were peaceful, the original crisis in the plot didn't occur. They didn't part ways with Feng Yueling, instead, they all wanted to protect her. Naturally, the major clans did not collaborate with the upper realm against humans. With the addition of the Holy Ancestor Master, the Divine Realm dared not act rashly. The original peace agreements with humans were strengthened because the major clans united with Feng Yueling to protect humanity. Even tens of thousands of years later, humans and the Divine Realm still coexisted peacefully.